Chapter 1, Holy Soul Village Yuba. Holy Soul Village, the home of the village elder Jack. Grandpa Jack, I've finished cleaning the dishes and chopsticks. I have an appointment with other children today. I want to tell them a story. I'm leaving now. A 6 or 7-year-old boy ran out of the kitchen, rubbing his wet hands on his clothes indiscriminately, and ran out of the yard. The appearance of the little boy is extremely delicate. He looks very well behaved. People who are not familiar with him will definitely love him the first time they see him. But those who are familiar with him know that this girl is a bear kid. In the old Jack's house on weekdays, he is really good. After washing and cooking, even chopping wood, doing all the work, that is called filial piety. But once I left home, everything was done. Cut girl's hair. Dig the sweet potato from the neighbor's house. Peeping at Lao Wang's wife taking a bath. Whistle at the young women in the village. 3 years ago, when the little boy was only 3 years old, he beat Tang Hao's son Tang San and cried for a long time. Old Jack interrupted 2 of the canes. After that, although the little boy had beaten other children in the village, he never beat Tang San again. Apart from Tang Hao's complaint, there was another reason: he couldn't beat him. However, just a few days ago, he ran to the door of the blacksmith Tang Hao's house again and took a pee, only because Tang Hao was drunk and kicked him for no reason while walking on the road. 2 words, naughty. 3 words, bear kid. There are 3 tyrants in Shengun village, geese at the head of the village, dogs on the street, and Duanyun scurrying everywhere. In the village, almost all the adults have filed a lawsuit with the village chief of Old Jack, and Old Jack has not less to educate him, as evidenced by the broken cane in the yard. But the lesson is the lesson, and they just don't change it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't change it. The key is that he was very good when he was at home, so he beat Old Jack's legs and shoulders when he was fine, so that Old Jack couldn't get angry. Smelly boy. Looking at the little boy's back, Old Jack shook his head helplessly. When I rescued you from the wolf's mouth, I didn't see that you were so naughty. The liver hurts. With that, Old Jack went back to the room, only to find a small pot of hot water on the table, and a hip flask in the hot water. Beside, there is a note. Grandpa Jack, I'll give you warm wine. You are not in good health, drink less. This is the wine I make money by selling sweet potatoes. Old Jack's eyes were hot, and he couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes. Smelly boy, here's this one again. Nothing to do, there must be no good things, maybe I'm going to do something bad again. After speaking, Old Jack handed the flask under his nose. It's so fragrant. After leaving home, Duanyun trot all the way, and it didn't take long to see the blacksmith's shop in the distance, which was Tang San's home. Duanyun took a deep breath and stopped. Open the system interface to view the current achievement progress. In the next second, a virtual interface appeared in his mind. It's been 6 years since he had just arrived in this world. He just opened his eyes and was almost scared to death. He actually crossed into the wolf's den and became a child still in the swaddling clothes. She's about to be torn apart by the she-wolf and fed to the wolf cubs. At that time, it was a dead heart. Why couldn't it pass through? Has it become a wolf cub's lunch? You can also let me cross into a wolf. Just when he was scolding God for being blind, Old Jack appeared, stepping on colorful clouds and waving a carrot. He just saved Duanyun from the wolf's den. Duanyun didn't even think about how Old Jack did it. Maybe he was just fighting hard, or, those wolves were simply huskies posing. After saving him home, Old Jack originally gave him a very loud name, Jerry. That's right, it's Jerry. Duanyun was always called Jerry before he was a year old. Duanyun felt wronged, but he had no choice but to be a mouse for 1 year. Jerry, just because your old man's name is Jack, you gave me such a name? At that time, Duanyun almost thought he had crossed to cat and mouse. Until he learned to speak, he forced the old village chief Jack to change his name. Duanyun was the name of his previous life. Crying if you don't change it, crying for a day as soon as you cry, and it's the kind of crying and pulling out his beard. Old Jack has no choice but to get rid of Douluo. Ding! Reminder, Achievement System interface is open. Achievement 1, the Child King of Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 98%. Achievement 2, the Strongest Bear Kid in Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 86%. Achievement 3, the Most Beautiful Boy in the Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 100%. The reward Poisonous Dragon Whip, from The Legend of the Condor Heroes Mei Chao Feng, has been obtained. Achievement 4, the Richest Man in Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 0%. Reminder, after each achievement is achieved, you will receive achievement rewards randomly. After a while, Douluo shut down the system and went straight to the children outside the forge. The achievement system has only opened 4 items now, and Douluo has only completed one of them, is the Most Beautiful Boy in the Holy Soul Village. This achievement he did not contribute at all, when he was 3 years old automatically got. To describe it in one sentence, born to be the most beautiful boy, village grass. This is what Douluo has always been proud of. When he first achieved this achievement, he walked for several days with his nostrils in the sky, and he felt that his whole person was floating, just pretty. Find a chance and beat Tang San again, you should be able to achieve the achievements of the Child King of the Holy Soul Village, but Tang San has now practiced Tang Sex techniques, the Purple Demon Eye and Hidden Weapon. I have practiced, and I don't know if my Poisonous Dragon Whip technique can beat him. If you can't do it, you can think of other ways. In short, you must let Tang San call me the boss, otherwise, the achievements of this Kid King will not be achieved. As for the Strongest Bear Child in Holy Soul Village, am I not a bear enough? Douluo muttered in his heart, no. I have to find a way to continue to bear it. Today I am considered to be willing to go. If the next few methods are still not achieved, I really have nothing to do. Bear boy, get up. Outside the blacksmith's shop, there were a dozen children gathered, most of whom were 6 or 7 years old, and some were only 3 or 4 years old, who were still blowing their noses. Boss Douluo, come on, the stools are all set for you, and then tell us a story. If you don't listen to Cats and Mice today, I want to listen to Snow White and the 7 Big Guys. Woo, I want to listen to Big Wolf Eating Sheep. Douluo was surrounded by a group of children and sat on the bench. Cough. Douluo waved his hand, sit down all, be quiet. Be strong, wipe your nose clean, don't eat it in your mouth. And you, don't bite your fingers. The Child King of Holy Soul Village, the achievement progress is 98%, this is not covered, not to mention the group of kids in front of you, even the teenagers dare not run wild in front of Douluo. They were all fisted out, dare you not to be obedient? I'm afraid it's owed. Soon, a group of children fell silent. Douluo glanced around and frowned, where is Tang San? Where is he dead again? Chapter 2, Dawn and number 039, Stop me, I want to be a bear kid. An overgrown boy stood up. He was obviously a lot taller than the surrounding children. It was the Dezhuang that Douluo called just now. Dezhuang, he ran to the back mountain again and was in a daze, sitting there motionless. Going to practice again? Really diligent. Call him over, and he won't come to listen to the story for free. Isn't it beaten? Yes, Boss Douluo. With that said, Dezhuang Pidian ran back to the mountain. Creak. The door of the blacksmith's shop opened, and Tang Hao carried a hip flask and glanced out drunkly. A group of little kids, while playing, screaming outside my house, making people clean. With that, Tang Hao was about to fight, frightening a group of children. Slightly. Douluo spit out his tongue at Tang Hao, you know that you are bullying a child, and you don't know how to be ashamed. Oh? Do you dare to talk back? Tang Hao stepped out of the door. As a result, Before he could take the second step, Duanyun shouted, "The wind is rushing." A group of little kids huffed and ran for tens of meters, only to stop when Tang Hao didn't chase them out. "Hey, I'm so sad." Tang Hao shook his head helplessly, took a sip of wine, and turned back to the house. "Drink, let you drink. When I get the chance, I will get you a pot of fake wine." Duanyun made a grimace, and then asked a little boy to move a rock over and sat down on the rock. "Well, today I will tell you something about a group of female chivalrous heroes." Duanyun said loudly, "Once in a ravine, there was a sect called Tang's Comprehensive Sect." A little kid raised his hand and said, "Boss Duan, Tang's Comprehensive Door, what kind of door is it? Is there a strong iron door in my house?" Duanyun waved his hand, "Sit down, your question is very deep, huh? Tang-san is back? Just listen to the story together." At this time, De Zhuang had already found Tang-san back. Tang-san looked helpless. Although he was a child's body, his soul was an adult. He was cultivating Xian Yu's hand in the back mountain just now, and he was pulled back by De Zhuang. It doesn't matter if he pulled it back, and he got his nose on his body, which was disgusting. A group of bear kids. Tang-san found a stone and sat down, only intending to deal with it casually, and then left after listening. Looking at Duanyun ahead, Tang-san gritted his teeth. When he was 3 years old, he was beaten once by Duanyun. With his adult soul, it is reasonable to say that he should not be beaten, even if he was beaten. You shouldn't be beaten and cry. But Duanyun used his hand while he was asleep, and he wiped the palm of his hand with green onion juice before he started. So Tang-san cried. "Boy, don't care about things back then." Tang-san thought in his heart. On the other side, Duanyun was also watching Tang-san, but there was another thought in his mind, "Boy, I have to beat you up again, even if you have the soul of an adult, you can still beat it. No one wants to stop me, I must be the Kid King." In other words, this Tang family comprehensive sect is a sect, and the door is full of legendary soul masters. This sect is also referred to as Tang sect for short. Duanyun said loudly, "The sect master of Tang sect is a woman who makes a pair of meteor hammers hung around her neck on weekdays. She throws the hammer when she sees people. There is a unique trick called lame. The most powerful hidden weapon in the world." Tang Man? Tang-san was taken aback for a moment, couldn't help but straighten up, but when he heard the content behind Duanyun, he shook his head helplessly, knowing that he was thinking too much. "Boss Duan, it turns out that Tang's Comprehensive Gate is a sect." De Zhuang said, "I've heard of the Soul Master. Grandpa Jack often said that our village is called the Holy Soul Village because of a soul sage." A group of little kids became lively again. "Meteor hammer? Is it round with thorns on it? Sect master, with the meteor hammer, still hanging on her neck? It feels so painful. Woo, I'm hungry, I want to eat meteor hammer." "Shut up, you have been weaned." At this time, Tang-san said, "Duanyun, let's change the story. This is not good, don't talk about Tang sect." Tang sect had always been the holy place in Tang-san's heart. Although he knew that the Tang sect mentioned by Duanyun was just a coincidence, Tang-san still felt uncomfortable. "Correct, my name is Tang's Comprehensive Door." Duanyun said, "Okay, Xiao-san has spoken, let's change one. Today I will tell you the Monkey King, say there is a powerful soul beast named Monkey King in the world. The place of Huiguoshan. There is a waterfall in Huiguo mountain and there is a Shuilian cave behind the waterfall. The other soul beasts said to Monkey King, if he can enter the Shuilian cave, he will be regarded as the Monkey King. Sun Wukong has a powerful martial arts soul, called the Golden Cudgel. It can be long, short, thick, and thin. I saw him leaping out like a dragon sucking water with a flick of a big stick. Passed through the waterfall and entered the Shuilian cave. There are treasures in the Shuilian cave, all delicious, all soul coins. With that, Duan Yun turned around and raised his finger to the outside of the village. Did you see it? The waterfall outside our village, the waterfall in Huiguo Mountain is similar to that one. Hearing this, a group of kitties' eyes lit up, and one by one looked at the waterfall outside the village. Tang San patted his head, looking like he was unlovable. Oh my god, I'm really crazy, and I'm here to listen to this with a group of little kids? Huiguoshin? Water curtain hole? Is it all fur food? All soul coins? Golden cudgel? Can be long, can be short, can be thick, can be thin. Does the bear child Duan Yun know what he is talking about? I really can't listen anymore. Tang San stood up and wanted to leave. But at this moment, Duan Yun called out strangely, "Little ones, could you dare to explore with me this afternoon? Go to Shuilian Cave. Where does a group of children care so much?" Hearing the excitement, he followed up. "Go, I'm going to Shuilian Dong. I have a big stick too. I want soul coins. My mother gave birth to a second child, and the family is almost out of food." Duan Yun nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. After lunch, gather outside the village. Whoever doesn't go, who is a puppy? Tang San, you go too, or else it's a puppy. Hey. Tang San gave a wry smile, nodded helplessly, and went as he wanted to. It was good to be there to protect these little kids from falling into the water and drowning. Tang San only thought that Duan Yun loved to cause trouble and was naughty, but how could he think of Duan Yun's deep meaning? Where is the waterfall outside the village? Others don't know, but Duan Yun knows it very well. Behind the waterfall, there is really a water curtain cave. It is the place where Tang Hao placed a yin. But things like drowning people have never happened before. The small lake below the waterfall is very shallow, and the children in the village can swim again, and they often go there to play on weekdays. Go to Shuilian Dong, Xiang's progress will definitely increase by 1 level. Duan Yun thought in his heart, relying on peeing at the door of someone else's house, blocking the chimney can no longer increase the progress of the strongest bear child. You must fight on danger, fight. Chapter 3, There is a treasure behind the waterfall. After a while, a group of little kids left. Duan Yun smiled, took a few steps forward, and hugged Tang San's shoulder. The two were the same age. Tang San was half a year younger than Duan Yun, and his height was a bit smaller. Duan Yun whispered, "Little San, your father has always had a bad temper. Is he always angry with you?" Tang San, you don't need to worry about this. Duan Yun, why don't you let me take care of it? I have always treated you as a little brother, you must take care of it. Treat me as a little brother? I can be your father at the age of 2 lives. Tang San rolled his eyes, a little impatient, hurry up and go home. Duan Yun, little San, I will teach you a song. Go home and sing it to your dad. Make sure that he is crying, and it will be very good to you in the future. Tang San had a meal. For so many years, Tang Hao had been addicted to alcohol. He often stayed drunk. He had a bad attitude towards him. He didn't look like a father at all. Tang San felt wronged in his heart, but he also felt sorry for his father, but he couldn't help it. Hearing Duan Yun's words at this time, although he didn't report any hope, he couldn't help asking, "What song?" Duan Yun smiled, "The song is called Little Cabbage, I will sing it for you. Little cabbage, yellow in the ground, 5 or 6 years old, no mother. It's a good time to live with your father." Ah! When he sang the first sentence, Duan Yun was still laughing, but when he sang the second sentence, his tone had become low and he couldn't help but choke. "When I passed, I was still in a baby. For so many years, old Jack has been feeding him with an urine. Although old Jack is the village head, his family is not rich. All the good food and drink are stuffed on Duan Yun. Old Jack has been dressed for 5 years. I haven't bought a new one. And his parents in the previous life, he died tragically in a car accident that year. His parents must be heartbroken, right? I don't know how the two old people are now. At the end of the sing, Duanyun really couldn't sing anymore. That's it, I have it for you, remember to gather outside the village in the afternoon. I ignored Tang San, turned around and left. Tang San's eyes were reddish, and he was also infected by this song, and his heart felt bitter. This song really suits me. Or, maybe it can really make my dad treat me better. Even a little bit is fine. With that, Tang San glanced at Duanyun's back. Tang San also knew about Duanyun's life experience. He could not help but feel pity for the same illness when he saw Duanyun choking and sad. Compared with Duanyun, I am already happy, poor child, hey. Tang San turned around and returned to the forge. At this moment, Tang Hao was leaning on the chair, the hip flask dropped to the ground, his eyes were reddish, and there was a trace of tears in the corners of his eyes. Seeing Tang San coming in, Tang Hao quickly turned his head and wiped away his tears without a trace. Dad, I'll sing you a song. Shut up, don't want to listen, go and wash the dishes. Tang San blinked and went to the kitchen aggrieved. Who is Tang Hao? He is the youngest titled Douluo who once crossed the continent. Duanyun sang Little Cabbage to Tang San outside his house, how could he not hear it? Hey, I should be nice to Xiao San. But this song, you can't listen to it. You can't let Xiao San look at me and cry, right? Tang Hao looked in the direction of the kitchen, with a soft color on his face. It seemed that those little kids were going to play at the waterfall outside the village. Forget it, let them go, a group of little kids, at most, they would churn in the small lake under the waterfall and ran to the shore. It won't bother Ayan when he pee. In the afternoon, outside the village, by the small lake under the waterfall, a group of bear children gathered together, headed by Duanyun. Tang San stood beside Duanyun with grievances on his face, obviously still thinking about Little Cabbage. Little San, what do you think? An unhappy look. Duanyun, did you sing the song I taught you this morning to your dad? Tang San shook his head. Duanyun frowned, I didn't sing? Are you incomplete and can't sing? Or you can't get into your emotions? Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. You can't put your emotions in, you go to green onions. Green onions? Tang San glared at Duanyun, let's wipe your eyes, right? 3 years ago. Duanyun raised his hand and shouted, look, there is a waterfall there. Little ones, you are waiting below. Tang San and I will go to the waterfall. Today, I have to check if there is any water behind. Lian Dong. Except for Tang San and me, no one is allowed to follow, and you are not allowed to go up in the future, no? If I find someone disobedient, the waist breaks the leg and the price is discounted. Upon hearing this, all the little kids, including De Zhuang, turned pale. What Brother Duan said, we must listen. Big Brother Duan, let's cheer you on below. We will be waiting for you below. Waiting for me below? It sounds a little spooky. Duanyun didn't talk any more nonsense, and ran to the bottom of the rock wall, intending to climb along the rock wall all the way to the upper reaches of the waterfall. The rock wall is very steep, and ordinary adults do not dare to climb easily. Although it is only about 50 meters high, it must be broken and broken once it falls. Duanyun, stop. Tang San stepped forward quickly and grabbed Duanyun's arm, don't be naughty, just play in the small lake below. The corner of Duanyun's mouth curled up, are you afraid of me falling to death? Thank you for your concern. But this kind of stone wall can't help me. Having said that, Duanyun's wrist shook slightly, and he shook Tang San away. After one ups and downs, he climbed up the rock wall. Tang San was stunned for a moment, and looked at his hand incredulously. He has already cultivated the mysterious jade hand, and the purple magic pupil and the Tang sect Shen Tian Gong have not been negligent. Although he just grabbed Duan Yun's arm casually and didn't use his internal strength, he shouldn't be caught by Duan Yun. That little kid broke free. Am I being too careless? Tang San raised his head. When he saw Duan Yun's figure, his eyes widened, and he whispered, "This, how is it possible?" At this time, Duan Yun had climbed to a height of more than 10 meters. The short figure was extremely dexterous on the stone wall, and he was very calm in every step, without any panic in his eyes. This is definitely not a 6-year-old kid. What it should look like. After a while, Duan Yun had climbed to a height of nearly 30 meters. He lowered his head and grinned at Tang San below. "Little ones, I'm going in." In the past 2 months, Duan Yun often ran under the waterfall, then picked up the stone and threw it towards the waterfall. From low to high, the stones slam into the waterfall little by little, and then use the sound to judge the location of the cave behind the waterfall. Duan Yun knew the location of the cave long ago. In order to become the strongest bear kid in Holy Soul Village, fight! Duan Yun took a deep breath, grabbed a vine on the cliff, looked for the direction, and slammed forward, and ran into the waterfall like a swing. Chapter 4, Give a Yin Farmyard Fertilizer. Seeing this scene, Tang San was startled. "Duan Yun, be careful." In midair, Duan Yun's figure directly hit the waterfall, splashing water, and then his whole body was submerged by the waterfall. A few seconds later, the vine came back empty, but Duan Yun had already disappeared. "Wow, Boss Duan is in. Is there really a water curtain hole in the back? Haha, I want something delicious, I want soul coins, Boss Duan, mighty." A group of children danced around the lake, shouting in the direction of the waterfall. Only Tang San, with a face full of anxiety at this time, saw him first jumped into the lake, and searched underneath the waterfall. Without seeing Duan Yun's figure, he dexterously climbed up the cliff, and after a while he grabbed the previous vine and swung towards the waterfall like Duan Yun. In the water curtain cave, the light is a little dim. A dark blue plant grows quietly there. This is a blue-silver grass that can be seen everywhere on the mainland. What is surprising is that this blue-silver grass is more luxuriant than the ordinary blue-silver grass, and its branches are also it is stronger, and the leaves are still shining with a faint blue light. It was Tang Hao's wife, Tang San's mother, A Yin. In fact, Duan Yun has always had doubts. When many plants multiply their offspring, they sprinkle seeds in patches. Just like dandelion. When a dandelion flower is scattered, dozens of new dandelions will grow. But why did Tang Hao go out with a shuttle of more than 1 billion, but A Yin only gave birth to Tang San? Tang Hao's shuttle is equivalent to pollen. A Yin's fandom isn't in place? If the fan is in place, why would you have to give birth to a decadent? Back then, A Yin, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao went all over the world. Because A Yin was the third sister, to commemorate the death of A Yin, Tang Hao named his son Tang San, but Mr. Duan Yun, I feel that this name has another meaning. A Yin gave birth to more than a dozen children that year. The eldest was named Tang Dai, the second was Tang Er, and the third was Tang San. As a result, all the other children died because of being chased by the Wuhan Hall. Only Tang San was left. This is reasonable. Duan Yun complained in his heart, but he couldn't say it. Although A Yin was in the form of a plant, he already had his own mind. What if he understood Duan Yun's words? Bang! With a muffled sound, the water of the waterfall was knocked away, and Tang San rushed into the water curtain cave wet. As soon as he stood firm, Tang San worried, "Duan Yun, are you okay? Thank you for your concern, but it's a pity, there is no treasure here, only a blue-silver grass." Duan Yun pretended to walk around A Yin. In this environment, the photosynthesis of plants will be very poor, and the soil nutrients in the water curtain cave are not as good as those in the outside world. I really don't know how this blue-silver grass grows. It grows so luxuriantly. Tang San looked at A Yin, his body trembled slightly, as if a gentle aura fell on him, and that aura was emitted from the blue-silver grass in front of him. Strangeness. Tang San wondered, why do I have a special feeling for this blue-silver grass, so kind? A Yin's leaves trembled slightly, as if responding to Tang San. At this moment, Duan Yun grabbed Tang San's shoulders and said with a smile, illusion, it's totally an illusion. But since we are here, we can't do it in vain, since you look at this blue plant. Yinko is pleasing to the eye, meeting is fate, shall we dig it out? Tang San was stunned for a moment, digged it? Why do you want to dig it? Duan Yun looked at Yin maliciously, the light here is not good, which affects photosynthesis. Forget it, you definitely don't understand such a profound thing as photosynthesis, in short, you dug it out and planted it outside. Find a sunny place and plant it, and then give it a pile of farmyard manure to make sure it grows prosperous. A Yin's branches swayed slightly, obviously shocked by Duan Yun's words. Hey, I am a bear kid, so I ask you if you are afraid? Duan Yun grinned, but in other words, he really didn't dare to dig A Yin out. What if he accidentally killed A Yin? Didn't he become Tang San's mother-killing enemy? Don't wait for Tang San to grow up and seek him revenge, Tang Hao will not let him live until tomorrow. Duan Yun, forget it, it's too troublesome to dig it away, let's just put some farmyard manure on it. Tang San was stunned for a moment, farmhouse manure? It feels disgusting. Duan Yun curled his lips and said, what's so disgusting? Grandpa Jack's cabbage is just using my farm manure. You still eat it. I just brought paper, enough for 2 people, will you come? Come. With that said, Duan Yun ran directly to the side, not evading Tang San, and took off his pants in one hand. What you just said was ambiguous. I ate cabbage, but what you said sounded like I was eating farm fat. Tang San squeezed his nose, I found myself really stupid. I actually played with a bear kid and made some farmyard manure. Duan Yun curled his lips and said, it seems that you are not a bear kid. I'm done. You hurry up, after the farmyard fertilizer, this blue-silver grass must grow better. Does it grow better? Tang San hesitated, took the paper Duan Yun handed over, and then took off his pants. Little San, if the paper is not enough, use leaves, the leaves can also be wiped. Duan Yun grinned and quickly opened the system interface. Achievement 2, the strongest bear child in Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 91%. Awesome! In this wave of operations, the achievement progress has risen from 86% to 91% all of a sudden. This is just a time when the farm manure has been prepared, and A Yin has not been fertilized yet. When the fertilizer is finished, the achievement progress will be affirmed. It can be increased by 1 more section, if not, it will be 100% directly. Tang San was also willing to go all out today, and even tossed with Duan Yun. After a while, the farmyard manure was done. The two began to fatten A Yin. The one above is called a careful one. Achievement 2, the strongest bear kid in Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 98%. Glancing at the achievement progress, Duan Yun felt that anger, isn't it? I have become like this, why is it 98%? Did I really let me dig A Yin before giving up? Tang San, Duan Yun, we are crazy enough. It's time to go back, but after going out, you can't tell them that there is a water curtain hole here, lest other children, like the 2 of us, risk climbing here. What if you fall and die? With that said, Tang San remembered the thrilling scene again, and couldn't help being afraid for a while. Duan Yun, you are kind, don't worry, I know how important it is. Tang San, by the way, Duan Yun, why are you so good? Duan Yun, a year ago, Grandpa Jack gave me my swaddle, it was the swaddle that he wrapped on me when he rescued me from the wolf den. And guess what? There was a piece of paper in my baby girl. I was talented and clever, and I barely learned the movements on the paper, and then it was so powerful, 18th style, great class. Chapter 5, Farm Fat Face. Infant? Tang San nodded, didn't doubt anything. The content on that piece of paper should be some kind of cultivation technique, right? It seems that Duan Yun's parents are not ordinary people. Tang San didn't ask any more about the 18th pose of away, he himself was full of secrets. He asked Duan Yun, if Duan Yun asked him in turn, how would he answer? At this time, Duan Yun was still wondering whether to dig a yin. As for the poisonous dragon whip method as the away 18th type, there was no pressure on him. 98%, it's almost impossible to achieve, digging? Or not? Actually, digging out is also a good thing for a yin, photosynthesis. Tang De Hammer certainly doesn't understand this. At this moment, with a bang, the waterfall's water curtain was knocked open, and a tall figure rushed in angrily. Here comes, it turned out to be Tang Hao. Seeing the farmyard manure around a yin's branches, Tang Hao's eyes reddened. Tang San, Duan Yun, good deeds of you two bastards. Tang Hao stretched out his big hand, grabbed Tang San's arm, and pressed Tang San directly on his thigh. Then, regardless of the 3721, he slapped his hand and patted Tang San's ass. Bang! Snapped. Tang Hao scolded, let you be naughty, I will kill you bastard. Tang San, ah! Not far away, Duan Yun's face turned white, and he stepped back subconsciously. I wiped it, why did this stinky drunkard come? It's over, I put farmyard fertilizer on his wife, and I urged Tang San to wipe his with leaves. Here I was still thinking about digging out his wife. It's dead, it's dead. Uncle Tang Hao, Grandpa Jack told me to go home for dinner, I'm leaving now. With that said, Duan Yun moved towards the entrance of Shualiandong against the wall. Humph! Tang Hao let out a cold snort, and went straight toward Duan Yun to oppress him. I rub. Duan Yun was taken aback, he felt his head buzzing, and he almost sat on the ground without a butt. I'll clean up with you later. Tang Hao glared at Duan Yun fiercely, then continued to slap Tang San. Bang! Dad, don't fight, ooh, it hurts. If you don't repair a tree, you won't have quality. You must remember it today. Don't I just climb a water curtain hole? What's wrong with this? You eat and urinate anywhere. Dare to talk back? Bang! In the distance, Duan Yun leaned his back against the wall, his buttocks clamped tightly, and his heart panicked. It's over, when he finishes fighting Tang San, he will definitely fight me together. My little butt. Tang Hao's fingers are so thick, I can't help it. Duan Yun looked towards A Yin, and saw that A Yin's branches and leaves swayed slightly, as if he was distressing Tang San, but he didn't mean to stop Tang Hao. Obviously, A Yin also intends to let Tang Hao take care of his son. Duan Yun moved in his heart, and hurriedly shouted, Little San, sing, sing Xia Bai Ke. At this moment, Tang San's was already swollen, and tears burst into his eyes, even if he had an adult soul. The 6-year-old body hurts. Hearing Duan Yun's words, Tang San's eyes lit up, and then he wailed, Oh! Little cabbage, Yeter Huang, 5 or 6 years old, no mother, just follow your father, so you can have a baby. Tang Hao's raised hand trembled slightly, and he stopped in the air for a long time without falling. Tang San was overjoyed, thinking that this song worked. Sure enough, Dad still felt sorry for me. Little cabbage, Yeter Huang, 5 or 6 years old. I will let you, little cabbage, I will let you, little cabbage, I will kill you. Bang! Snapped. Tang San was dumbfounded. Duan Yun was also dumbfounded. I rub? Doesn't work? Could it be that the emotional investment was not enough and could not resonate with Tang Hao? Duan Yun swallowed. Papa, after a few more slaps, Tang Hao threw Tang San aside, then stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards Duan Yun. Tang San heaved a sigh of relief. He slumped on the ground and didn't dare to speak anymore, let alone persuade Tang Hao. In short, Tang San can't wait for Tang Hao to forget him. It's best to stare at Duan Yun alone. Just hit it. The dead Dao friend does not die, the poor Dao. Tang San, help! Duan Yun panicked, and quickly retreated to the side. No one can save you, I will take care of you for village chief Jack. Tang Hao grabbed Duan Yun by the collar and started to punch him. Damn it! Duan Yun's eyes condensed, and a powerful aura instantly rose to the sky, forcing me to use a killer, right? Okay, take it. Only mothers are good in the world. A child with a mother is like a treasure, throwing into the arms of her mother, happiness is indispensable. It's the most distressing without a mother. A child without a mother is like a grass. If you leave the arms of your mother, where can you find happiness? Duan Yun said with a cry, there is only a mother in the world, and children with a mother don't know. Tang San, what are you doing stupidly? Sing with me, 1, 2, 3, sing. Tang San was paralyzed on the ground. Hearing these lyrics, he was instantly taken into it. Before crossing, he was still in his infancy and was discarded by his parents. Tang Lan, the elder of the Tang sect, took him back to the Tang sect and gave him the surname Tang because he was ranked third among the disciples of the outer sect. With the name Tang San. In this life, he was reborn in the Douluo continent. Although he had a father, he had never seen his mother since he could remember. His father also drank alcohol all day and was extremely indifferent to him, and he hardly felt the warmth of his family. As a human being for 2 lives, I have never seen my mother before. Tang San's heart was miserable, and he sang with a trembling, only mother is good in the world. Tang Hao flushed and said annoyed, 2 chicken thieves, you guys did it on purpose and want to make me feel soft? No way. I'll fight. The corner of Duan Yun's mouth twitched, and he was about to take a picture of Tang Hao's slap, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. A section of A Yin's branches and leaves trembled slightly, and the leaves curled up on a piece of farmyard manure on the ground and flung them directly on Tang Hao's face. Snapped. Tang Hao was immediately stunned by the fat face of the farmer. Oh, I'm going, it's disgusting, Miss A Yin did a beautiful job. This song only mother in the world is good has been sung in your heart. Duan Yun was overjoyed, took the opportunity to break free, and moved towards the water. The opening of the curtain hole rushed away. Little San, the wind is screaming, will you leave? Waiting to be beaten. Come. Where to find happiness? Whizzing. 2 short figures jumped out of the waterfall one after another, jumped directly from a height of tens of meters, and fell into the lake. At the entrance of the water curtain cave, Tang Hao glanced outside, seeing that Duan Yun and Tang San were in no danger of falling into the lake. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time he was puzzled. The 2 little boys had the courage. Jump from such a high place? But even though he was puzzled in his heart, Tang Hao didn't have the mind to study it. There was nothing he could do. He was still anxious to coax his wife. Randomly wipe the farmyard manure off his face. Tang Hao came to A Yin's side. A Yin, the 2 stinky boys sang indiscriminately, don't be sad. Xiao San is still young and not sensible. When he grows up, I will tell him about you. Chapter 6, Brother teaches you to sing? As for Duan Yun, well, it's the name of the other little kid. He is also a poor baby. He was rescued from the wolf den by the village chief. He has not had his parents since he was a child, although he is a bit naughty. But he was incredibly filial to village chief Jack. Tang Hao pinched his nose and looked at the farmyard manure around A Yin. Ian, I will clean up these. How about giving you farmyard manure? I am so angry. But having said that, Duan Yun reminded me, you do need some fertilizer, maybe it will make you recover faster. Farmyard manure is okay. Snapped. A Yin's leaves rolled and another pile of farmyard manure was thrown on Tang Hao's face. Achievement 2, the strongest bear kid in Holy Soul Village. The current progress is 99%. Perhaps it is because of the world's only mother is good and little cabbage. The progress of the bear child has risen from 98% to 99%. Unfortunately, it still has not reached 100%, which is just a loss. The lake was rippling, and Duan Yun stood up with difficulty. The old man Tang Hao is very bad. If he comes a little later, I will be a bear kid. Just 1%, I just pulled a piece of Ion's leaf, and then smashed the leaf out, and it was 100% properly. Duan Yun glanced down and made sure that he did not have the conditions to harm the leaves. Leaning on Yeluo, it's definitely impossible to reach a bear child, but wipe your with a leaf, right? Can't wipe your butt? Find a male blue silver grass, plant it next to a yin, and get some bees to pollinate it. As long as you use your brain well, there is always a way. On the other side, Tang San wiped off the water droplets on his face. Duan Yun, in front of his son, saying that I am an old man? No, right? When you were beaten just now, you were called Uncle Tang Hao. Duan Yun, at the moment I was about to be beaten, I really thought of him as an uncle. Also, there is a problem with the logic of your sentence just now, please taste it carefully. Tang San blinked. Is there a problem with that sentence just now? No. Tang San, Duan Yun, I feel you have broken me. I was not like this before. Duan Yun rolled his eyes. You just used my paper to wipe your butt. I am so helpful, don't you learn? Have to learn from my shortcomings. Give me the paper. Tang San, I left it in the water curtain hole when I used it up. Get it myself. The children who were playing near the waterfall had already left. Duan Yun turned his head and glanced, but he didn't see anyone else. Tang San, don't look for them, they must have been beaten by my dad. Those kids don't have your skin, and they all went home after a little fright. Duan Yun looked up a little bit reluctantly, wondering if he would think of a way to climb up after Tang Hao left. 1%, just lost it. Tang San, Duan Yun, what are you talking about? God is talking about it, isn't it because you fell stupid when you jumped down? Duan Yun, you are so stupid. Xiao San, the blue silver grass just now has seeds, right? Tang San recalled it, but couldn't remember. Who would care if the blue silver grass grows seeds? Tang San, what do you do with the grass seeds? Duan Yun touched his chin. Let's take the grass seeds down and plant hundreds of brothers for you. Tang San rolled his eyes and glanced at Duan Yun like an idiot. Obviously, he didn't understand Duan Yun's meaning, but felt that Duan Yun was too jumpy and thinking abnormally. But having said that, Tang San still admired Duan Yun a little. Not to admire Duan Yun's skill, but to admire those two songs. Especially the song Only Mother in the World is Good is a big killer. When he sang just now, Tang San obviously felt that his father was touched. His eyes were reddish, tears rolled in his eyes. When he beat him earlier, if he could sing this song, he might not be able to do so. Smaller. Tang San hesitated. Duan Yun, can you sing the song Only Mother in the World is Good just now? I didn't remember the words. Duan Yun raised his eyebrows. Do you want to learn? Used to deal with your dad? It's somewhat useful to sing when your dad beats you. Of course, it may be even harder. When I sang Little Cabbage just now, it feels like your dad hit harder. Tang San gave a dry laugh and nodded. Duan Yun grinned and said, all right, don't say Only Mother in the World is Good, I still have a little 3 here, as long as you want to learn, I can teach you. Tang San's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Duan Yun's shoulders. Good brother. Duan Yun patted his hand aside. Of course he is a good brother, but if you want to learn songs, you have to recognize me as the boss. In the Holy Soul Village, all the children call me the boss Duan, but you call my name, this is not okay. You can't be special. Special? I am a human for 2 lives, let me recognize a 6-year-old kid as the boss? What about it? Tang San looked unhappy. Don't admit it. The only mother in the world is good is out of play, but we are good brothers after all. The song Little 3 is given to you, go to my house. I just annoyed your dad. I made some wine myself. You can get him some back to drink, coax him. Duan Yun said with a smile, as for the song Little San, I will sing it to you while walking, it's easy to learn. It is obviously impossible to expect Tang San to recognize the boss with a song. Duan Yun has already made up his mind. When he finds an opportunity to discuss with Tang San, he will beat him hard and convince him. Come on! Tang San is now the stumbling block for him to become the child king of the Holy Soul Village. As long as he convinces Tang San, the achievement of the child king of the Holy Soul Village will be achieved. Tang San was skeptical about Duan Yun's winemaking. A 6-year-old kid, who can make a fart. At the beginning, Tang San saw Duan Yun steal his sweet potatoes, and then went to sell money to village chief Jack to buy wine. If he could make wine, would he even steal the sweet potatoes in exchange for wine? But it was also that time that Tang San's attitude towards Duan Yun, the bear boy, became much better. When the other children have money, they all want to buy themselves some food and play. But Duan Yun was not. He stole a few sweet potatoes at the risk of being beaten, just to exchange some wine for village chief Jack. Although the method is not advisable, this filial piety is indeed stamped in the bones. Go, don't ink. Duan Yun grabbed Tang San's arm and walked all the way towards the house of village chief Jack. Tang San, where's the song? You sing it. Duan Yun, ahem. Then you can listen well, the meaning of this song is very deep, and it can even be elevated to the height of ethics. If you understand the profound meaning, it can even affect a person's life. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help showing a solemn expression. A song can achieve such a high degree in evaluation, is it a masterpiece? Duan Yun coughed lightly and sang his neck, finally you became someone else's junior. From then on, I am no longer your harbor. When you snuggle in his chest, have you forgotten the love I once gave? Tang San's forehead was full of black lines, that's it? I fuck. The singing stopped abruptly. Duan Yun pointed to Tang San and exclaimed, Grandpa Jack is always in front of me to praise you, Tang Hao is a drunkard, but his son is born handsome, and he is very well behaved. He never bullies children or fights. Don't swear, don't pee on other people's doors, don't block other people's chimneys. Tang San, Grandpa Jack said my father is a drunkard. Duan Yun said angrily, this is not the point, it is the point to praise you for being good. When I will go home, I will tell Grandpa Jack not to be fooled by your appearance. In your young body, there is an adult living human soul. Chapter 7, Tang Rico is incompatible. He said that there is an adult soul in my body? Tang San's body trembled slightly, and he looked at Duan Yun incredulously, how could it be possible? He knows that I am a traverser? Duan Yun, only adults will open their mouths and say I fuck, we are only 6 years old, with sound limbs and disabled limbs, and we don't have that ability yet. Hearing this, Tang San let out a long sigh of relief. What Duan Yun said just now really scared him. But having said that, you, a 6-year-old kid, know a lot, right? Disabled limbs? The meaning is very deep. Duan Yun took a step closer and asked, to be honest, who taught you this sentence? Tang San narrowed his neck, my dad. Come on, in order to conceal that there was an adult soul in his body, Tang San returned his hand and sold his father. Tang San, Duan Yun, I seem to see a mound of xiang paste on my dad's face just now, isn't it my mistake? Duan Yun nodded solemnly, you are wrong. At the home of village chief Jack. Although old Jack is the village chief, he is actually not richer than other villagers. A dilapidated courtyard, just entering the courtyard gate, the first thing I saw was a wattle hanging on the wall. Tang San, Jing Diao? Duan Yun, Grandpa Jack beat you up, right? Duan Yun, it depends on whether anyone filed a complaint. Your dad didn't sue me less. I was beaten. Your dad will take the main responsibility. Tang San clutched his forehead, and said helplessly, "You pee on the door of my house and wipe your nose on the doorknob. It's pretty good if my dad didn't do it himself." Duan Yun said with anger, "Your dad was drunk and kicked me for no reason." His face was on the ground, and his front teeth were all knocked out, but it's okay. It is said that the enemy should be settled and not settled. Today, I will give your dad a pot of good wine. The previous things are over. Tang San glanced at Duan Yun in surprise. It shouldn't be, Duan Yun is a famous bear kid in Chenggun village. When has he been so generous? After a while, Tang San smiled slightly. This bear kid has grown up and is more sensible than before, and I hope he will not be so bearish in the future. Duan Yun hugged Tang San's neck. "Did you see it? This is the wine I brewed, you taste it first." At this time, the two had arrived in a broken room in the backyard. In the corner of the room, there is a shelf made of bamboo. A pot is placed on one side of the shelf, and there is a stove under the pot. On the other side of the shelf, the bamboo is diagonally downward, and a wine jar is placed at the end. Tang San wondered, "What is this?" "Distillation." Duan Yun waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you don't understand, there are some freshly steamed in that wine jar, would you like a bite?" Tang San stared at the bamboo shelf for a long time before turning his head to look at the wine jar. Duan Yun took a small bowl, filled out some wine and handed it to Tang San. "This room has been empty all the time, and Grandpa Jack will hardly come over, otherwise the wine will definitely not be kept now, he would have drunk it a long time ago." Tang San took a sip, his eyes lit up suddenly. "Good wine." Duan Yun snatched the wine bowl. "Boy, you know what a fart? Do you know what a good wine is? Go outside and find a scoop for me. It's hanging at the gate, the one next to the Jingdiao." Tang San nodded and left the house. Duan Yun smiled, with a sly light flashing from the corner of his eyes. He picked up the wine gourd next to him, and then quickly unzipped his pants. "Hush!" After a while, Duan Yun shuddered. "Let you drink, let you kick me in the street for no reason. The bear child bears the most grudges, half a pot of boy urine, half a pot of good wine, no thanks." Duan Yun lifted the wine gourd and shook it. "Bear child achievement, 1% of the progress is up to you. Step on." With the sound of footsteps, Tang San walked in with a scoop. Tang San shrugged his nose and frowned. "What's the smell?" "Duan Yun, Tian Xiang. Give me a scoop, I will fill your dad with a gourd." After all, Duan Yun took the scoop, dug a scoop of wine from the wine jar, and poured it into the gourd. "Thanks." Tang San took the wine gourd. "Hey? The wine is still warm." "Nonsense, boy urine, fresh from the oven, even if it is mixed with wine, it is still warm." "Duan Yun, this is for your dad. You are not allowed to drink it secretly, you know." Tang San nodded. "Duan Yun, why do you want to make wine by yourself? Also, who taught you this skill?" "Duan Yun, last year, a wine merchant passed by our Shengun village. I taught him to sing Little 3. He gave me the wine party when he was happy." Tang San rolled his eyes. "I believe you a ghost, teach others to sing Little San? It's not bad if people don't beat you, and give you a drink?" Duan Yun waved his hand. "Our village is too poor. Grandpa Jack is not willing to take a carriage when he goes to Notting City. He only relies on a pair of legs to walk." Widow Wang went to Notting City to sell sweet potatoes. Past. Where did the wine party come from is not the point. The point is that this thing can make the Holy Soul village rich, so that everyone in the village can have a carriage, and every family has New Year's rice. You don't have to worry about the money for the wine. I have already thought about it. I will teach Grandpa Jack how to make wine in a few days, and then Grandpa Jack will gather the people in the village to sell our wine to Notting City or even Tiandu City. Hearing this, Tang San's heart was shocked. A 6-year-old child, a bare child in everyone's eyes, can he think of so many things? Grandpa Jack rescued me from the wolf den. I don't know if I can repay such a great kindness. He always wanted to make the village rich. All the children don't need to wear patched clothes. Every family has a carriage. This wine party, if it is used well, he should be able to realize his wish. Duan Yun smiled slightly, but Grandpa Jack has a bigger wish. Tang San asked subconsciously, what wish? Duan Yun, he hopes that the children in the village will be successful when they grow up. Have you heard of the origin of the name of our Holy Soul village? Tang San nodded, I heard you mentioned it. Duan Yun, that's what Grandpa Jack told me, because we had a soul saint here. When his old man mentioned the name Soul Saint, his eyes were full of pride. Make him proud. Tang San stared at Duan Yun for a long time, only to feel that his heart was touched. Before crossing, he was picked up by Tang Lan, the elder of Tang Sect's outer door, back to Tang Sect. After being sensible, he had the same thoughts as Duan Yun. It's a pity that he used the wrong method, was chased by the head and many elders, and was eventually reborn in this Douluo continent. Tang San showed a look of longing. Grandpa Tang Lan, are you okay? After a while, Duan Yun sent Tang San away. Seeing Tang San's departure, Duan Yun showed a smirk. Tang Da Hammer, let's experience the revenge from the bear kid. At this moment, the Mayor Jack crouched into the yard with a gloomy face. Duan Yun, Grandpa Jack. Village Chief Jack gave Duan Yun a fierce look. Without saying anything, he directly took off the thorns on the courtyard wall and hit Duan Yun with his head and face. Little bunny, make you mischievous, such a high waterfall, dare you to climb it? If it hadn't been for Tang Taijiang to tell me, I wouldn't know about it. Tang San was so behaved, you would have ruined it. Bang! Snapped. Grandpa Jack, don't fight. It's not easy to say anything today. I must give you a long memory, and I will save you someday from falling off the waterfall and falling to death. Bang! In the courtyard, a burst of ghost crying and wolf howling came out. Tang Dawai, Tang Rico, you hurt me again. Chapter 8, Congenital Full Soul Power Level 10. The sun goes west. In the bedroom, Duan Yun groaned on the bed, Lao Gao with his pouted. It's not that he wanted to poke, but was completely swollen by the village chief Jack. Tang Rico, this hatred is not a bare child, you wait for me, my brother Tang Ritu will avenge me. Duan Yun took a breath, it hurts me to death. Bump! The door was pushed open, and the village chief Jack walked in with his arms around him. Duan Yun's eyes trembled, and he said, Grandpa Jack, I was wrong, don't fight. Village chief Jack shook his head helplessly, stepped forward to the bed, and tore off Duan Yun's pants, revealing most of his ass. Chilly. Duan Yun was taken aback, and yelled, I was wrong, I don't dare anymore. Village chief Jack held back his smile and said coldly, where is it wrong? Duan Yun, I shouldn't give Tang Rico a boy's urine. Village chief Jack was stunned for a moment, what the hell? Who is Tang Rico? What boy pee to drink? I wiped it and said I missed it. Duan Yunqian said, Grandpa Jack, you scared me. I'm still a child. Hey, I've lost my parents since I was young, and I was picked up by the demon village chief. He said that he loves me and raises me as a grandson, but he doesn't move. Just hit me. Village chief Jack stared with both eyes, dare to say that I am a devil? Believe it or not to beat you up again. Duan Yun swallowed, Grandpa Jack. Is it waddle? Or carrots? Village chief Jack, carrots. Duan Yun exclaimed, don't have carrots, it's too thick, and they can't stand it. Village Chief Jack slapped Duan Yun's ass. I won't go to climb the wall of Wang's widow's house in the future. I'm only 6 years old and I understand all the mess. What does this have to do with the widow of the king? Can't I be born with it? Duan Yun stalked his neck, his was tight, and he looked like he was resigned to his fate. Forget it, kill me. Hey. Village Chief Jack couldn't laugh or cry. In the eyes of Old Man Jack, Duan Yun has been filial since he was a child, and he is extremely intelligent, and looks good, just too skinny and too naughty. If there is a chance to send him to school to study with a teacher next to him, it should make him more sensible, right? At least you won't pee on the door of someone else's house anymore, wipe your nose on the doorknob, right? In a few days, there will be a spirit master from the Wuhan Hall coming to our Holy Soul village to test the spirit and spirit power of the children in the village. Village Chief Jack said, at that time, I want you to try your luck. If you are lucky, you may not be able to get the work student quota at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Wuhan test? Is Su Yun Tao, the hard-hitting, coming? Dao Tao, I am a traverser of flowing water. Would you like to get to know me? Duan Yun has been undecided about whether to participate in the martial spirit test, or whether to go to the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. There are 2 roads in front of Duan Yun now. The first way, stay away from Tang San, resolutely not go to Norton Junior Soul Master Academy, resolutely not go to Shrek Academy, resolutely not go to the Killing City, resolutely not go to Sea God Island, resolutely not participate in the battle with the Wuhan Empire, everything focus on safety, just stay in Shengun village, be a prudent dog, and then rely on the system to get up a little bit, get a title Douluo, get a god, get to the finale. Marry a village flower as a wife, and occasionally visit Wang's widow's house. At the same time, he figured out a way to make money, build a road for the Holy Soul village, and lead all the villagers to make a fortune. The second way is to hug Tang San's thigh tightly, give yourself the title of the 8th Shrek monster, take the system to fight monsters all the way to upgrade. When Qian Rongxiu was piking, she hid in the dark and shouted cheer for Tang San. Of course, there is also a third way, not in the Holy Soul village, go outside. Duan Yun murmured, for me who knows the finale, I suddenly feel that I don't have a goal. I feel so difficult. You shit. Village Chief Jack said, after the Soul Master of Wuhan Hall arrives in the village, I will find a way to invite him to be a guest at home and see if he can walk through the back door. Duan Yun, give him your carrots? With a click, crunchy. The elder of Jack village blushed and subconsciously clamped his legs. Duan Yun rolled his eyes, cut, I'm talking about your martial soul, what do you think? The food is the martial soul, isn't it just for eating? You gave it to Tang de Hammer. Village Chief Jack did not speak, applied the ointment he had brought to his hand, and then patted Duan Yun's fiercely. Snapped. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Suddenly, a voice came from Duan Yun's ear. Ding! Achievement 2, the current progress of the bear child in Holy Soul Village is 100%, and the progress is reached. Reminder, congratulations for getting the achievement reward of the bear child in the Holy Soul Village, with an innate soul power of level 10. Achieved? Duan Yun was overjoyed. Wow caca, the revenge was avenged, it must be Tang Ricao who drank my distilled wine. Little 3, awesome. However, what surprises Duan Yun more is the reward of level 10 innate soul power. The achievement of the most beautiful boy in the Holy Soul Village earned him the poisonous dragon whip technique. Duan Yun originally thought that the strongest bear child achievement would also give him a reward, such as evil swordsmanship, sunflower treasures and the like. Unexpectedly, the reward was actually 10th level congenital full soul power. It's a pity that I still don't know what his martial soul is. I have a poisonous dragon whip technique, and I have an innate full soul power of 10. Wuhan is temporarily unknown, and suddenly I feel that life is full of hope. It would be even cooler if she was born at level 20 like Qian Rongxiu. Not greedy, not greedy, level 10 is also good, protagonist qualification. Duan Yun pouted his ass, giggled, and quickly checked the progress of other achievements. Ding! Reminder, Achievement System interface is open. Achievement 1, The Child King of Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 98%. Achievement 2, The Strongest Bear Child in Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 100%. The reward is 10 levels of innate soul power, which has been obtained. Achievement 3, The Most Beautiful Boy in the Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 100%. The reward Poisonous Dragon Whip, from the Legend of the Condor Heroes Mei Chao Feng, has been obtained. Achievement 4, The Richest Man in Holy Soul Village, the current progress is 0%. Find a chance to beat Tang San, and get the Kid King first. Duan Yun smiled, maybe he could get the martial spirit reward. What are you whispering? Still want to be the king of children? Village Mayor Jack said angrily, I'm so behaved, you still want to beat him? I think it was a bit lighter today. Bang! Snapped. Grandpa Jack, don't use martial arts. Woo, can you put away your carrots? It's scary. The next day, the sky just brightened. Duan Yun cleaned the yard, prepared some firewood for cooking during the day, and then left home and walked towards the back mountain of the village. In a forest, Duan Yun walked under one of the big trees. The soil at the roots of the tree is soft, with traces of dug. Duan Yun smiled slightly, pushed aside the soil layer, and took out a long whip. The whip is woven from cowhide, soaked in oil, and made by Duan Yun himself. Although it is not as good as an iron whip, it is also extremely strong. It is just suitable for practicing the poisonous dragon whip method. Chapter 9, Guilty. When you have money, get yourself an iron whip. Duan Yun said to himself, I don't know what martial spirit I can awaken in the future. It is not convenient for me to cooperate with the whip technique. No matter what, I practice first. It is always right to use more methods against the enemy. Slap, slap. The dwarf figure is stepping on weird steps in the woods, and every whip swing will roll up the leaves in the sky. In midair, leaves were flying, and pieces of rubble were also curled up by the shadow of the whip. The rubble was rolled over his head, and then fell from midair, rushing straight to Duan Yun and smashing in the past. Duan Yun squinted his eyes and hovered the long whip in his hand, blocking the top of his head like an entangled dragon, and easily smashed away the gravel. I don't know if this move can block the stone thrown by Xiao San. I see Xian, after all, I only have moves, and I haven't practiced internal strength like. The long whip rolls upside down. In the next moment, the whip rushed out like a poisonous dragon. The poisonous dragon comes out of the cave. Snapped. There was a whistling sound, and the front end of the whip slammed into the trunk in front of it. The shadow of the whip flew, the cowhide woven whip twitched in the air, making a snapping sound. Twitch. Bang. Twitch again, bang. Poisonous dragon whip comes from Mei Chao Feng in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. It is not a top-notch kung fu, but for Duan Yun now it is his only means of attack. If you want to get rid of Tang San and successfully get the achievement of Sacred Soul Village Kid King, you have to count on this poisonous dragon whip technique. However, although Duan Yun has practiced the poisonous dragon whip technique, he has not practiced his internal strength. To put it bluntly, he can only move. Without internal power, no matter how fierce the whip is, it is all bells and whistles, and its power is not good. To sum up in one sentence, the whip is very thick and long, but it is strong in the outside world. Even the energy to suckle is used, but only a layer of bark can be smashed on the tree trunk. Don't call it the poisonous dragon whip method, change it to the bells and whistles. If there is internal strength, absolutely every hole. Xiao San has already practiced Xian Tian Gong, and he has Tang sect body skills and hidden weapons. I am afraid that such powers as the poisonous dragon whip method will not be able to defeat him. Don't be soft, he's afraid he won't recognize me as the boss. Duan Yun pondered in his heart, then temporarily stopped practicing, turned around and sat down next to a big tree. He had already awakened his innate 10th level full spirit power. Although he hadn't awakened his martial soul yet, he could already feel the spirit power fluctuations in his body. If the spirit power is applied to the whip technique, the power of the whip technique will inevitably become stronger. Soul power is used as internal power. Duan Yun's inner soul power slowly flowed away in the meridians, carefully feeling the changes in every part of his body, and feeling the flow and changes of soul power in his body. After a long time, just when Duan Yun got acquainted with the spirit power in his body and was about to continue practicing the poisonous dragon whip technique, suddenly a sound of footsteps came from a distance. There is only mother in the world, la 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 la, throw into mother's arms, la 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 la. This singing, Tang San? Duan Yun turned his head to look, and saw Tang San coming from a distance at a glance. Tang San lowered his head and walked forward absent-mindedly. Seeing a stone in front of him, he kicked the stone away. Tang San looked worried, and hummed, there is only mother in the world, la 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 la. Duan Yun couldn't listen anymore, stop it. If you want to pull it, go and pull it. If you don't bring paper, there are leaves. Pull it away, don't smoke it to me. Tang San suddenly raised his head and looked towards Duan Yun angrily, are you hiding here? No wonder I did not find you after looking around the village. Duan Yun blinked, stared at Tang San and couldn't help laughing. Tang San's cheeks were flushed, and he was obviously slapped. More than that, his walking posture is also very awkward, his is slightly tilted, his legs are slightly diverged, and he twists and twists as he walks. Is he spanked and pinched the root of his thigh? Mistress, have you been beaten? Your father beat him? Even the root of the thigh? Your father, cruel. Duan Yun gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but think of the feeling of being pinched at the root of his thigh by Grandpa Jack, and tears of pain came out. When I was pinched, it hurts. It's cool to see others being pinched. Tang San, scared for misfortune, right? It's not because of you? My dad drank the wine you gave, then stared at me and caught me as a fat beating. I was beaten last night. I haven't been relieved in the morning. In the end, I was beaten back again. Can you beat it back? I have only heard of recirculation, but there is such a thing as a recirculation beating? Tang Rico, awesome, worthy of being a father. However, besides the wine reason, I am afraid that there is also the reason why Ayan was given Farmyard fertilizer yesterday. Otherwise, just beat it up, how can you beat it back? Duan Yun, wine doesn't suit your father's taste? It shouldn't. The wine I made is delicious. Have you ever drank it? Your dad won't take it in one sip. It's choking, and then he's embarrassed and furious. You have a meal. Tang San? Nonsense, there must be something wrong with your wine. Duan Yun, where is the problem? Tang San, I don't know. But if there is no problem, why did my dad beat me? The roots of my thighs are all pinched and swollen. Have no idea? Tang Rico didn't mention the smell of urine in the wine? Did Tang San get beaten up in a daze? Duan Yun, your dad thinks you are too skinny and owe you to clean up. Tang San, my skin. Duan Yun, it must be because of climbing the waterfall yesterday. When he beat you, you didn't sing to him, is there only mother in the world? Your dad's heart is softened, and he is definitely not willing to beat you. Tang San, I sang it. The beating wasn't too heavy at first, but after I sang, the slap strength has become stronger. Duan Yun, how did you sing? Sing it again and let me listen to it. Tang San gave a light cough and let himself quickly fall into his emotions, even his voice trembling, there is only mother in the world, la 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 la, throw into mother's arms, la la la. Duanyun was stunned. I rub, that's how you sing? Half of a song came here? You don't really miss the words, do you? Can't remember such a simple word? That's it, what about the protagonist of Nima? Duanyun hates iron for failing to make steel, it's just you, I'm your dad, and I will beat you too. You have been beaten by you for such a tear-jerking song. You are not crying, you are being beaten. Tang-san is innocent, I didn't mean it, I blamed me for not remembering the words. By the way, my dad went to your house this morning. Me, I rub? Tang Rico went to my house? Duanyun panicked and his expression stiffened. When you gave him the wine, did you say that the wine was made from me? Tang-san nodded, say it. Play with a hammer. He knew that his son couldn't pee into the wine, it must be the ghost of me, so he didn't mention the smell of pee when he beat Tang-san. He went directly to Grandpa Jack this morning. This must be a lawsuit. My mentality collapsed, and I will definitely have to be beaten again when I go home. Grandpa Jack's thorns always hurt. I just had a meal yesterday, and have to be beaten today? I was also beaten back? Duanyun shook his head helplessly, committing evil. Chapter 10, Be Like a Bear Child. Tang-san, I passed by your house earlier and saw Grandpa Jack broke a new thorn from the outside, with thorns on it. Hey! Duanyun sighed again, his expression even more bitter. Tang-san came to Duanyun's side and stared at the whip at his feet, away 18th style. Duanyun was absent-minded, away 18th style, specializing in children, the village tyrant's exclusive exercises. Tang-san got excited and pulled Duanyun up, come on, let's practice, let me see your depth. 3 years ago, Tang-san was beaten by Duanyun. Tang-san and 2 generations were human. Naturally, he would not care about a child or hold grudges. He really only wanted to try Duanyun's depth, really, absolutely, and the incident 3 years ago had nothing to do with the incident that his father Tang Hao beat him up. Duanyun showed a look of surprise, do you want to practice with me? Xiaosan, you have changed, you are no longer the one I am familiar with. Tang-san. Duanyun's expression was stern, I am ambitious, you must have taken a fancy to the position of my village tyrant, and you want to challenge me and take away the title of my Holy Soul Village Tyrant. 3 tyrants in the Holy Soul Village. Dog on the street. Goose at the entrance of the village. Duanyun scurrying everywhere. Tang-san, Holy Spirit Village Tyrant? Children care about this thing. Duanyun blinked, I was a kid, didn't you? If you didn't see the name Muraba, it would be even more dangerous. You want to test my depth? I am obviously a boy. I rub. Tang-sankai's teeth itchy, who did this bear kid learn from? In Tang-san's view, fighting with Duanyun was bullying people. Everyone was a 6-year-old kid, but he had already started practicing the exercises recorded in the Tang sect Suane Shanbao. Inner Power, Xian Tiangong, Hand Practicing Method, Mysterious Jade Hand, Eye Training Method, Purple Magic Pupil, Grasping Method to control cranes and dragons, Light Body Method to Ghost and Shadow, and the method of using hidden weapons, to bully. Away 18th style? In Tang-san's eyes, it was just a few moves at best. He only needed to use 1/10 of his strength to rub Duanyun on the ground, and even let Duanyun even have no chance to perform the away 18th manner. Yes, he just wanted to bully Duanyun today. Just forget it if you don't want to fight, I'm really afraid of accidentally beating you and crying. With that, Tang-san turned around, pretending to leave. Children are most afraid of violent generals, and with just this sentence, Tang-san is absolutely sure to provoke Duanyun. Duanyun curled his lips, demo, play routine with me? Do you want to play aggressively? If I were to be succeeded by you, I would be your uncle. Okay, you succeeded. Choosing a day is worse than hitting the sun. Today I will take the achievements of the Sacred Soul Village Kid King. Stop, just rely on you, still want to beat and cry me. Duanyun raised the whip in his hand. 3 years ago, when you and I were at the peak of a duel, I only used 2 tricks to beat you to tears and pee. Today, I will let you power again. 3 years ago? Peak showdown? 2 3-year-old kids, what a fart on top of each other. Tang San said angrily, I was young then. Duanyun, there are some things that can be seen when I was young. I am indeed a little older than you, and my urine is farther than you. Tang San's expression froze, I'm talking about age. Duanyun grinned, we are the same age. 3 years ago, I beat you with no power to fight back. Tang San exclaimed, you attacked and smeared onions on my eyes. Duanyun, it's not just an onion, I also played your key. Don't talk nonsense, let me try your depth. What is the depth? When I talked about the depth just now, you specifically emphasized that you are a boy, but now you want to try my depth. This bear kid is absolutely deliberate. Tang San's chest was ups and downs. It was obvious that he wanted to agitate Duanyun, but he didn't expect to be hurt by Duanyun's a few words. Stinky boy, whenever you look good, I have to press you to the ground and slap you fiercely. Tang San arched slightly and assumed a fighting posture, come on, let me see the 18th style of a way. 2 little boys with adult souls were about to peck at each other, but in Tang San's heart, Duanyun was a real little boy. This made Tang San not pay the attention he deserved. He was destined to fight each other. At this time, he will not show his full strength, this is an opportunity for Duanyun. It took the shortest time to end the battle, before Tang San could react, knocked him with a whip. Duanyun, it's okay to play, but we have to pay the lottery. The children in the village call me Duan's boss. If I beat you, you have to recognize me as the boss. The corners of Tang San's mouth curled up, no problem, if I win, you will teach me to sing Only Mother in the World is Good. You are the protagonist of Douluo continent, so is it okay to pursue a bit? Duanyun rolled his eyes, not only there is only a good mother in the world, I have a good dad, little tadpoles find mom, as long as you beat me, I will teach you all of them. Tang San's eyes lit up, and he thought that there are a lot of songs from this Bear Boy Club, it's a deal, you can do it first. Okay, I like you. Look at the move, away 18th style, first style, old man drag racing. Duanyun gave a strange cry, and rushed towards Tang San awkwardly, waving the whip in his hand indiscriminately, showing his teeth and claws, like a bear and a child fighting. Tang San blinked, embarrassed, this is the away 18th style? I totally overestimate him, is he a whip in his hand? How does it feel like waving a green onion? My god, I, a disciple of the Tang sect who has practiced Xian Tian Bailu, want to bully such a kid? Victory is not martial. At this moment, Tang San completely put down his guard, even the fighting posture was lifted, just waiting for Duanyun to rush forward, and then stretched his leg to trip Duanyun. Ah, the old man is racing! Duanyun yelled, but when he was still 3 meters away from Tang San, his aura suddenly changed drastically. The long whip that had been swaying wildly shook suddenly, and the poisonous dragon whip technique was displayed. The cowhide whip was like a poisonous snake and rolled straight to Tang San's waist. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. Because of the spirit power, this whip exploded at an unprecedented speed, reaching Tang San's front almost instantly. Tang San's expression changed, how could he have thought that a 6-year-old bear kid would play such a trick? Is this the real away 18th style? He has been hiding his strength just now, is it to paralyze me? Bastard, is he really just a 6-year-old kid? This is too overcast, right? It was too late for Tang San to evade. Before he could move, the long whip had already trapped his arms and waist together. Afterwards, the long whip jerked forward, and Tang San's body was involuntarily thrown to the ground. Tang San pressed his face to the ground, and licked a mouthful of dirt. Duan Yun, you are cheating. Soldiers are not tired of swindling. Besides, even if I don't swindle, I still win you. I just want to end the battle as soon as possible. I am eager to go home for dinner. Grandpa Jack's carrots are crunchy. Duan Yun sat down on Tang San's body. I'm not convinced. Chapter 11, Twin Martial Spirit. Tang San said angrily, I don't agree, there is a way to let me go, let's fight hard. Duan Yun, you still want to go back and beat up? It's so beautiful that you have said it. I was in a hurry to go home for dinner, I quickly called the boss, and then went home. In a hurry to go home for dinner? I think you are in a hurry to go home and get beaten up, right? Grandpa Jack folds a new waddle. Whom does he think it is for? Tang San twisted his body vigorously, but he couldn't get rid of the shackles of the whip anyway, let alone shake off Duan Yun who was pressing on him. Tang San, let go, there is a kind of you let go. Have you locked your throat? I choked your neck? I can't strangle you again. What's the rush? Duan Yun laughed strangely, I'll ask you again, are you convinced? Will you call me the boss? Tang San roared, I refuse to accept it. Are you kidding me? He is a child with an adult soul who has also practiced Xiantian Bailu, but he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Duan Yun, little San, you have changed. You are no longer the humble Tang San. I tried so hard to help you, but you talk so loudly to me. Tang San, what did you do for me? It's obviously a sly trick to bully me. Duan Yun shook his finger, I'm tapping you to make you remember. In case you encounter a real enemy in the future, who cares if you are ready? The enemy doesn't have so many rules to tell you, I use my heart. Good, even if I don't say it, you should understand. Understand? I know your sister, what good intentions. Obviously, he is arguing. Tang San snorted softly, thank you. I remember the truth, you let go first, let's make another gesture. Duan Yun, if I were an enemy, you would have become a corpse. Tang San, let go. Oh? You still play the donkey with me, right? Duan Yun was angry, believe it or not, I took your pants off? Do you accept it? Tang San, I'm not convinced, eh? Don't you really pick my pants, don't pull them, they're broken, don't pull my underwear out, you're strangling me. Duan Yun grabbed the belt of Tang San's underwear and pulled it upwards forcefully, is it acceptable? Tang San's painful tears came out, take it, I take it. Duan Yun, call the boss. Tang San gritted his teeth and wanted to be hardened, but Duan Yun slammed hard, making him instantly counseled, Boss, Duan, let go, it's broken. Don't you have it earlier? My move is also in the 18th style of a way. It is called an old man bullshit. If you call a few seconds later, I will properly change your name to Tang San Miai. Duan Yun smiled, and then he got up and let go of Tang San, with a slight force on his wrist, he retracted the cowhide whip. Ding! Achievement 1. The current progress of the Child King of Holy Soul Village is 100%, and the progress is reached. Reminder, congratulations for getting the achievement reward of the Child King of Holy Soul Village, and a random twin martial arts soul. In Douluo continent, the Spirit Master's spirit and spirit power are awakened at the same time, and there is no such thing as awakening the spirit power first and then awakening the spirit power. When Duan Yun obtained his innate 10th level full spirit power before, he always had a doubt in his mind. If he went directly to hunt and kill the spirit beast to absorb the spirit ring without a martial spirit, would he be able to absorb it successfully? After all, he was innately 10th level full of spirit power, and he had reached the conditions for absorbing the first spirit ring. But this idea has no chance to experiment. Because his martial soul has already arrived. Guru. Duan Yun swallowed. Twins, twins. Tang San's verbal boss called me, directly calling me the pinnacle of life? The bear child in the Holy Soul Village, plus the Holy Soul Village Child King, 2 achievements, innate full soul power 10, twin martial arts, awesome. Ding! Hint, random selection of twin spirits. Seeing Duan Yun in a daze, Tang San couldn't help asking, Duan Yun, what's the matter with you? Shhh. Duan Yun raised a finger, listen, such a beautiful voice. Sound? Tang San was puzzled, have you fart? I let your sister go. Duan Yun rolled his eyes and almost drew a whip over it. Such a nervous and excited atmosphere was actually destroyed by Tang San. If he couldn't extract the awesome martial spirit, it must be his responsibility. What will you get? Clear Sky Hammer? I don't have the blood of the Haoshanzong Tang family. Kai Bao Glazed Tower? I am not a member of the Kai Bao Liulai sect, nor do I have the blood of the Ning family. Soulbreaker? Evil-eyed White Tiger? Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus? Seraphim Martial Soul? The martial soul of the Old Thousand family. Sea God Martial Spirit? Bo Sixie's martial arts. But from Bo Sixie's appearance until her death, it seems that there is no mention of whether there is a family behind her. However, Poseidon's name is Poseidon, and her name is Poseidon. Duan Yun guessed the relationship between Poseidon and Poseidon when he first watched Mainland of Douluo. Poseidon's spirit may not belong to the boss family. Inherit the martial soul. Well, it is possible to re-surname Poseidon. Damn it, it seems that most of the awesome spirits are inherited from the family. If I extract these spirits, will I be mistaken for the illegitimate children of a certain family in the future? Then there will be another big show of family inheritance. Forget it, why do you think so much? What can be random is not something I can decide. In short, as long as it is a great martial arts soul, I will be content. Ding! Reminder, the random selection of martial arts is completed. Congratulations on obtaining the first martial arts blue silver grass and the second martial arts sickle. In an instant, the whole world was quiet. Duan Yun was stunned on the spot, like falling ice cellar. I wipe it. Blue silver grass? Sickle? Blue silver grass is ordinary blue silver grass? Or blue silver emperor? It should not be the blue silver emperor, otherwise the system prompt will explain it directly. Where's the sickle? Isn't it the most common mowing sickle? Tang San, Duan Yun, what's the matter with you? It looks a little scary. Shhh. Duan Yun wiped the corner of his eyes, listen, it's the sound of the sea crying. Xiao San, I want to ask you a question. Tang San wondered, what's the problem? Duan Yun, forget it, don't ask any more, I want to be alone, also, remember to call me Duan boss in the future. Tang San didn't know why, seeing that Duan Yun's expression was a bit bad, he stopped entangled, Boss Duan, it's okay, I want to drive, after I get home, I will admit my mistake to Grandpa Jack, so I can save a few punches. Duan Yun was annoyed, hurry up and leave me alone. When I feel better, I will teach you to sing the complete only mother in the world is good. MMP, am I afraid to go back and be beaten? My mentality has collapsed, I am autistic. After a while, Tang San left. Duan Yun sat down on the ground. He did want to ask Tang San a question just now, asking if Tang San had a half-brother, and whether Ayan had slept with a man with a sickle spirit. Starting blue silver grass? I extremely suspect that Ayan threw the seeds away. Hey, my mentality really collapsed. If it were the blue silver emperor's martial spirit, it would be okay. The reason why Tang San was able to fly with a single hand of blue silver grass wave, wasn't it because his blue silver grass was actually the blue silver emperor? But me? This is really ordinary blue silver grass. Wait to buy a few cows in the future, plant grass in your left hand, and feed the cows with a sickle in your right hand. Duanyun muttered, then slowly closed his eyes, carefully mobilizing the soul power in his body. Chapter 12, Development and Swing. Although the system allowed Duanyun to obtain the inherent 10th level full soul power and the twin martial soul, it did not tell him how to mobilize the soul power and how to condense the martial soul. With no one to help guide it, it is indeed difficult to complete the first martial spirit summoning entirely on one's own strength. It would be nice to have a Suyun Tao around him. But obviously, Duanyun didn't plan to wait for Suyun Tao to come before awakening Wuhan. After a long time, Duanyun opened his eyes abruptly, and 2 waves of soul power went straight to his palm and gathered. In just a blink of an eye, a blue-silver grass condensed by soul power appeared in the palm of his left hand, and the leaves of the grass fluttered. Ordinary can no longer be ordinary. MMP, it really is the most common blue-silver grass martial spirit. Duanyun's head drooped. Before calling out the first martial arts soul, he was still holding a trace of luck in his heart. What if it was the blue-silver emperor martial arts soul? At this moment, the last glimmer of hope was dashed. At least it proves one thing. Tang San and I are not half-brothers, nor are I the cub that Ayan threw out the seeds. Duanyun looked at his right hand again. He held a sickle with a wooden handle in his right hand. Isn't this trademark a sickle for cutting leeks? Even the size is about the same, the blade of the sickle is still rusty, and the wooden handle looks very fragile, as if it would break with a little force. Really, let me cut the cows and feed the grass? Well, cut the grass and feed the cows. Duanyun smiled bitterly, build a farm outside of Shengun village to raise a large number of dairy cows. Don't make wine in the future. Just go selling beef and milk. What do I say is that it is innate with level 10 soul power. I try my best to say no. There must still be a chance to become a title Douluo, and then sell milk to the finale. I think about the title. I'll call it Milk God Douluo. Having said that, these 2 spirits of Duanyun are really too ordinary, even if they can really become title Douluo in the future, I am afraid they will only be the bottom of title Douluo. As for becoming a god? No kidding. Unless the system dad loves it. Ding! Reminder, the first Wuhan blue-silver grass opens the development achievement. Players can develop this Wuhan based on the characteristics of blue-silver grass. If you develop certain characteristics to a certain level, the Wuhan will gain special abilities. Development Achievement 1, Photosynthesis, the current development progress is 0%. Development Achievement 2, Nutrient Absorption, current development progress is 0%. Development Achievement 3, Soil Quality Improvement, the current development progress is 0%. Development Achievement 4, Planting and Grafting, the current development progress is 0%. Development Achievement 5, Plant Fiber, the current development progress is 0%. Development Achievement 6. Duanyun's eyes widened, and he took a breath. I rub? Turned over? Is the love of the system coming? Haha, awesome, is it possible to develop a certain level for the blue-silver grass martial spirit to gain special abilities? Duanyun said excitedly, what is the difference between the so-called special ability and spirit ability? Ding! Hint, the special ability obtained through development may be a spirit ability or a domain, and it does not conflict with the spirit ability obtained by the player's absorption of the spirit ring. Absorb the spirit ring to obtain the spirit ability. Develop the blue-silver grass martial arts, can also obtain additional spirit abilities and domains? Duanyun's gaze has been swept across the line of development achievements. At present, only the first 5 development achievements have been opened. Starting from the 6th, there are rows of question marks. Duanyun does not know how many items are left. Ding! Hint! Duanyun asked, where is the second Wuhan sickle? Are there development achievements as well? Ding! Reminder, the second martial arts sickle, turn on the achievement of swinging the sword, swing the sword a certain number of times, the second martial arts sickle will gain special abilities. Achievement 1, 100,000 swings, the current number of swings is 0.1 million. Achievement 2 with a sword swing, 1 million swings, the current number of swings is 0 million. Achievement 3 with sword swing, 5 million swings, the current number of swings is 0.5 million. Achievement 4 with sword swing, 10 million swings, the current number of swings is 10 million. Achievement 5 with sword swing, 20 million swings, and the current number of swings is 20 million. Swiss a knife to achieve 6. Achievement with a knife? Duanyun was stunned for a moment, and quickly checked. The sickle swing achievement is the same as the Lan Yinko development achievement. They can only check the first 5 items. After the 6th item, there are also question marks. 100,000 times? A million times? A million times? I'm a good boy. Duanyun swallowed his saliva. If calculated by swinging the knife for 6 hours a day, even with a rest, it takes an average of 5 seconds for each swing. Only 4,320 swings a day. It takes 20 days to swing the knife 100,000 times. A million times, more than 200 days? Tens of thousands of times? Is it 6 or 7 years? This is only in an ideal state. The actual consumption time will only be longer. Who can guarantee that he will spend 6 hours a day swinging the knife? Nothing else? Even if you don't eat or drink Lazarus, and don't consider making girls, you have to give yourself 2 days off during the holidays, right? Also score the time to call the blue silver grass martial spirit, right? Lan Yinko still has a lot of development achievements waiting for him to explore. System, do I have to use a sickle martial arts when swinging a knife? Ding! Hint, you don't need to maintain the spirit state continuously, players can use ordinary sickles to swing their swords. Reminder, players can get extra swings when swinging a knife in a special environment. For example, swinging a knife in the water, each swing can increase the number of swings by 2 points. Swing a knife under the waterfall, each swing can increase the number of swings by 3 points frequency. Duanyun was overjoyed. Swinging a knife in a special environment can get an extra number of swings, which will undoubtedly speed up his achievement. But he is only 6 years old now. It is impossible for this small body to swing a knife under the waterfall. I am afraid that he will be washed away by the waterfall when he stands up, but he can still swing his knife in the calm lake. Did it? 2 martial arts, 2 different achievement modes. The first Wuhan, the development model of Lan Yinko. Duanyun is not an expert in biology, and his knowledge reserve before crossing only stays in the high school biology class. For him, compared with the development achievements of blue silver grass, the achievements of the sickle swing are undoubtedly much simpler. Swing the knife mode, as long as you keep slashing, it's completely full mode, and you don't need to think about it. But this blue silver grass development model, photosynthesis? Sunlight? Carbon dioxide? Oxygen? Duanyun frowned. Is it making me pretend to be a blue silver grass and sit under the sun every day for photosynthesis? Duanyun opened his arms, feeling the warmth of the sun, and imagined himself as a blue silver grass. After a long time, he felt nothing. Achievement 2, absorb nutrients. Duanyun, dig a hole and bury myself? Or is it to get some farm manure and smear it on my body? It feels unreliable. There is also achievement 4, planting and grafting. Cut off my own arm and put it on someone else's belly button. Ah, so angry. Cannot find the clue, the system does not give a prompt. Shouldn't you regret that when you were in college, you were not a student majoring in biology? Chapter 13, A Hero Who is Full of Alcohol. Can't find the clue for the time being, Duanyun had no choice but to put the development of blue silver grass aside first, and decided to start completing the achievement of swinging the sword first. Waving a knife is a long and lonely process. First of all, I have to have a sickle. My spirit sickle can't last too long. With my current strength, I am afraid that my spirit power will be exhausted if I use my sickle spirit to slash it continuously for an hour. So you have to get a sickle. There is one at home, but Grandpa Jack needs to use it. It's better to go to Tang Ricao's house and ask Tang Ricao to help me build a sickle. I have money. Duanyun touched his clothes pocket and took out 5 copper soul coins from it. It seems that the money is not enough. Why don't you just ask Tang Rico to accept the blacksmith apprentice? I will build a sickle by myself. The blacksmith shop in Chengun village. Tang Hao sat on the chair, holding a jug of wine in his hand, full of alcohol. Tang San's short body stood in front of him, his head down, his clothes were dirty, and a few dead leaves stuck to his hair. Fight! Tang Hao said in a deep voice, did you be beaten by Duanyun? That bear kid, the children of Saint Soul village were almost all beaten by him. If I were village chief Jack, I would have to break his leg. Tang San's expression became stiff, and he shook his head quickly. I didn't fight, it has nothing to do with Boss Duan, I accidentally fell. Are you called Duan Boss? Wasn't it called the name directly before? Sure enough, he was beaten. No one can lie. Tang Hao stood up and walked out. In Tang Hao's view, the fight between Duanyun and Tang San was a child rolling in the mud, digging his crotch, and grabbing his hair. With this level of fighting, he couldn't avenge Tang San, right? It is the last word to ask the other parent to file a complaint. Tang San, Dad, what are you doing? Tang Hao, I'll go to village chief Jack to file a complaint. Only I can beat my son. Hearing this, Tang San's heart warmed. Dad still felt sorry for me. And many more. Dad is going to go to Grandpa Jack to file a complaint? Tang San was taken aback, and said quickly, it really has nothing to do with Boss Duan, I fell down by myself. Dad, don't complain, I will be laughed at by other children. Tang Hao stopped, it makes sense. If you are beaten, you have to fight back by yourself. I don't care about you and Duan Xiang's child. I think of a way to fight back. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Was beaten, and then went home to find Dad? Let Dad go to the other parent to file a complaint again? God, if this is known by the boss Duan, how can you laugh at me? Regarding Duanyun, Tang San was not convinced, and he was forced to recognize the boss. When I find an opportunity, I must fight back with integrity. I want him to call me Boss Tang. Tang San made up his mind. At this moment, a crisp voice came from outside, Uncle Tang Hao, Xiao Yunyun came to see you, and I brought wild fruits for you and Xiao San. Tang San, Boss Duan. Tang Hao, that bear kid? He dared to come to the door. After swallowing subconsciously, Tang Hao always felt a smell of urine in his mouth, so his breath would not come out. The door of the smithy was pushed open. Duanyun walked in and happily put a basket of wild fruits on the table. Uncle Tang Hao, I want to kill you. This is the fruit I picked from Hyoshan. It's sweet. Take a bite of Uncle Tang Hao, the name is called sweet, how can there be the slightest appearance of a bear child? Tang Hao was stunned. At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly gave birth to a trace of emotion. Duanyun is a good kid. If he is well disciplined, he will definitely be more sensible in the future and become a well-behaved child. Tang Hao, what's the matter? Duanyun, I want to be an apprentice blacksmith and learn how to strike iron from Uncle Tang Hao. Tang Hao frowned, blacksmith is the most humble profession on the mainland. Village Chief Jack has high expectations of you and hopes that you will be successful in the future. He wants you to be a soul master. Duanyun said shyly, being a soul master and being a blacksmith do not conflict. Tang Hao shook his head, your mind is unstable, you are too jumpy, not suitable for being a blacksmith. Is this the point? Seeing that Tang Hao was determined not to teach him, Duanyun did not force it. He had to swing his sword every day, and he had to take time to develop the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and he really didn't have time to learn forging. So Duan Yun said, "Then can I ask Uncle Tang Hao to help forge a sickle?" Tang Hao drank a drink. "The sickle at home is broken? A forged sickle is hanging outside the door. Choose one, 20 copper soul coins." Duan Yun cried, 20 copper soul coins? Uncle Tang Hao, it's cheaper, I only have 5 copper soul coins. Tang Hao, the 18 copper soul coins can't be cheaper anymore, otherwise they won't even be enough for the material cost. Duan Yun, can these wild fruits be worth a bit? Tang San blinked, "Boss Duan, isn't this a fruit for my father?" Duan Yun, "The fruit is delivered. I climbed the tree to pick the fruit, and then I brought it back from a long distance. I was chased by wild dogs a few blocks on the road, so I don't have to charge for the service." Tang San, so shameless. Tang Hao clutched his forehead and almost couldn't help but slap Duan Yun's a few times. "It was all an illusion, I thought he would become behaved in the future. If you don't agree to teach him to strike iron, or sell him a sickle cheaply, he will be exposed." Tang Hao waved his hand, "Hurry up, or go to your house to file a complaint." "Dare to file a complaint?" Duan Yun was angry, turned around suddenly, took off his pants, and pointed his bare buttocks at Tang Hao. There was a piece of blue and purple on the butt, and there were a few traces of beatings. Look at the beater. I just went home and was beaten by Grandpa Jack on the ground for a long time, but the thorns were interrupted. Now, if you didn't go to file a complaint, what could I do?" Hearing this, Tang Hao was also angry. "It deserves to be beaten up. Who made you into the wine?" Puff. Duan Yun let out a fart, then lifted his pants. "Why did I pee? You didn't know it yourself? You filed the lawsuit first." Tang Hao clutched his nose. "I filed the complaint for your good. Who made you climb the waterfall?" Duan Yun, "Once you were drunk, you kicked me for no reason and kicked me into the mud pit on the side of the street." Tang Hao, "Why did I kick you? I was pretending to be drunk. 3 years ago, you beat up Xiaosan and cried, and I will avenge my son." Duan Yun, "Are you serious? You even take revenge with a 3-year-old child? Don't you take care of shortcomings? When I was 3 years old, you didn't dare to kick for fear of hurting me, so you endured it for 3 years. You get revenge when I'm older and can stand your kick? God! Tang San! Dad, you have always loved me." Tang Hao and Duan Yun stared at them with big eyes, neither of them would give in. After a long time, Tang Hao retreated. I was arguing with a bear kid? Still turning over the old account. Duan Yun, "Uncle Tang Hao, your style of painting has changed. In my heart, you are just an awe-inspiring hero who is full of drunkenness. But now you know all day to complain, don't be ashamed." Tang Hao only felt that his head was big, and he couldn't wait to throw Duan Yun out directly. A big hero who is full of alcohol? Is this complimenting me? Chapter 14, So Yun Tao is here. Tang Hao waved his hand and said impatiently, "Wild fruit will count 15 copper soul coins for you. Go out and get a sickle by yourself, get out of here." Duan Yun, "Good, thank you Uncle Tang Hao, I love you." As he said, he threw 3 copper soul coins on the table. Tang Hao was angry. "The sickle has 20 copper soul coins, and the wild fruit counts you 15 copper soul coins, you have to give me all the 5 copper soul coins in your hand." Duan Yun was also angry. "Is it true? Just promise to give me 2 copper soul coins cheaper, and only sell me 18 copper soul coins, minus 15 copper soul coins of the wild fruit, not 3-1? You taste it. I taste it. I really want to beat you up for Village Chief Jack." Tang Hao's face was green, and he was so speechless for a while. "I bought a sickle for 3 copper soul coins and earned it." Duan Yun smiled. "Goodbye, Uncle Tang Hao, at this moment I sincerely call you Uncle Tang Hao's yo, wine, and boy urine, the more I drink, the more I want. Uncle Tang Hao wants to drink in the future, I will give you a discount. Leaving a word, Duan Yun ran out. There are several sickles hanging on the wall outside the house, all of which are ordinary sickles with wooden handles, the kind used by farmers for cutting grass and wheat. Choosing one at random, Duan Yun blinked at Tang San at the door and left the smithy. Tang San froze for a moment, and thought, Boss Duan did it on purpose just now? He quarreled with my dad on purpose and asked my dad to say those things? He wanted me to know that my dad actually loves me. But Boss Duan beat me up when he was 3 years old, and Dad waited for him to avenge me when he was 6 years old? Although his heart is very warm, why does his face feel hot? What a shame! Thinking of this, Tang San turned to look at Tang Hao inside the room. Tang Hao said angrily, What are you doing while standing there? Wash these wild fruits quickly. After speaking, Tang Hao picked up a wild fruit, took a closer look, and found that there was a wormhole on it. Hey, there are bugs. Tang Hao had a bad premonition. He quickly picked up the other fruits and glanced at them. There are all bugs? That stinky boy Duan Yun must have deliberately picked up a basket of fruits with insects. Don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, you must go to Village Chief Jack to file a complaint. Hearing this, Tang San covered his forehead. Dad, and a bear kid pecking each other, are you serious? Tang Hao licked the corner of his mouth, but then again, Duan Yun's stinky boy still has some tricks. If the pot of white wine has not been added, it should still be delicious. I have never drank such a good wine before. It was getting late, and Duan Yun returned home after leaving the blacksmith's shop and threw the sickle in the haystack outside the house. In the yard, Village Chief Jack, where did you go after the beating? Duan Yun, I picked the wild fruit and went to apologize to Uncle Tang Hao. Uncle Tang Hao is more enthusiastic. Not only did he forgive me, he also praised me as a good boy. Village Chief Jack nodded with satisfaction, that's plausible. Don't just no say all day, he's 6 years old, he should be sensible. Duan Yun, don't worry, Grandpa, I will behave in the future. I and Tang Rico's 5 elements are mutually restrained, and I can't understand things in front of him. Previously, Tang Hao came to the house to file a complaint, followed the vines with Village Chief Jack, and found the wine-making tools in the dilapidated hut, and also found the barrel of white wine that Duan Yun had made by distillation. Don't mention how shocked Tang Hao and Village Chief Jack were. A 6-year-old kid, can he make such a thing? It still looks very complicated. Ordinary wine is steamed to get a purer and more fragrant wine? Is this really what a 6-year-old child can think of? Before Duan Yun came back and was beaten up, Village Chief Jack naturally inevitably asked about the distilled spirits. Duan Yun barely fooled him with the rhetoric used to deal with Tang San. At this time, the set of distilling equipment had been moved to the front room and placed in the kitchen. Grandpa Jack, if our wine is sold to Notting City, it will be very popular. Duan Yun said with a smile, in the future, we will sell it to Tiandu City and become the royal wine, not to mention the richest man in the Holy Soul Village. At that time, our father and I may not be the richest man in the Tiandu Empire. When we get rich, let's build a road for Shengun Village. Every house is equipped with a carriage. The children in the village don't need to wear patched clothes. Every family has 3 meals a day. Hearing this, Village Chief Jack's eyes were red, and tears flowed involuntarily. How good is this kid? Others only saw how naughty he was, but never saw his efforts and dedication. Village Chief Jack patted Duan Yun's head, I hit you earlier, did it hurt? You won't blame Grandpa, do you? Duan Yun smiled, if the tree is not repaired, it is not quality, isn't this what you said? It's all for my good, I understand. Really good. Really filial. What a good boy. Why should I be so cruel to beat him with a wattle? Village Chief Jack seemed to have thought of something. Tomorrow, the adults from the Wuhan branch of Notting City will come to our Holy Soul village and give the children in the village a Wuhan test. Then I will invite him to be a guest at home first. Village Chief Jack once mentioned this to Duan Yun. At that time, he mentioned that he wanted to invite the adults of Wuhandian to come to the house. The purpose was to go through the back door so that the adults of Wuhandian could test in Duan Yun's Wuhan. Be a little accommodating at the time. But now, Village Chief Jack has another purpose. He wants the adults in Wuhandian to taste Duan Yuniang's wine and see if he can go through the door of Wuhandian and sell the distilled liquor to Notting City or even Wuhan City. I have to say that Village Chief Jack still has a business mind, so he started thinking about sales channels so soon. Take the route of Siyun Tao and sell the wine to Notting City and Wuhan City? It is indeed a good way. In addition to making the Holy Soul village rich, distilled liquor can also help Duan Yun achieve the achievement of the richest man in the Holy Soul village. In fact, Duan Yun had some other ideas before deciding to make distilled spirits. What is the most important point to achieve the achievement of the richest man in the Holy Soul village? Of course it's making money. For example, open a Malatang store, and then make Malatang bigger and make it into a chain store in various cities of the Tiandu Empire. A beckoning cat was placed in front of the store, and the money was rolling. Another example is to open a beauty salon and let Widow Wang be the front door. Every time 10 copper soul coins, he draws 3, and if he takes orders 10 times a day, he nets 30 copper soul coins. Well, if Widow Wang's skills are well practiced, you can also increase the price. If it doesn't work, just get a wave of gunpowder, sell the gunpowder to the Spirit Hall, and use the Spirit Hall as a war reserve for attacking the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. It should also be able to make a fortune. In short, it was too easy for Duan Yun to be the richest man in Shengun village. The villagers are too poor. 50 gold soul coins may make Duan Yun the richest man. Early the next morning, the iron-struck Siyun Tao stepped on colorful auspicious clouds and appeared at the entrance of Shengun village. Then he was dragged by the elder of Jack village and got him home. Siyun Tao's temper is very good. After sitting down, he said helplessly, "Mr. Jack, business matters, I will go to the next village after the test for the children in Shengun village is finished." Chapter 15, Be the richest man from today. Village Chief Jack hurriedly said, "The adults are tired all the way, so it doesn't matter if you take a break. By the way, you can taste our homemade liquor, the specialty of Shengun village, which is not available in other places on the mainland. And the children in the village have not arrived yet. Chi, when all is up, it's not too late for the adults to start the test." Siyun Tao shook his head helplessly. The old man was so enthusiastic that he couldn't lose his temper. However, Siyun Tao did not care about the so-called special products of the Holy Soul village. Although he only worked in the Notting City branch hall, he did not drink less good wine on weekdays. Can a home-brewed wine in a remote village compare to a Notting City restaurant? Xiaoun, bring the wine in quickly and fill it with the Soul Master. Village Chief Jack shouted. "Come on." Duan Yun walked in with a pot of wine, while also looking at Siyun Tao. In the original Douluo continent, although Siyun Tao was just a trick and only went through a cut scene, his influence on Tang San was extremely huge. If it weren't for Siyun Tao, Tang San might not have the opportunity to study at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, she might not have the opportunity to apprentice Yu Xiaogang, she might not have the opportunity to go to Shrek Academy to become one of the Shrek 7 devils. Said he was Tang San's nobleman. It's not an exaggeration. Today, Siyun Tao will also become Duan Yun's nobleman. As long as everything goes well, the achievement of the richest man in the Holy Soul village will be completed. This child is a Peugeot. Siyun Tao smiled slightly, but these eyes are too smart, and they must be a naughty bag on weekdays. Didn't you make the old village chief angry? He has to run to many villages and towns in succession every year, and the children who have passed the Wuhan test in his hands are uncountable, and people's eyes have become venomous. Duan Yun is not happy. Hey? Can I sue you for libel? Smart eyes are smart, what do you mean too smart? Duan Yun stepped forward. The juniors are naughty on weekdays, and they always worry about Grandpa, and they will be well behaved in the future, Grandpa Jack. Duan Yun turned around and grabbed the hand of Village Chief Jack, tears flickering in his eyes. Village Chief Jack's eyes trembled. Good grandson. Duan Yun, Grandpa. Village Chief Jack, good grandson. Duan Yun, Grandpa. Village Chief Jack. Cough. There were several black lines in Su Yun Tao's forehead, and he couldn't help coughing. Although he looks like a naughty bag, his eyes are full of confidence. Are you confident in your family's wine? This topic has shifted a little bit bluntly. Is it because you can't look down on your grandfather and son Xiao? Duan Yun complained in his heart and quickly poured a cup for Su Yun Tao. It's hard to beat. Cough cough, please take your time, my lord. Regarding the achievement of the richest man in Chenggun village, Duan Yun's heart is inevitably a little nervous. The strong aroma of wine rushed to the face, and soon filled the whole room. Su Yun Tao's eyes lit up. This aroma, spicy and sweet, good wine. I rub? This nose is amazing. Duan Yun, try it. Su Yun Tao smiled slightly and held up the wine glass, shyly covering his mouth with one hand, and handed the wine glass to his mouth. At the beginning, he just took a sip. Hiss. Su Yun Tao took a deep breath, showing a look of surprise. I really didn't expect that the little Saint Soul village would have such good wine. Compared with this, the wine I used to drink is simply water. After speaking, he raised his head and poured the remaining half of the glass into his mouth. Duan Yun was taken aback. Hey? Don't. Ahem. Su Yun Tao's face instantly turned red, and he coughed violently. It was okay to only take a sip before, but now he immediately felt hot in his abdomen after drinking most of the cup, and his whole body became hot, like a ball of fire falling down his throat, and then fell into the abdomen and burned. It's gaff, it's gaff. Su Yun Tao gave a dry smile, but his eyes fell on the flask in Duan Yun's hand. Duan Yun had already prepared, and quickly brought a plate of fried peanuts. Originally, he planned to get a plate of braised beef. It's a pity that the family is poor. You may not be able to eat such things as braised beef during the holidays, so he set back. Prepare a plate of peanuts in advance. According to Duan Yun's idea, it is okay to get 2 carrots directly, but Village Chief Jack disagrees, thinking that carrots are not suitable for wine. Su Yun Tao was not polite. He grabbed a handful of peanuts and stuffed it into his mouth. Only then did he feel that the heat in his belly faded a little. Good wine, good wine. The best wine in Notting City is no better than yours. This. Duan Yun quickly asked, my lord, how much is the best bottle of wine in Notting City? As he said, he shook the hip flask in his hand. Su Yun Tao thought about it. For such a pot, it costs 20 gintama coins. If it is placed in a large restaurant, it will be more expensive, maybe more than 30 gintama coins. So expensive? Duan Yun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help swallowing. His distilled liquor is made with the cheapest liquor, which is almost 3 to 1 in reserve. That is to say, 3 pots of the most common liquor can hold 1 pot of distilled liquor, and the cost price is about 15 copper soul coins. 15 copper soul coins, just distilled like this. Can you sell 20 silver soul coins after changing hands? 1 silver soul coin is equal to 10 copper soul coins. Can this pot earn 185 soul coins? Oh my god, 12 times the net profit? Excited in his heart, Duan Yun filled Su Yun Tao again. My lord, it's not easy for you to visit the Holy Soul village. Why don't you have a few more drinks? Su Yun Tao waved his hand. No, no, business matters. Well, let's have one last drink. Guru. Duan Yun filled it up again. Let's have another drink. When you leave the Holy Soul village, I am afraid that there will be no chance to drink again. Su Yuntao hesitated and took another drink. Full again. It's another glass. After that, Duan Yun didn't need to pour the wine. Su Yuntao simply grabbed the jug and blew it directly into his mouth. After a long time, Su Yuntao hiccuped and grabbed Duan Yun's arm. Little brother, I think you have a very talented talent, maybe you are a wizard of soul power, I have a book here for you. Isn't it? Are you drunk with just a pot of wine? Even the little brother called. To Thagatapam. Duan Yun asked tentatively. Su Yuntao was already confused and took out a copy of Mainland Soul Beast illustrated book from his arms and stuffed it to Duan Yun. Little brother, this Mainland Soul Beast illustrated book is collected and sorted by Wahundian. Those Soul Master Academies in the Great Empire have been organized in more detail. Mainland Soul Beast illustrated book? Or was it organized by the Wuhan Hall? This is indeed a good thing. There are countless types of spirit beasts in Douluo continent, and it may be used when hunting and absorbing spirit rings in the future. Duan Yun was not polite, so he accepted the book. Thank you, sir. Su Yuntao was drunk and slurred. What's your name? Big brother, don't look at me like that, I'm not drunk. Do you have any more wine? Let's have another pot. On the side, Grandpa Jack was already dumbfounded, always feeling as if he had done something wrong. This is the Soul Master of the Wuhan Hall. He came to the Holy Soul Village to test the Wuhan for the children. As a result, he was drunk by the bear child before the business was done. If you take someone else's drink and get another pot, you can just kneel down and worship the bear child. Chapter 16, Good Mouth, Love Carrots. In fact, I can't blame Duan Yun. If you blame Su Yuntao's lack of alcohol, blame the plate of fried peanuts. If there were no peanuts, Su Yuntao would not be able to drink so much. Brother, look down on big brother, don't you? Get another pot, hiccup. Su Yuntao, then prepare a few more barrels for me. When I leave the Holy Soul Village, bring the wine back to the Wuhan branch of Nodding City and give it to Master Matthew Nyo to taste. Duan Yun said cautiously, Big brother? My family is too poor, my little brother wants to give you a few buckets, but... Su Yuntao waved his hand and threw a bag of soul coins on the table. For this pot, I will count 25 silver soul coins for you. There are almost 100 gold soul coins here. Show me how to install it. Village Chief Jack was taken aback. This is not enough. If adults like to drink, we... Duan Yun interrupted Village Chief Jack quickly. Let's give another basket of carrots. Brother, I will accept the money. Let's not 25 silver soul coins. I will count 15 silver soul coins for you, all as a filial tribute to big brother. This bear kid. Village Chief Jack just feels that his heart is about to jump out. The soul master of the other person is drunk and calls you a little brother. Are you really pushing your nose and calling you the big brother? People are drunk now. After they wake up, it's up to you how you end up. Little brother is interested. If you succeed in the Wuhan test, you will come to the Wuhan Hall to develop, and the eldest brother will cover you. Bump. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao's body slid down the chair, and he collapsed under the table and fell asleep. Are you covering me? You are a great spirit master of more than 20 levels, are you talking too much? Duan Yun looked at Village Chief Jack. Grandpa, what's the matter? Village Chief Jack clutched his forehead. What can I do? Let's put the person on the bed first. I am afraid that today's Wuhan test is out of play. After a long time, the two masters struggled to lift Su Yuntao onto the bed. Village Chief Jack stretched out his hand and said, Bring it. Duan Yun narrowed his neck. What? Village Chief Jack, money, so many soul coins, Grandpa will keep them for you. When you grow up in the future, these soul coins will buy you a betrothal and marry a wife. I believe you a ghost. Before the crossing, the red envelopes for the holidays were taken away by my parents, and they didn't see them return it to me. Duan Yun, Grandpa, I have to use the money to buy wine, and then rebrewed, this is capital. Grandpa Jack, you can't use so much capital for the time being. How much wine can you buy for a 6-year-old kid? Give me the money and I'll buy it. After buying it back, let's make it together. Duan Yun, no. Grandpa Jack glared at him and ran to the yard to get the wattle. Will you give it? Duan Yun. At this moment, the system prompt finally came. Ding! Achievement 4, the current progress of the richest man in Holy Soul Village is 100%, and the progress is reached. Reminder, congratulations for obtaining the achievement reward for the richest man in the Holy Soul Village, and 1 Soul Ring Years Amplification Card, 1000 years. Item name, Spirit Ring Years Amplification Card, 1000 years. Item introduction, after use, the life of the designated spirit ring can be increased by 1000 years. Get the reward. Originally, Duan Yun thought he would get a technique, like the Poisonous Dragon Whip technique, or the System Uba was happy to give him a 3rd spirit, but he didn't expect to get a spirit ring. Year-end increase card. 1000 years of spirit ring years amplification card. This thing can be called a magical tool when novices develop in the early stage, especially when used on the 1st and 2nd spirit rings. It can directly turn the fans into black, yellow turned into purple. Duan Yun had made up his mind and was going to use this booster card on his 1st spirit ring. What the hell? The 1st spirit ring of others is yellow, but you got a purple one directly? Is it too high profile? People are sinister, will they be targeted by bad guys? Then play a set of what kind of wood show will be destroyed by the forest wind? From now on, he will stay in the Holy Soul Village, sell alcohol in the Holy Soul Village, develop with peace of mind, and stay away from danger. As long as he doesn't go out, others will know that he is Shiur. Will destroy him? He already has twin spirits, and is already 10th level full of spirit power. As long as he develops the blue-silver grass spirit, he insists on using his sickle every day, and then goes to the Stardo Great Forest to torture the spirit beast and absorb the spirit ring. The road has been paved, and it will be difficult to become a title Douluo as long as you stick to it. Holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, there is no one like me. Duan Yun chuckled, language, let Ziosan go out to do things. I stay in the village and occasionally visit Widow Wang. Old Wang died early, and Widow Wang is still so young. Even if you want to go out, you have to be cautious about becoming a before you go. Snapped. Village Chief Jack slapped Duan Yun's head with a slap, and said angrily, smelly boy, pretend to be stupid? Quickly hand over the money, or the carrots will serve you. No, Jingtiao will serve you. The achievements of the richest man in the Holy Soul Village are all obtained. Would I care about this money? Cut. When I Duan Yun never saw money, did I? Duan Yun curled his lips and slid the money bag to the village chief Jack. Then, he suddenly sat on the ground and wailed, little cabbage, Yeter Huang, 2 or 3 years old, no father and no mother. Little cabbage, no money, no human rights. Ding! With a few soft noises, village chief Jack took out a silver soul coin and threw it at Duan Yun's feet. Don't howl, take it to buy sugar. I am going to return the remaining money to Master Su Yun Tao. Half, we collect too much. The cost of our pot of wine is only a dozen copper soul coins, but it is so expensive. It's too dark. When Duan Yun heard this, he was going to grab the money bag. I will give me a pot of 25 silver soul coins. We are already at a friendly price. Think about our Holy Soul Village. Every family has 2 meals a day. During the holidays, I can't eat meat. And I don't even have a carriage to go to Notting City. We have to think about making more money to make the Holy Soul Village rich. How can you be like you? I want to return it after earning it. The elder of Jack Village blushed. I just can't make it through my heart. You can get by. Duan Yun helplessly, if you can't make it through, just bring him a few baskets of carrots when my cheap brother leaves the Holy Soul village. Village Chief Jack, I still. Come on, I thought that your old man was a businessman, but I misunderstood you. Duan Yun looked at Village Chief Jack with trembling eyes, tears welled up in his eyes. Grandpa, I want to eat trotters, I want to eat every day. I still want to live in a big house, I want to have new clothes, new shoes, I want to be a carriage. I want to marry a beautiful wife when I grow up. My dear grandson, I have suffered you. Village Chief Jack felt soft, everyday pig's feet? Big house, new clothes and shoes? Beautiful granddaughter-in-law, the bride price must be indispensable, how much does it cost? Duan Yun, I also want grandpa to find a wife, a little younger, with good teeth, and love to eat grandpa's carrots. Chapter 17, Uncle Tang Hao, I and number 039, am here again. Looking for a wife? Village Chief Jack swallowed, you also have to ask for money to find a wife. As he said, he subconsciously looked at the money bag in his hand, and then silently stuffed the money bag into his arms. The old man was still muttering, I'm afraid that this little money is not enough. I have to save more in the future, Widow Wang. Get it done. Grandpa really loves me, more real than Tang Dawai's love for Tang San. It would be better if I could not use Jingdiao in the future. Duan Yun believed that the reason why Grandpa Jack was willing to keep the money was mostly because of him, and it had little to do with finding a wife, and it had nothing to do with Widow Wang, which must be the case. Grandpa, this brewing method can only be controlled by our grandpas for the time being. Duan Yun reminded, when we successfully sell the wine to Notting City in the future, we can first select the coachmen and brewers from the village. When the business grows, we will select the most loyal among these coachmen and friends and teach them to make wine. It's up to them to expand their business in other cities. Village Chief Jack was puzzled, shall we directly tell all the villagers how to distill liquor? The whole village sells liquor and will soon become rich, right? Duan Yun clutched his forehead, when the distilled liquor is sold, there will definitely be many wine merchants coming to the village to inquire about the news, or dig into the corner. If all the villagers are really aware of the method of winemaking, then this method will inevitably be learned by those wine merchants. Go, maybe even spread throughout the entire Heaven Do Empire, by then our wine will be worthless. Village Chief Jack nodded. If a 6-year-old child could say such a thing, it would be shocked if it were heard by other people, but Village Chief Jack had long been used to it. Village Chief Jack, the wine business should be okay. After Master Su Yuntao returns to Notting City, please ask him to help publicize it. Let's go to the major restaurants in Notting City to promote sales. There should be restaurants soon. Order our wine. Duan Yun, to promote this kind of thing, you can also find some clever people from the village to do it. First, the major restaurants promote sales, and then make special offerings for the arena of fighting souls, then make special offerings for the royal family, and make special offerings for Wuhan City. Duan Yun suddenly felt that life was full of hope, and a lot of small money was beckoning him frantically. Of course, there are many ways to make money. Selling distilled spirits is just one of them. When the time is right, Duan Yun will get some exclusive recipes, what stinky tofu, what malatang, and some chain stores in Chengun village. When the time comes, every household in the village will be a store manager, and Widow Wang will be a welcome lady at the head office. Village Chief Jack looked at the sky and said, you go and inform the children so that they can take the test tomorrow. I'm afraid Master Su Yuntao won't be able to wake up today. Duan Yun, Grandpa, you can be bolder, just call him Yuntao good son, I call him big brother. Village Chief Jack. My name is Yuntao's good grandson? Village Chief Jack would never dare, and at most he could only change his name from adult to Yuntao, which is already incredible. Village Chief Jack, after all, making money is secondary. The most important thing now is the spirit test. Grandpa believes in your talent, you will definitely pass the test, and you will definitely become a great spirit master in the future. For Duan Yun, village chief Jack held great hopes. No, it should be said that all hopes were placed on Duan Yun. In his heart, Duan Yun is good at everything except being a little bit naughty. He is talented and intelligent. He is only 6 years old but knows better than those teenagers. The most important thing. This child can fight and resist beating. I heard that the more such a child, the easier it is to awaken the martial soul. Duan Yun hesitated. I don't have to go, right? He had already decided to stay in the Holy Soul Village, and he had already awakened the spirit, and obtained the innate level 10 full spirit power. In this case, naturally there was no need to participate in the spirit test. But... Humph! Village Chief Jack stared with both eyes. Stop talking nonsense, you must take the test for me. I also hope that you will be successful in the future. Duan Yun, Duan Yun persuaded the gaze of the head of Shangjikai. Tell Grandpa Jack directly, saying that he has awakened Wuhan? And it's still a twin martial soul, with the 10th level innate full soul power? Don't make trouble, Grandpa Jack will definitely ask him how he awakened. How does this explain? Forget it, let's go for a cut scene. Duan Yun helpless, I'll go. Village Chief Jack said angrily, go or not. Duan Yun, I'll go. The complete sentence is that I will go to the Wuhan test. The art of language is broad and profound, and you have to think about it when you say I'm going. Correct. Village Chief Jack, I will stay to take care of Su Yun Tao. You go to Tang Hao's house and inform Xiao San so that he will also participate in the martial arts test tomorrow. Isn't this what your old man should do? In the original Douluo continent, it took you a lot of words to persuade Tang to hammer. Can I speak for my small body? And I just pitted Tang to hammer with a sickle, and now I go to his house and don't persuade Xiao San to take the Wuhan test. Village Chief Jack, little San is also a poor child, and he has such a drunkard father, hey! Duan Yun slapped his chest, teach me, if Tang Dawai disagrees, I will let Xiaosan sneak in to take the test. When Xiao San wakes up the blue-silver emperor martial spirit, Tang Hao will definitely feel relieved when he sees it, and then ask Tang San to go to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to study. So the previous persuade step can be completely omitted, just what you want. But since it was Grandpa Jack's order, Duan Yun still had to persuade seriously. Village Chief Jack, don't always be Tang to hammer, Tang to hammer. Call him Uncle Tang. Duan Yun, I don't share the same life with Tang Dawai. He kicked me when he was drunk, and he always accused me. Don't worry, I will sincerely call him Uncle Tang in person. Village Chief Jack shook his head helplessly, this bear boy, hey. After a while, Duan Yun left home. He didn't rush to find Tang San, but went to Hushan first. Sacred Soul Village Bear Kid, Sacred Soul Village Kid King, Sacred Soul Village's most beautiful boy, Sacred Soul Village's richest man. All the achievements of Sacred Soul Village have been completed. Duan Yun was puzzled, apart from the development achievement of the first spirit blue silver grass and the achievement of the second spirit sickle swinging the sword, is the system not going to enable other achievements for me for the time being? It doesn't matter if I don't turn it on. These 2 martial arts achievements are enough for me to toss. After I participate in the martial arts test, I will stand up in the Holy Soul Village and continue to be my Holy Soul Village master. After a long time, Duan Yun turned back from Hushan and came to the door of the blacksmith's shop, carrying a lot of wild fruits in his hand. Duan Yun pulled his neck and shouted, Uncle Tang Hao, I came to see you, and I brought you some wild fruits, which were just picked from Hushan, and they are still fresh. Inside the room, Tang Hao's roar came, go away, how far away? Duan Yun, I really call your uncle, but you treat me this way? Is it really good to trample on the kindness of a 6-year-old child? Okay, you don't want to eat it, I will call your friends to swim in the waterfall outside the village. By the way, is Xiao San at home? Chapter 18, Tang Hao and number 039, S mentality collapsed. Pushing the door open, Tang San looked towards Duan Yun. Boss Duan, hurry up, don't mess with my father. Duan Yun chuckled. I said, I sincerely told him Uncle Tang Hao, to climb the waterfall together. See how the blue-silver grass grows inside. Does farmyard manure work? If farmyard manure doesn't work, let's dig it and plant it outside. Tang San shook his head quickly. Don't go. Duan Yun, okay, then I'll go home and get the hoe. I'm fine with the hoe. After speaking, he turned around holding the wild fruit and left. Is this okay? Bump. Tang Hao rushed out, grabbed Duan Yun by the neck, and lifted Duan Yun up as if he was a little cock. Little bunny, dare to climb the waterfall? Don't be afraid of falling to death. Believe it or not, I'll go to village chief Jack to file a complaint. Are you afraid I dug your wife? Duan Yun curled his mouth and said, below the waterfall is a lake, you can't die if you fall into the water. Tang Hao, don't go, dare to let me know that you are going to climb the waterfall in the future. You don't need village chief Jack to do it, I will discipline you for him. Duan Yun, pinch my neck? Lock my throat, right? You can pinch my people, but you can't pinch my heart. You are always not at home, right? I will go when you are not at home. Climb, I climb up, climb down, climb up again, I climb down again, I will be angry with you. I'm so angry, God, please take this bear kid. Tang Hoki's teeth were itchy, and he was still watching Duan Yun grow up. If he were to be a child from the outer village, he might have to pinch to death in his hands. Tang Hao took a deep breath, his angry expression was forcibly relieved, and replaced with a smiling face. Xiao Yun, Uncle shouldn't be violent to you just now. Uncle forged a toy knife for you, how about? You go to the back mountain to chop the tree, whatever you want you can do whatever you want, don't climb the waterfall, it's too dangerous. With that said, he gently put down Duan Yun and tidied up his clothes for Duan Yun. Tang San followed, Boss Duan, listen to my father, he is also for your own good, don't be too naughty. Duan Yun raised his neck, good for me? He kicked me when he was drunk, is it also good for me? Tang San rolled his eyes, come again. Duan Yun, this is a stain on your father's life. I plan to let my son know about it in the future. Tang Hao shuddered. Oh my god, this is too vengeful, right? Regret, I shouldn't be impulsive at the beginning, shouldn't kick him with alcohol. At this moment, Duan Yun suddenly said, but I don't think I can go to the waterfall. As long as Uncle Tang Hao agrees to my 3 conditions, I will never go to the waterfall to have fun in the future. Tang Hao's eyes lit up, what are the conditions? Duan Yun raised a finger, the first condition. You are not allowed to file a complaint with Grandpa Jack in the future. Tang Hao hesitated. To tell the truth, he has become accustomed to complaining. Every time he sees Duan Yun being naughty, the first thing he thinks of is to complain. Every time he heard that Duan Yun was beaten by village chief Jack again, Tang Hao would be quiet for a long time, and he would drink a few more sips of wine. This is a problem and needs to be corrected. Tang Hao's light glanced at Tang San, well, if Duan Yun makes trouble again in the future, he will let Xiao San file a complaint. Tang Hao, okay, I promise you, I won't file a complaint in the future. Duan Yun was overjoyed in his heart, the second condition is that you have to quit drinking in the future. Even if you can't quit, the amount of alcohol must be at least halved. I am not sympathetic to the junior, but I just think you are detrimental to the appearance of the Holy Soul Village. Tang San was grateful, obviously he didn't expect Duan Yun to propose such a condition. Everyone in Chenggun village knows that father is addicted to alcohol. It is a good thing if he can stop drinking or drink less. Thinking of this, Tang San was even more grateful. Good brother, loyalty, the boss Duan must have made this condition for me. Tang Hao frowned slightly and looked at Duan Yun unexpectedly. This condition. Duan Yun raised his eyebrows. What? Is it difficult? Don't stop me, I'm going to the village public toilet to collect the feces, and then pour it all into the small lake under the waterfall, and first turn the small lake into a cesspool. Hey? Don't tell me. Tang Hao said helplessly, I didn't say no to agree, can't you agree to it? Duan Yun stretched out his finger, a gentleman can't chase after a word, let's hook our fingers. Why? Tang Hao sighed and hooked his finger with Duan Yun. Duan Yun, drink less wine, and you can save some money for your family. I suspect that your alcohol money was saved by cutting corners with a forged sickle. The sickle I bought from you last time turned out to be a wooden handle. I knew I would not buy it. NS. Wooden handle? Are the sickles for mowing in the village all with wooden handles? Do you still want to replace it with an iron handle? Besides, did I force you to buy it? Obviously you flicked away from me with 3 copper soul coins. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and said, the third condition, let's talk about it. With a light cough, Duan Yun's expression became serious. The third condition, tomorrow Deacon Su Yuntao of the Wuhan branch of Notting City will give the children in the village a Wuhan test, and Xiao San must join me in the Wuhan test. Tang San was overjoyed and looked at Tang Hao expectantly. Tang Hao's face was green and he waved his hand suddenly. No, the first 2 conditions are okay, Xiao San cannot participate in the Wuhan test. Tang San said anxiously, why? Tang Hao, it just doesn't work anyway. If you dare to steal, I'll break your leg. Tang San's eyes flushed, and he only felt wronged. Duan Yun was angry, and said, don't talk too much, say goodbye, when I go home and get my hoe. My trademark mentality collapsed. Tang Hao's forehead bulged, and roared, Duan Yun, you are so angry with me. Okay, can't I promise? Can't I let Xiao San participate in the martial spirit test? Duan Yun's expression immediately became grinning. Uncle Tang Hao, don't you eat fruit? I will wash one for you. Old sweet. Bump. Tang Hao's angry chest rose and fell, but he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he simply slammed the door and returned to the house. He didn't want to see Duan Yun as a bear kid anymore. At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly discovered a problem. It seemed that he had not taken advantage of Duan Yunming's fight for several years. Xiao San, give your father some anger, and quickly find an opportunity to beat Duan Yun. I'm an elder, so it's hard to beat him, or I would have beaten him a long time ago. Outside the house, Tang San bowed deeply at Duan Yun. Boss Duan, thank you. Duan Yun grabbed Tang San's shoulders. You are my little brother. You should follow me and cover you. Look at this time, Widow Wang should be taking a shower. Brother, I will take you to her house. My God, what is thinking of a 6-year-old child? Tang San, Boss Duan, you are such a person. Duan Yun, the melons in the backyard of Widow Wang's house are ripe. Let's pick 2 melons and taste them while she is taking a shower. Tang San. Duan Yun, when I get to Widow Wang's house, I will watch her take a bath. You secretly go to the backyard to pick melons. Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as she comes out of the tub. Tang San. Continuously turning around, Tang San suddenly felt like his waist was flashed. Duan Yun, little San, I feel that your father loves me more than you. Tang San? Love you? My father can't wait to strangle you, right? Duan Yun stretched out a finger and shook it. It is love to hate. You see, he promised me so many conditions in order to prevent me from climbing the waterfall. What is it not to love me? You? What? If he doesn't let you go, he only needs to beat you up. Tang San. Chapter 19, New Achievement Mission. It was the first time that Su Yuntao had missed something due to alcohol for several years in the industry, and he slept for a whole day. He didn't wake up until the next morning, so that the original martial spirit test in the Holy Spirit Village was postponed by one day. Headache. Su Yuntao was still rubbing his head until the wash was over. Duan Yun, the stamina of your wine is big enough. Duan Yun pointed to Su Yuntao. After I'm done, do I have to go back to my account? What? Su Yuntao was stunned and looked at Duan Yun suspiciously. Duan Yun, yesterday, he kept calling me little brother, and almost grabbed me to burn incense and blood and worship the handle. As a result, I just woke up today and started calling my name directly. Little brother? Become sworn brothers? Is there such a thing? Oops, my head hurts. Su Yuntao shook his head vigorously, and touched his waist subconsciously. Hey? Where's my purse? Brother Su Yuntao, you ordered all the money yesterday. Duan Yun pointed to the hip flask on the table. For a deposit of 15 silver soul coins, the eldest brother ordered 100 gold soul coins in one breath, and said that he would bring back to the Notting City Wuhan branch hall for Master Matthew Nyo to taste. Brother is so bold. Oh. Su Yuntao gave a dry laugh, and the fragmentary pictures in his mind were pieced together, finally remembering what happened after being drunk yesterday. Su Yuntao, when the Wuhan test is over, I will take the wine away. Duan Yun, Brother Su, brewing is not that fast, it will take at least half a month. Then Grandpa Jack will send someone to the Notting City Wuhan branch. Su Yuntao nodded. It's okay, that's it. Hey, my heart is dripping blood, 100 gold soul coins, that's it? Drunken mistakes. At this time, Duan Yun suddenly asked, Brother Su, does your Wuhan branch have a young lady named Sisi? Su Yuntao doubted. Yes, how do you know? Duan Yun contemptuously said, you talked in dreams when you slept yesterday, and kept calling Sisi's name. There was still a dirty sound in your mouth. My goodness, this kind of thing was seen by a kid? Su Yuntao's face flushed. Oh, it's time to go to the Wuhan test. Are all the children in the village ready? This topic has changed so bluntly. Duan Yun curled his lips and said, I'm already ready. Grandpa Jack is leading the children waiting outside the testing hall. After speaking, the two walked out. Duan Yun, Brother Su, after the wine is delivered, if you can't finish drinking, you can resell it to the restaurant, and you can earn 5 or 6 gintama coins with just one pot. The wine in the restaurant that is worse than this will be sold. A pot of 20 silver soul coins, right? Yeah, why didn't I think of this? Su Yuntao's eyes lit up. 100 gold soul coins is not a small amount to him. All of it was replaced with wine and his heart was bleeding, but the money had already been given out, so he couldn't be drunk because he was drunk. If it's done, just turn it back, right? Now according to what Duan Yun said, not only can his money come back, he can even make a lot more. The depression in Su Yuntao's heart dissipated instantly. Little brother, when I will test the martial arts for you later, I will definitely bring up the spirit of the eldest brother. Duan Yun grinned, thank you, Brother Su. Both of us have a cloud in our names. We are fate, maybe we were brothers in our previous life. Su Yuntao. Outside the hall, village chief Jack and a group of children were waiting, and Tang San was among them. After seeing Su Yuntao's figure, all the children, including Tang San, showed nervousness, and even village chief Jack couldn't help clenching his fists. For village chief Jack, the children's martial arts test is a big deal. Compared with that, selling alcohol to make money is nothing at all. Village chief Jack glanced across the faces of Tang San and the others, and said solemnly, children, relax a little. During the martial spirit test, Spirit Master asks you to do whatever you want, you know. Holy Soul Village has not seen a Soul Master for many years. Village Chief Jack took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on Duan Yun. If you pass the martial arts test, Grandpa will send you to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to study. We have money now, so you don't need to be a work student. Village Chief Jack said, "It's not just you, if other children pass the test, I will pay for the tuition too." Hearing this, Tang San and the children all showed gratitude. The Holy Soul Village is poor. When you go up to the village chief and down to the villagers, everyone is poor. The 6-year tuition fee for the Junior Soul Master Academy is a huge sum of money for anyone in the Holy Soul Village, even if someone passes by chance. After the Wuhan test, he can only enter the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy as a work student, and he has to endure the ridicule of those wealthy children every day. The key point is that there is a quota limit for work-study students. It is good that the Holy Soul Village can be allocated a quota. So even if someone passes the Martial Soul test, they may not have the opportunity to study at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Now the village chief Jack is willing to give them money to go to school. They are very grateful. But they were too early to be happy. Except Tang San, no one among this group of children was destined to pass the martial spirit test. As for Duan Yun, he has already made up his mind to go to the Holy Spirit Village to participate in the martial spirit test. It was also forced by village chief Jack too. Just take a cut scene. Will Grandpa Jack be disappointed? It's okay, the disappointment is only temporary. After a few more years, when the time is right, the twin martial arts will shine in front of Grandpa Jack to ensure that Grandpa Jack will be full of hope in life again. Duan Yun, Grandpa, what if I fail the test? I feel like I'm not that piece of material. Village Chief Jack looked right. Xiaoyun, you are not only the hope of Grandpa, but also the hope of the whole village. If you fail the test, I will break your leg and throw you back into the wolf's den. I rub? When did I fulfill the hope of the villagers? Also, other children will be fine if they fail? I break my leg if I don't pass? Still throwing it back into the wolf den? Do you want to be so cruel? Duan Yun persuaded. Suddenly I feel that the burden on my shoulders is so big, bigger than Widow Wang's breasts. Duan Yun whispered in his heart, but there was no other way but to follow a group of children into the testing hall. After standing still, Su Yun Tao looked at the crowd with serious eyes, and then secretly blinked at Duan Yun, made it clear that he wanted to walk through the back door for Duan Yun and release the water. As the deacon of the Wuhan branch of Notting City, he has done this kind of thing before, so he can say without pressure. I am the deacon of the Wuhan branch of Notting City, Su Yun Tao. Su Yun Tao said solemnly, "Next, I will give you a martial arts test." Roar! Roar! After a while, Su Yun Tao let out a roar, and the Wuhan lone wolf had already gathered behind him. To be honest, this one really scared Duan Yun. At this time, a system prompt also appeared. Ding! Reminder, players get new achievement missions, and they can view the achievements after reaching the designated location. Chapter 20, You Are Really My Good Grandpa. Have a new achievement task? Duan Yun was slightly startled. I quickly opened the achievement interface and saw that there were 2 more achievements under the Holy Soul Village achievement. Yes, 2. Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy achievement and Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy achievement. However, these 2 achievements are grayed out, and cannot be opened to view specific achievements. Duan Yun touched his chin. What does the achievement of the mission mean? Representatives can get rewards. But 2 different Junior Soul Master Academy achievements appeared at the same time. What was it? Do you choose one of the 2? Or can both be turned on at the same time? Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy said that after the martial soul test is over, Su Yun Tao helped to release the water. As long as he showed a little bit of soul master talent, he should be able to him. Don't want to go? Now that the achievement tasks are all out, don't you go? Stupid! There is no danger there. Go toss and get a wave of achievement rewards. By the way, you can also slap rabbits. Isn't it fragrant? But this Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy made Duanyun hesitate. Once you go to the Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy, you will also be labeled as the Wuhan Temple. After you graduate successfully, you will be sent to the Wuhan Temple Intermediate Soul Master Academy, the Advanced Soul Master Academy for advanced studies, and then you will work for the Wuhan Temple. What the hell? Don't want to study after graduation? Want to change jobs? Stop it! In the Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall has a great control over the Soul Masters, and never forgets to recruit them. Under such circumstances, the students in the Soul Master Academy of the Soul Hall, who spends manpower and material resources to train, can easily let go. People who became the Spirit Hall had to do things for the Spirit Hall, and the general would have to be arranged to charge and fight the two empires, and even fight with Tang San. It's so dangerous, the ghosts go. Duanyun whispered in his heart. He had already made up his mind to go to the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. As for the Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy, if it is determined that it is one of the two, then he will resolutely not go. I can't kill you. Must not go. If you can take both instead of choosing one, you can consider going. Just when Duanyun was thinking about it, the first few children had already finished the Wuhan test, and it was Tang San's turn. Lan Yinko, waste martial arts soul, what a pity. Su Yun Tao shook his head disappointedly, then ignored Tang San, and said to Duanyun, Duanyun, it's you. Just like in the original work, after seeing Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit, Su Yun Tao had no intention of giving Tang San a chance to test his spirit power. Lan Yinko, the most useless martial arts soul, there is no one, what else to test? Duanyun didn't find Tang San's spirit clear sky hammer hidden in his other hand, let alone know that this seemingly ordinary blue-silver grass was actually the blue-silver emperor, otherwise he would never have such thoughts. Tang San looked anxious, and planned to ask Su Yun Tao to give him a chance. But before he could speak, Duanyun was the first to speak for him. Brother Su, this is the little brother I just took, even your little brother, or even your little brother. Give him again. Give him a chance, help him test his spirit power, what if he is surprised? My little brother? Su Yun Tao lowered his head and glanced subconsciously, all right, then give him a chance. Your name is Tang San, right? Put your hand on this crystal ball. Tang San was overjoyed, and he was extremely grateful to Duanyun, but when he thought of Duanyun's little brother, he felt strange again. How can I be Su Yun Tao's little brother by myself? Didn't that bear kid do it on purpose? Before he could think about it, Tang San had already placed his hand on the crystal ball. A faint light radiated from the crystal ball. Originally, Su Yun Tao didn't hold any hope, but just a few seconds later, his eyes condensed, revealing a shocking color. Su Yun Tao, innately full of soul power? How is this possible? Obviously just the most useless blue-silver grass martial spirit. Duanyun raised his head with a proud face. Brother Su, didn't you disappoint, did you? My child has good talents. Tang San rolled his eyes. When did I become your child? A 6-year-old kid who wants to be my dad? At this time, Su Yun Tao had already recovered from the shock. Although he is innately full of soul power, it is only blue-silver grass after all. I am afraid that I will not have much success in the future, but I want to become a soul. The teacher should be fine. Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. There was a noise from the window next to him. Duanyun looked up, only to find that Chief Jack was lying on the window, peeking inward with his neck stretched out. He also held a stick in his hand. Duanyun, Grandpa Jack, what are you doing so high? Village Chief Jack, it's okay, you continue, as if I don't exist. I just want to remind you that you are the hope of the whole village. I rub? Is climbing the window just to remind me? But if you remind me, just remind me, what does it mean to hold a stick in your hand? If I fail the test, use this stick to break my leg? Then throw me back to the wolf den? Duanyun shuddered. With Grandpa Jack's feelings for him, it is of course impossible to interrupt his legs, let alone throw him back into the wolf den. Grandpa Jack is just reminding him that he must be taken seriously. In this test, don't do anything out of the ordinary during the test. Obviously, the character of the bear child has been deeply ingrained in the heart of village chief Jack. Su-yun Tao, Duanyun, you can start. Duanyun cautiously glanced at the village chief Jack, still hesitating in his heart. Is the blue-silver grass showing up? Still showing the sickle? Boom! At the edge of the window, village chief Jack knocked on the window with a stick. Get serious. Your old man's doing this has put me under a lot of pressure. When the college entrance examination was in the past, if you brought me a stick and sent me into the examination room, it was properly 0. Believe it or not. Duanyun took a deep breath and took a step forward slowly. 6 black round stones flew out of Su-yun Tao's hands. These stones seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and began to hover around Duanyun's body quickly. Duanyun's body also slowly rose at this time, floating in the air. Village Chief Jack widened his eyes and stared at Duanyun closely. From now on, he has only experienced such tension when he broke into the wolf's den. Call! A burst of green light appeared in the palm of Duanyun's right hand, and a blue-silver grass condensed in his palm. Su-yun Tao whispered, it's also blue-silver grass. Tang San was equally surprised. At this time, Duanyun only felt that there was a strange energy wandering in his body, and the blue-silver grass martial spirit and sickle martial spirit were drawn by this energy and began to condense involuntarily. Duanyun's left palm was close to his thigh, and a palm-sized sickle was condensed. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the blue-silver grass in his right hand, and no one paid attention to the small sickle in his left hand, except for the village chief Jack, who was lying on the window. Boom! Village Chief Jack smashed the glass with a stick and shouted, My dear Yun Tao, look at his left hand, and a martial soul. Chapter 21, Student. Yun Tao good grandson? Village Chief Jack screamed. Su-yun Tao dumbfounded, when did I become your good grandson? But Su-yun Tao didn't care about this, and quickly looked at Duanyun's left hand. The next second, he exclaimed, Twin martial soul. Not far away, Tang San was equally shocked, thinking, this bear kid is also a twin spirit. After the shock, Tang San felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, Village Chief Jack didn't climb the window when he awakened the spirit, otherwise he was afraid that he would expose the matter of his twin spirit. Tang San rejoiced in his heart, but Duanyun wanted to find a pillar to smash to death. Grandpa, you are really my real grandpa. Can you keep me low-key? I was thinking about hiding the sickle martial soul, but I was screamed by your voice. At this time, the 6 black round stones had returned to Su-yun Tao's hands, and Duanyun also fell to the ground from mid-air. Seeing that there was no way to hide the twin spirits, Duanyun had to pretend to be stupid, revealing the innocence that a 6-year-old child should have. Brother Su, what do twin spirits mean? Tang San also raised his ears. Su-yun Tao naturally explained it, and then excitedly said, innately full of soul power, twin martial souls, this is the aptitude that peerless geniuses have, but it is a pity that Lan Yinko is a waste martial soul, and the sickle is also the most common weapon martial soul. But if there is a good teacher to teach, you should also have the opportunity to become a powerful soul master, and it may not be impossible to set foot in title Douluo. Duanyun, I want to recommend you to study in Wuhan City, are you willing? Wuhan City? Duanyun instantly remembered the 2 achievements he had just obtained: Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy Achievement and Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy Achievement. If he could only choose one of the 2, he would not hesitate to choose Niudingcheng Junior Soul Master Academy Achievement. After hesitating in his heart, Duanyun planned to refuse. But at this moment, the Mayor Jack, who had been climbing the window, said anxiously, "What does a 6-year-old kid know?" "Yun Tao," I agreed for him. "Village Mayor Jack doesn't have the messy scruples like Duan Yun. He believes in his heart that he can go to which school is better. The better the school, the better his grandson will become a success. Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy is just the most common Soul Master Academy. How can it compare to Wuhan City Junior Soul Master Academy? That was the top Junior Soul Master Academy in the Douluo continent." Su Yun Tao smiled slightly. "I didn't expect Duan Yun to have such a talent, Mr. Jack. First, congratulations." The head of Jack Village was overjoyed. Thank you, thank you." Su Yun Tao was also excited to receive a twin martial soul, a genius with full soul power, for the Hall of Souls. If this thing is done well, he might be rewarded by the Pope, and in the future, if Duan Yun is when he grows up, he will not be treated badly either. This is a major event that affects his life. Before that, Su Yun Tao had said to Duan Yun that if he could pass the Wuhan test, he would recommend Duan Yun to study in Wuhan City. But at that time it was just Su Yun Tao being polite. He was just the deacon of the Wuhan branch hall, with a low position in the Wuhan hall. How much face can he have? If Duan Yun showed extremely low talent, Su Yun Tao would not have the ability to recommend him to study at Wuhandian Academy. At most he could only get him a place for work study at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. But now it's different. Duan Yun is a twin martial soul, or innately full of soul power. Su Yun Tao only needs to pass Duan Yun's test data to Wuhan City, from the Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy. The headmaster had to go out of town to meet him in person if he wasn't sure. Excited, Su Yun Tao looked at Tang San, who was also full of spirit power in a different way. "Your name is Tang San, right? I will write you a letter of recommendation, recommending you to study at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. And Duan Yun, in a few days you will go to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy with Tang San, where you will temporarily borrow for a month, and after I have processed everything, I will personally send you to Wuhan City." Tang San. "Thank you, Lord Soul Master." Duan Yun's eyes widened, and he looked at Su Yun Tao and village chief Jack dumbfounded. "Second, have you considered my feelings? Although I am only 6 years old, do I have the right to choose?" Village chief Jack shook the stick in his hand. "Duan Yun, of course I chose to go to Wuhan City Junior Soul Master Academy. Grandpa Jack is exactly the same as I thought, and he deserves to be my favorite grandpa." At this time, he was still entangled with those two achievements. Can he only choose one of the two? Or can you choose both? It doesn't matter, go to the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy and review the achievements there. As for whether you can open the achievements after you arrive at the Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy, that's all for the future. Duan Yun thought to himself, it's just that 1 month is too short, and I don't know how many achievements can be accomplished. In the afternoon, Su Yun Tao left Shengun village and went to the next village. There are still many villages in the back waiting for him to carry out the Wuhan test. After all the Wuhan tests are over, he still needs to go back to the Notting City Wuhan Sub-Hall to deal with some things in the Wuhan Sub-Hall, and so on. After that, he could spare time to accompany Duan Yun to Wuhan City. It was precisely because of this relationship that he would let Duan Yun go to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy to study first. Before leaving, Su Yun Tao specifically explained to Duan Yun that he should not rush to the soul hunting forest after entering the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, let alone hunt down the soul beasts to absorb the soul ring, and stay in the academy first. Just study your homework. As for hunting and killing spirit beasts and absorbing spirit rings, wait until the Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy. Su Yun Tao was also for Duan Yun's good. With Duan Yun's talent, he would definitely be highly valued by the Spirit Hall. Then someone would naturally help him hunt the soul beast and help him find a soul ring that suits him best. In addition, Su Yun Tao also gave Duan Yun a badge for the branch hall of the Wuhan Temple, and told Duan Yun that he could go to the Wuhan branch hall of Notting City to find him if he had something to do, or directly to Master Matthew Nyo. 2 spirit masters appeared in the village all at once. This was the most festive event in many years. On that day, the head of village Jack bought dozens of chickens out of his pocket, and then delivered them from house to house, one for each house, and the widow Wang's family gave them 5 as a special occasion, all as a celebration. At night, near the waterfall outside the village. In the night, a small figure appeared, and it didn't take long for him to come to the lake. It was Duan Yun. Leave aside Lan Yinko's development achievements, but this sickle martial spirit's sword-wielding achievements can't be neglected for a day. Let's start today. Take off your clothes, leaving only a trousers. Duan Yun took a deep breath, holding the sickle flickered from Tang Hao, and jumped into the lake. As he expected, with his current small body, he couldn't stand upright under the waterfall at all, and he was swept away by the torrent of water almost immediately after he approached the waterfall. After tossing for a long time, Duan Yun had no choice but to swim obediently to a place where the water was calm. Swing the knife, start. Chapter 22, Unstoppable. As time passed by, the resistance of the lake was great, which was very difficult for Duan Yun now. In just an hour of work, Duan Yun felt his right arm sore and soft, and the sickle with wooden handle became extremely heavy as if it had been filled with lead. Because of the wooden handle, it can increase the buoyancy of the sickle to a certain extent, but even so, with my current strength, I can only swing it for half an hour, and the slower the swing will be, if I change it. I'm afraid it will be exhausted in half an hour if it becomes pure iron. Duan Yun gritted his teeth, did not rush to leave the lake, but changed the sickle to his left hand and continued to wave it. 1 knife. $2. Tens of meters away from the lake, a tall figure hides behind a big tree. The figure held a hip flask in his hand and kept his eyes on the lake. This person is Tang Hao. When Duan Yun just arrived here, Tang Hao followed him. He saw Duan Yun holding a sickle, worried that Duan Yun would climb the waterfall to mow the grass, so he followed all the way out of the village, but he didn't expect to see this. One scene. I didn't expect this bear kid to work so hard, twin martial arts, with innate soul power, and working so hard, the future achievements are limitless. Tang Hao sighed in his heart. The sickle that he had fooled away before happened to be used by him for training. But unfortunately, he is going to the Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy, and he is likely to become a person in the Wuhan Hall in the future. Hey! Tang Hao's resentment towards the Spirit Hall was extremely deep. Although Jian Xuanji was dead, his resentment towards the Spirit Hall did not abate. But even so, Tang Hao never thought of taking action against Duan Yun, let alone stifling such a genius who might serve for Wuhan Palace in the past. After a long time, Tang Hao saw Duan Yun coming out of the lake. He thought that Duan Yun would end his cultivation, but he thought that the small figure just took a rest cross-legged for a while, and then stood by the lake and continued to wield the sickle. Xiao San is also a twin martial soul, with innate soul power. As long as he can work as hard as Duan Yun, he will definitely not be weaker than Duan Yun in the future, but will only be stronger than Duan Yun. Because Xiaosan's second spirit is Clear Sky Hammer, and Duan Yun's second spirit is just a sickle. Tang Hao turned around and disappeared into the night. They are going to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in 2 days. I have to take advantage of these 2 days to teach the junior well. He kept talking about learning. Forging, I will give him the chaotic cloak hammer method. Because of Duan Yun's relationship, Tang Hao was born with a comparability in his heart. He actually planned to take the initiative to teach Tang San's chaotic cloak hammer method. If Duan Yun knew about this, he would definitely sigh again. Tang Rico, your style of painting has changed. That's it. During the next 2 days, Duan Yun would go to the lake to practice swinging his sword. There are no moves, no rules, just the simplest swing, 1 knife, 2 knives, like a humanoid machine. After exhausting his physical strength, he came to a place where blue-silver grass was thriving and sat cross-legged to ponder the development achievements of blue-silver grass. Photosynthesis, nutrient absorption, soil modification, planting and grafting. Plant fiber. Duanyun scratched his hair. What's this all about? When these things went to school, I learned a little bit, but how to use this knowledge to improve the progress of achievements, Duanyun didn't have the slightest idea. Photosynthesis, the use of light energy to assimilate carbon dioxide and water and convert it into oxygen and organic matter? Damn. System, I will write out the chemical formula for you. Can you improve my development progress a little bit? 1% is fine. Ding. Hint, don't stick to the little bit of knowledge you have learned, but use your imagination and open your mind. Is the sun coming out from the west? The system actually gave a friendly reminder. This has never happened before. Do you think I'm too stupid and can't stand it anymore? Duanyun asked a few more words, but the system didn't give any more hints, so he had no choice but to continue thinking. Use imagination? Open thinking? How can you come here? If you think about it, I'm better at it. Duanyun muttered, the oxygen transformed by photosynthesis can support combustion. With the fire-type spirit ability, the power of the fire-type spirit ability can skyrocket. If you fight side by side with the fire-type spirit master, maybe you can make another one. Wuhan fusion skills. Ding. Development achievement 1, photosynthesis, the current development progress is 1%. I rub? Duanyun's eyes widened, and he cried out strangely, this is also okay. Then Duanyun found his way, and gradually became confident in the development achievements of Lan Yinko. Photosynthesis can make blue-silver grass produce chlorophyll. If chlorophyll is integrated into the body and covers the surface of the skin, it can make people camouflage in the wild. The oxygen produced can make people breathe smoothly in a closed environment. Absorb nutrients. Can blue-silver grass absorb toxins in the body? Detoxification effect. Soil improvement. If blue-silver grass is planted under the city wall, can the soil under the city wall be loosened? Let the city wall collapse? Can it be used to siege the city? Planting and grafting. The branches and leaves of the blue-silver grass pierce the enemy's body. Not only can they absorb the enemy's blood, but also can quickly take root and sprout in the enemy's body. Plant fiber. The plant fiber of blue-silver grass is as slender as spider silk, and very fragile, but if so many fibers are entangled and condensed, can it achieve the effect of steel wire? Can it directly break the enemy's neck? As these ideas emerged, system prompts also appeared one after another. Ding. Development achievement 1, photosynthesis, the current development progress is 3%. Development achievement 2, nutrient absorption, the current development progress is 2%. Development achievement 3, soil quality improvement, the current development progress is 1%. Development achievement 4, planting and grafting, the current development progress is 3%. Development achievement 5, plant fiber, the current development progress is 1%. Then Duanyun found that the development progress that was only improved by cranky thoughts was very limited, and these ideas must be put into action. Only by continuous practice and experimenting can we continue to improve the development progress. Any development achievement can't be completed in a short time, come slowly. Duanyun stood up, picked up the sickle beside him again, and jumped into the small lake. Swing the knife, go on. Newly enrolled working students at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy will not start to report until 3 months later. But what is Duanyun's identity? The grandson of the richest man in the Holy Soul Village, rich and capricious, how can he be a work student? So Tang San followed, and 2 days later, the 2 little kids went all the way towards Notting City under the leadership of village chief Jack. When I got rich, the village chief also added a carriage to the house. After sending the 2 children to the college this time, the village chief Jack planned to use the carriage to transport drinks in the future. On the carriage, Duanyun murmured, "Work-study students will report after 3 months. Didn't I miss the opportunity to play the rabbit? Tang-san, what bunny?" Chapter 23, New Achievement. What bunny? Of course it's a snow-white, soft, trembling little bunny when he ran. Duanyun picked up the sickle next to him and waved it casually. "It's nothing, it's just a long time since I have eaten roasted rabbit meat," just mumbling. "But then again, is there a warranty for the sickle your father forged? The replacement type? It has only been used for a few days, the blade of the sickle is rusty, and the wooden handle is a little loose. Warranty? Return the package?" Tang-san rolled his eyes. "Come on, you use the sickle that you flicked with 3 copper soul coins, and you want to return it? And this sickle is used to mow grass and wheat. You go to the lake to soak it every day. It's not rusty." Duanyun was angry. "How do you talk to your boss? Am I fooling you? My pocket of wild fruit has reached 15 copper soul coins, have you forgotten?" Tang-san turned his head, too lazy to argue with this bear boy. The most important thing was that he couldn't argue. "It doesn't matter whether it is rusty, slash the enemy with 1 tetanus." Duanyun smiled, waving the sickle in his hand even more vigorously. Tang-san didn't know what tetanus was, but he knew that he might be touched by the sickle if he didn't hide farther, so he quickly moved his buttocks to shrink his whole body into the corner of the carriage. Village Chief Jack, who was driving the car in front of him, suddenly turned his head and said angrily, "Bad boy, can you stop for a while? You know that you are bullying Ziosan in 1 day, right?" Duanyun shrank his neck. Seeing Duanyun's distress, Tang-san let out a laugh. "There are 3 tyrants in Chengun village, geese at the head of the village, dogs on the street, and Duanyun scurrying everywhere. Among these 3 tyrants, Duanyun is undoubtedly the head of the 3 tyrants. In the entire Holy Soul village, the only one who can control him, is only village chief Jack. Some villagers even gave the nickname to the village chief Jack. Hegemony. Of course Duanyun also knew the nickname of Grandpa Jack. Duanyun had been talking about it for several days. He said it was started by some villagers, but it didn't come from Tang Rico's mouth at first. With a carriage, it is fast, and it took only 3 hours for the half-day journey to arrive. Just arrived at the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy, and Duanyun hadn't waited to get off the bus when the system prompt came. Ding! Reminder, players can check the current achievements when they arrive at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Duanyun's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the achievement interface. Achievements of Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. Achievement 1, College School Master, the current progress is 0%. Achievement 2, Master of Counterfeiting, the current progress is 0%. Achievement 3, Soul Hunting Forest Lumberjack, the current progress is 0%. Are there only 3 achievements? Duanyun muttered in his heart, "That's fine, after all, I can only borrow here for a month. If there are too many achievements, I may not be able to complete them all. 3, the number is just right." But looking at the content of this achievement, Duanyun was a little confused. College boss? This is easy to understand. It should be similar to the Sacred Soul Village Kid King. After entering the school, you will play from the 1st grade to the 6th grade, beat all the students once, and you can finish it properly. But what the is this Master of Counterfeiting? Is there a Master Ma in Notting College? There are also 5 lightning strikes? And this Soul Hunter Forest Lumberjack, what the is this trademark? Did I go to the Soul Hunting Forest to cut trees? Just when Duanyun was stunned, Village Chief Jack called out, "Xiaoun, what are you doing in a daze? Come down, we have to report." Duanyun jumped out of the carriage, put down these 2 achievements for the time being, and planned to study carefully after officially enrolling. At the gate, a man janitor directly stopped the 3 of Village Chief Jack. The man looked at village chief Jack contemptuously. What do you do? Is this a place where you country folks can come? Village chief Jack hurriedly said, this little brother, we are. In the original work of Douluo continent, village chief Jack brought Tang San to Notting College to report. He was once humiliated by the concierge. Duan Yun didn't know if it was this concierge, but judging from his attitude just now, it must be that is defiant and defiant. Such a person, the more polite he is, the better he will be. Duan Yun could not see the village chief Jack being wronged. So before the head of the village Jack finished speaking, Duan Yun grabbed his arm. Grandpa, what are you doing with this kind of watchdog? Just slap the letter of recommendation on his face. After finishing speaking, before village chief Jack could react, Duan Yun had already taken out the recommendation letter from him and Tang San and threw it directly on the face of the concierge. Then he took out the waist card of the Notting Martial Spirit Division given to him by Su Yun Tao, and threw it away. Village chief Jack, Xiaoyun, be polite. Grandpa, people respect me 3 points, and I respect others. If people humiliate me, I should pay a tooth for a tooth. Duan Yun stepped forward and kicked the doorman's calf. Brain, what are you doing in a daze? Why don't you lead the way? Believe it or not, the little master pumped you. The concierge's face was pale. It would be okay if it were just 2 letters of recommendation, but the waist card of the Martial Spirit Division gave him 100 heads and he didn't dare to neglect it. I saw him slap himself twice and shouted, my grandfather, forgive me. My grandfather doesn't remember the villain, I'll take you to report. Duan Yun took the recommendation letter and waist card, and turned to look at the Mayor Jack. Grandpa Jack, aren't you going to buy drinks in the city? You don't have to worry about the report, I and Xiaosan can do it by ourselves. Duan Yun said, go into the city early, or go home early. Tang San followed, don't worry, Grandpa Jack, let's go back. We have a letter of recommendation. Boss Duan has a badge for the Martial Spirit Division, it's okay. Village Chief Jack hesitated. And finally nodded. In his memory, apart from being naughty, Duan Yun basically didn't worry about other things. In that case, I will go back. Village Chief Jack said, Xiaoyun, Yun Tao will send you to Wuhan City in a month. Before going there, I will return to the Holy Soul Village. Grandpa will make good food for you. Duan Yun nodded. It was the first time he had parted with Village Chief Jack in the 6 years of his rebirth. It was inevitable that he felt reluctant. It was not until Village Chief Jack drove away from his sight that he walked into the gate of the college under the leadership of the concierge. Village Chief Jack went to buy the wine for distillation. The batch of distilled wine that Su Yun Tao bought before hasn't started brewing yet. The Academic Affairs office is on the first floor of the teaching building, and the person responsible for registration is an elderly person who is about 60 years old. Others call him Director Su. Hey! Congenital full of soul power. Director Su stared at the recommendation letter of the 2 of them for a few times, and said in amazement, Tang San, Lan Yinko, is born full of spirit power. Duan Yun, Lan Yinko, sickle? Connately full of spirit power? This. How is this possible? A small holy soul village has 2 innate aptitudes full of soul power. Chapter 24, Master, accept the crit. For Tang San, even though Director Su was surprised, he didn't care too much. In his opinion, Lan Yinko was a complete waste of martial arts spirit. What if he was born full of spirit power? What if it can absorb a few spirit rings? After all, the future achievements are limited, and it would be very thankful to be able to reach the 30th level of Soul Venerable. But Duan Yun is different. Twin martial spirits, a wizard aptitude that has been rare in a century. Although the second martial spirit sickle is only the most common weapon martial spirit, it can be used as a weapon after all. Pity. Director Su sighed heavily, it's a pity that I only borrowed for a month at Notting College. But having said that, you can definitely get better instruction in the Wuhan Hall with your qualifications. Your dormitory is a house. There just happen to be 2 bunks available there. You can live in with the bedding. In the original work, Tang San was assigned to the 7 shelters because he was a work-study student, which was a dormitory specially prepared for work-study students. But now it's different. Tang San is funded by village chief Jack, but he is not enrolled as a working student, so of course he doesn't have to go to Kishi. This caused Duan Yun to scream out his sins. After 3 months, the work-study students will officially enter the school. Xiao Wu will also come to Notting College to report. Little Tutu will definitely be assigned to 7 houses. Didn't Tang San miss the opportunity to spend 6 years in bed with Xiao Tutu? I'm afraid I won't have the deep feelings in the original book in the future, right? Sin. Little San, take the quilt, let's go. Duan Yun picked up his quilt and left the academic affairs office first. Boss Duan, let me take it for you. Tang San was just being polite, and Duan Yun threw his quilt to him before he thought about it. Duan Yun, as expected of my dear brother, for your good faith, I don't care if your sickle is rusty. Tang San patted his mouth. Hey. The mouth is cheap. As soon as I left the academic affairs office, I saw a middle-aged man walking by in the distance. The man had short hair and a heavy book in his hand, glanced at Duan Yun and Tang San, and walked straight into an office. On the other side, the staff of the 2 colleges showed contempt. I have nothing to do in the academy all day, I really don't know what the dean is interested in him, and let this kind of person stay in the academy. SHHH, keep your voice down, don't let him hear it. The 2 staff members looked at each other and said nothing. Duan Yun frowned slightly, stopped subconsciously, and stared at the office in the distance. Judging from the conversation between the 2 staff members just now, the middle-aged man who just entered the office should be Yu Xiaogang. Master, Yu Xiaogang? Duan Yun said a few words in his heart, suddenly his eyes lit up, and then opened the achievement interface. Achievements of Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. Achievement 2, Master of Counterfeiting, the current progress is 0%. Master? No. Is it asking me to fight the fake Yu Xiaogang? Duan Yun muttered, he is a master of Wuhan theory. What else has he written about the 10 core competences of Wuhan? What can he do to fight fakes? Tang San, Boss Duan, what are you muttering? Duan Yun, it's okay. Xiaosan, you take the quilt and go to the house first, I'll go there later. Tang San glanced at Duan Yun suspiciously, but didn't ask much. He just said, this is Notting College, not our Holy Soul Village, don't be too naughty, be careful that the college fires you. Duan Yun waved his hand, don't worry, I've been prudent and sensible since I was a child. A sensible shit, of all the children, you are the best. Tang San murmured, carrying the bedding of the 2 of them alone and headed towards the house. Duan Yun hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth, then raised his foot to the door of that office. Regardless of whether this Master of Counterfeiting achievement is related to Yu Xiaogang, Duan Yun decided to give it a try, and it won't lose a piece of meat, right? In the office, Yu Xiaogang sat on a chair and dropped the books on the table casually. This book records the results of his research on Wuhan over the past few years, including the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan. What a pity, no matter how good the theory is, what can you do? Not many people believed his theory at all, and no one passed on his mantle. Boom! There was a knock on the door. Yu Xiaogang showed doubts. His status at Notting College is special. Apart from the dean, almost no teacher is willing to communicate with him. Even the students of the college avoid him, which makes him the office is extremely deserted, and no one else will come over on weekdays. Come in. Crack. The door was pushed open, and a well-behaved child with smart eyes walked in. Duan Yun respectfully said, the student is a freshman who has just entered school today, and his name is Duan Yun, before entering school, I have been hearing that the master's martial arts theory is very powerful, so I can't wait to come to see the master as soon as I report to the Academic Affairs Office. N.S. Yu Xiaogong's eyes lit up. Child, walk in some, have you really heard of my martial arts theory? Duan Yun showed an exaggerated expression. Then it is necessary, which soul master does not know the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan? Those who do not know are not called soul masters, they are called soul dan. This flattering sentence made Yu Xiaogang suddenly feel that life is full of hope, and that his efforts over the past few years have not been in vain. Good boy, so good. Yu Xiaogang laughed. Then I will test you. What are the 10 core competencies of Wuhan? What's all there? I remember the upper limit for the absorption of a spirit ring. The first spirit ring seems to be 423 years old. How do I know the others? Duan Yun waved his hand. I have memorized the top 10 core competencies. Every time I have a new insight, that is called a fascinating, but it is not important. Today the students come to see you, master. It's mainly because I can't figure out some things, and I want to ask for some advice. Yu Xiaogang straightened up. Since he came to Notting College, this is the first time that a student has come to ask for advice, and it seems that he is still a fan of his brain, which makes him even more happy, giving Duan Yun a cup of tea. It's all there. If you have any questions, just say it. Then I said it. Duan Yun opened his mouth and said, the first question, why don't spirit beasts that die naturally produce spirit rings? The second question, why can I only absorb the spirit ring produced by killing the spirit beast by myself? Why can't I absorb the spirit ring produced by the spirit beast killed by others? What is the specific reason? The third question, what is photosynthesis? Fourth, cut off a branch of a plant soul beast, and then graft the branch to an ordinary tree. What will happen after the grafting is successful? By the way, do you know grafting? Fifth, can a soul master only acquire soul abilities by absorbing a soul ring? Can he develop his own soul and directly discover the abilities of the soul, and then comprehend the soul abilities by himself? Sixth, there is an upper limit for absorbing spirit rings, but if I have a group of auxiliary spirit masters around me when absorbing spirit rings, let them use spirit abilities to increase my mental strength and physical strength, and then I will absorb them. Soul ring, can it break this upper limit of age? Seventh, hey? Master, what is your expression? Chapter 25, You are a fake master. Yu Xiaogong's eyes widened, and the whole person was dumbfounded. What's the situation? These questions, are they really something that a 6-year-old can think of? The difference between beasts and spirit beasts lies in spirit power and spirit rings, but why do spirit beasts produce spirit rings? He just didn't know how to answer this first question. This question is like why there is a sea in the world, why there is land, and there is air. No one goes into this question at all, and Yu Xiaogang is no exception. What other photosynthesis? He heard the word photosynthesis for the first time in his life, and how did he know what it was? Grafting? Oh my god, I never heard of it. Yu Xiaogang hasn't recovered for a long time. Duan Yun stretched out his hand and pulled his sleeve. Master? Can you help me answer these questions? Yu Xiaogang woke up in shock. Ah! This, that, I develop my own spirit without absorbing the spirit ring, and understand the spirit ability by myself? Shouldn't it be possible? Duan Yun, should it be? Or is it affirmative? Yu Xiaogang waved his hand and said, this question is too simple, you should think about it yourself. I'll answer the sixth question for you. If there is a group of auxiliary spirit masters to help, when absorbing the spirit ring in theory, it can break the upper limit of years. Duan Yun, theoretically? Can there be experimental basis? Can there be data support? If this theory is true, you said that the first soul ring absorption limit of 423 years is wrong, right? Experiment? Data? I never thought about this situation before. Yu Xiaogang, hey? This. God, what should I do? I'm a master of invincible theory, so speechless when asked by a kid? If this is spread out, how can I see people? Didn't this little kid come here to find fault on purpose? When he first saw Duanyun, Yu Xiaogang was very happy and regarded Duanyun as his most loyal fan, but now when Yu Xiaogang looked at Duanyun again, he seemed to see a little demon approaching him. Wave. Humph. The admiration on Duanyun's face disappeared, and he put on a look of contempt. Fortunately, I treat you as an idol, and in the end I can't answer such a simple question. Okay, don't say I am embarrassed by you. Since none of these questions can be answered, let's change to a simpler one. Hey, shame. Yu Xiaogang's face flushed. You say. Duanyun, if I remember correctly, one of the 10 core competencies of Wuhan is that the level of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of Wuhan, right? Yu Xiaogang breathed a sigh of relief and proudly said, yes, I checked the information of many soul masters and summarized it. Duanyun spread out his right hand, his soul power surged, and a green light condensed in his palm. In the next second, Wuhan Lan Yinko was revealed. Innately full of soul power, the martial soul is Lan Yinko. How do you explain this? Duanyun smiled and said, Blue Yinko is a well-known waste martial arts soul. Yu Xiaogang's eyes condensed, and he hurriedly stepped forward 2 steps, carefully looking at Duanyun's blue-silver grass martial spirit. Haha, you can't help me with this. Yu Xiao just seemed to recall his self-confidence, and said proudly, I have investigated 647 blue-silver grass martial arts soul masters, of which only 16 have soul power, of which the highest soul power is only the first. You are a blue-silver grass martial spirit, but you have an inherent 10th level full spirit power. If I expected it, you are a twin martial spirit, and the quality of the other martial spirit is very high. This sentence is exactly what Yu Xiaogang said when he saw Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit in the original Douluo continent. Tang San's second martial arts spirit was the clear sky hammer, with top quality, which indeed conformed to Yu Xiaogang's theory. Unfortunately, Duanyun is different. You really are a fake master, I saw you wrong. Duanyun raised his other hand and directly exposed the sickle spirit, the second spirit, the sickle, the most common weapon spirit. What? This is impossible. Yu Xiaogang was completely dumbfounded, only feeling hot on his face. How could this be? Are my 10 core competencies of Wuhan wrong? Blue-silver grass? Sickle? Congenital full of soul power? How can this be? Yu Xiaogang trembled. I'm not a fake master. Duanyun, you are. How many times have your theories been verified? Is there any detailed record of the verification? Yu Xiaogang stalked his neck. Yes. Duanyun's eyes were reddish, his nose and tears said, there is curly hair. I am so disappointed in you. I regard you as an idol, but you are a fake master. I am only 6 years old, but to withstand such a huge blow, to feel the dangers in the world so early, oh. Yu Xiaogang was also anxious. Duanyun, no, don't say anything, everything is my wishful thinking, you are not wrong, I believe you wrong. God. Yu Xiaogang was almost crying, it was upset. What's all this? Yu Xiaogang wanted to explain, but for a moment he didn't know how to speak. More than that, Duanyun's cry like this really caused Yu Xiaogang to feel a deep sense of guilt, and he only felt that he had broken the heart of an innocent child. Ding! Achievement 2, Master of Counterfeiting, the current progress is 86%. At this time, Duanyun's heart was smiling. Sure enough, the anti-counterfeiting master really wanted to fight the fake Yu Xiaogang. Duanyun pulled up Yu Xiaogang's sleeves and wiped his nose clean. I'll give you another chance. Can you answer the questions just now? Just say it if you don't understand, Don't be embarrassed, if you are no, I can teach you. Yu Xiaogang swallowed, he really didn't understand, especially photosynthesis and grafting, which he had never heard of. But he didn't believe that Duan Yun understood. Yu Xiaogang, then tell me, why only the spirit ring produced by killing the spirit beast can be absorbed? Duan Yun raised his head slightly, resonance. At the last moment of the soul beast's death, the body, soul, and even soul power will resonate with the person who killed him. It is precisely because of the existence of this resonance that no one else can absorb the soul ring, only the person who killed it can absorb it. Yu Xiaogang, what's the basis? Duan Yun contemptuously said, I'm just clicking on you, don't take an inch. Yu Xiaogang, then you talk about grafting. Duan Yun turned his head and looked at the windowsill. I saw a few potted flowers on the windowsill, including a pot of cactus and a pot of cactus. Duan Yun, grafting, just like what I said before, inserting a branch of a plant soul beast on an ordinary tree, this is the simplest grafting. Yu Xiaogang, just plug it in and graft it. Duan Yun, put it in, and then the branch of the soul beast will take in the nutrients of the trunk. Not only will it survive, but it will also be integrated with the trunk. In this way, the branch comes from the plant soul beast, but the trunk comes from ordinary trees. I call this the theory of plant soul beast grafting. Chapter 26, Tang San got beaten. Damn it! How can the branches of the plant spirit beasts merge with ordinary trees? It doesn't have to be tried at all, it's impossible to think about it. Yu Xiaogang, nonsense, don't talk about plant soul beasts, even different kinds of ordinary trees are not possible to graft. You really are a fake master. You deny other people's theories without any experiment, and you are irresponsible. The corner of Duan Yun's mouth curled up, forget it, because you are older and older, I will click you again. Did you see that pot of cactus and cactus? I will graft the cactus on the cactus, and let these two different plants blend together, believe it or not. Yu Xiaogang, believe it. Duan Yun, you are getting angry from embarrassment? Don't worry, how about we make a bet? If I succeed, you have to confess to me and admit that you are a fake master in front of me. Yu Xiaogang was irritated, okay, I promise you. Get it done. Duan Yun laughed, took his short legs and ran to the window, took down the cactus and cactus. Do you have a knife? Get it. Yu Xiaogang handed a small knife over and said angrily, here you are, I want to see what are you doing. What if you fail? Duan Yun, I failed? Why, you are such a big person, and you want a child to take a bet. Is it okay to be generous? My mentality collapsed. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists, wishing to beat Duan Yun directly. At this time, Duan Yun had already cut off the top of the cactus for a short section, and then cut off the root of the cactus, and carefully placed the cactus on the top of the cactus. The cut surfaces of the two plants were closely attached to each other. Later, he found another cloth strip to fix the cactus and cactus again. The 122nd experiment, Experimenter Duan Yun. Duan Yun clapped his hands, looked at his masterpiece carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. The 122nd experiment is a fart. This is basically Duan Yun's first grafting, but it sounds different in Yu Xiaogang's ears. This little kid has gone through so many experiments. Is what he said is true? Can different plants really merge and survive? Yu Xiaogang swallowed, is it over? Duan Yun, it's over, what else do you want? In order to prevent you from destroying this plant, I took it away first. After a few days, you can just look at the result. Yu Xiaogang, are you afraid I can't afford to lose? Duan Yun, I'm afraid of stabbing you, okay. After speaking, Duan Yun held the flower pot, turned around and left. Before leaving, he murmured, fake master, I have to wake you up. Yu Xiaogang stood there blankly, until Duan Yun had left for a long time before he came back to his senses. I'm not a fake master, Wu, I'm really not. Yu Xiaogang slumped on the chair and wailed, God, whose bare child is this? Ding! Achievement 2, Master of Counterfeiting, the current progress is 95%. After leaving the office, Duan Yun couldn't help laughing. Cool. After the grafting is successful, Yu Xiaogang admits that he is a fake master, and the achievement progress should reach 100%. If he doesn't admit it, then find a few more questions to hit him, and he should be able to achieve this achievement in the same way. Master, experience baby. Duan Yun said with a smile, but after I'm so frustrated, will the master be stunned? Will Tang San still worship him as a teacher? Forget it, what to do with so much? The big deal is that I will leave Neo. Before Ding Academy, find an opportunity to match Tang San with master, and force them to match. At this time, Yishi has been messed up. In the dormitory, 2 pairs of bedding were scattered on the ground. Tang San leaned on Chiang panting, his face was blue and purple, his clothes were dirty, and his eyes were staring at the children in front of him. Those few people are also students in the same house, judging from their age, they are much older than Tang San. The biggest one of them was already 12 years old, it was Xiao Chinayu, an 11th level martial arts spirit, and the martial spirit was a wolf. In the original Douluo continent, Xiao Chinayu had fought against Tang San, and was naturally repaired by Tang San. But this time it was different. As soon as Tang San came to the house, he was beaten violently by Xiao Chinayu with a group of younger brothers. The reason is very simple. According to the rules of each dormitory, all new students have to fight with the boss of this dormitory first. Don't fight? You don't have to fight, just bow your head and recognize the boss. However, Tang San had already recognized Duan Yun as the boss, and of course it was impossible to recognize Xiao Chinayu as the boss anymore, so the 2 sides fought. Tang San didn't have a hidden weapon, not even a stone. Tang Sek's hidden weapon could not be used at all. In addition, because of the large number of people and the small dormitory space, his ghost fans couldn't use it. Xiao Chinayu and the other 2 still couldn't use it. They were all 11th level spirit warriors, so, he was beaten. Xiao Chinayu sneered and said, Tang San, you have already lost. According to the rules, you must recognize me as the boss. The other 2 11th level spirit masters also appeared in the original Douluo continent, namely Ling Feng and Lu Long. Ling Feng, level 11 beast soul master, Wuhan Crow, the number 1 person in Nodding College's speed. Lai Long, 11th level weapon spirit master, Wuhan Stick. Ling Feng, Tang San, don't be shameless, and if you don't recognize the boss, we will beat you out, so that you will not be able to gain a foothold in the academy in the future. Lu Long, humph, do you know the identity of our boss Xiao? His father is the lord of Nodding City. You will not lose out with the boss of Xiao, and you will enjoy it in the future. Xiao Chinayu proudly said, you have heard what they said? You won't end up against me. Don't worry, I will never treat my little brother badly. If you go to the soul hunting forest to absorb soul ring, I'm not sure I can still help. Spit. Tang San took a sip and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You can't use it here, there is something to go outside and fight. As long as he moved the battlefield outside, he could take the opportunity to get some stones, use the ghost trail to deal with them, and then use the stones as a hidden weapon to win them. Tang San's idea was good, but Xiao Chinayu and the others didn't play cards according to their routines at all. Oh? It's a dead duck mouth, right? Xiao Chinayu waved his hand, brothers, keep hitting me. Oh my god! I don't believe I won't believe you. With that said, a group of little kids would continue beating Tang San. Oh? Xiaosan, why are you beaten like this? Didn't you mention my name? At this moment, a playful voice appeared, and Duan Yun walked in with his short legs holding the flower pot. I fuck? My bedding? Duan Yun blinked, and Tang San was beaten, but my betting was innocent. Tang San's eyes lit up, Boss Duan. But after the joy, Tang San became nervous again. In Tang San's heart, the reason why he lost to Duan Yun at the beginning was entirely because Duan Yun played a sneak attack. He didn't believe that Duan Yun's away was really powerful at the age of 18, let alone that Duan Yun was better than him. Even if he was beaten, how could Duan Yun beat Xiao Chinayu this group? Chapter 27, Be a School Bully from Today. Thinking of this, Tang San hurriedly said, Xiao Chinayu, there is a way for us to single out, if you want to fight in groups, let's go out and fight. But Xiao Chinayu ignored him at all, looking at Duan Yun with a smile. In addition to the betting handed to Tang San before, Duan Yun also carried a small package on his back. In the package were his cowhide whip and the rusty broken sickle. The half of the sickle's handle was inserted in the package, and the rusty blade was exposed. Telling your name? What do you think you are? Look at this outfit, and you can see the poor ghost from the village, just like this Tang San. Xiao Chinayu contemptuously said, people like you should go to the 7 homes of working study students. They are not qualified to live here. But again, if you are willing to recognize me as the boss, I will reluctantly accept it. You. Xiao Chinayu and this group of people are used to being domineering at Notting College, and they are senior students, and they also have spirit rings, so they never put other classmates in their eyes. Of course, Xiao Chinayu's identity is also one of the reasons. After all, he is the son of City Lord Notting. He was born with an eye above the top and no one in his eyes. Acknowledge you as the boss? How old are you? A little bean sprout is born to be a kid, but the boss? I'm. Duan Yun took a sip and placed the flower pot carefully aside. This is a treasure. The fake master's achievements still count on this thing. If you start to do it later, you can never affect it. It's okay if you want to be the boss. As long as any of you can beat me, I will recognize you as the boss. Not only I recognize it, but also Ziosan. Duan Yun drew out the cowhide whip and put the package and sickle next to the flower pot. Come on, don't say I bully people. Your name is Xiao Chinayu, right? I don't even bring soul skills to deal with you. Use. According to Duan Yun's plan, he was going to start completing the school master achievement in a few days. He didn't expect Xiao Chinayu to be in the house too. But now that he has encountered it, he will start to dominate in advance. Ding College. What? Xiao Chinayu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng are all 11-level spirit masters? Have spirit rings? So what? Their first spirit ring was only a 10-year-old white spirit ring, and the power of their spirit abilities was extremely weak. If it weren't for the large number of people, plus Tang San had no hidden weapons by his side, he would just pull out a person. Nor would it be Tang San's opponent. As for Duan Yun, he was born full of spirit power and had the poisonous dragon whip technique. Even if he had not absorbed the spirit ring, it would be easy to fight Xiao Chinayu. Xiao Chinayu narrowed his eyes. You don't need spirit abilities to deal with me? It's really arrogant, little kid. Do you have spirit abilities? Lu Long, Boss Xiao, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's just beat him up and he will be honest. Ling Feng, beat him. With that, a group of people walked towards Duan Yunwei. Cut, just return this to the son of City Lord Notting? It's a shame to your father. Duan Yun contemptuously said, Xiao Chinayu, you and I are fighting for the position of the boss, but you are bringing a group of people around to beat me? When fighting for the boss, it must be one-on-one. Whoever wins is the boss. If you are. If I insist on besieging, I will accompany me as well, but after the fight, no matter if I win or lose, I will pull the banner out tomorrow, and the banner will hang directly outside the city lord's mansion. I just say that Xiao Chinayu is a pretending offender, a coward, thinking when you are the boss, you don't dare to single out. See if your dad will have the face to see others in the future. A few simple words flushed Xiao Chinayu's irritated face. Others also stopped subconsciously. Okay, I'll stand up against you. Xiao Chenaya waved his hand, you all get out of the way. Lu Long and Ling Feng looked at each other, then stepped back, and the others naturally stepped aside. Duan Yun smiled and glanced at Tang San. Tang San's face flushed, why didn't he understand Duan Yun's meaning? Duan Yun was laughing at him. Obviously, he could use the fierce general method to single out Xiao Chenaya, but in the end he was surrounded and beaten by a group of people, which was embarrassing. Duan Yun turned his head, looked at Xiao Chenaya again, and then slowly stretched out a finger, softly shouted, come here. Xiao Chenaya's eyes condensed, and he let out a roar. In the next second, his martial soul had already condensed, and his martial soul was possessed. A white 10-year spirit ring also appeared, hovering around him. Afterwards, Xiao Chenaya waved a pair of wolf paws and rushed straight to Duan Yun. Xiao Chenaya's speed is very fast, and the strength condensed on his claws is not weak. If it really hits Duan Yun's body, he can definitely blast Duan Yun out. Vomiting blood and getting injured is absolutely. His attack trajectory is too obvious, it is a straight attack method, making it clear that he has no experience in fighting. Hey? That's it. Duan Yun blinked, and the cowhide whip in his hand rolled out instantly like a dragon going out to sea. Away 18th style, Great Eagle Cavern. Whoosh! The cowhide whip made a sharp piercing sound, and instantly curled up one of Xiao Chenaya's foot. What? Xiao Chenaya was shocked and hurriedly moved his soul power in an attempt to directly shatter the cowhide whip. However, it was a pity that Duan Yun's speed was too fast. Before Xiao Chenaya urged his soul power, he suddenly pulled the whip, directly causing Xiao Chenaya's body to lose his balance and fell to the ground fiercely. Little kid, it makes you hard to study, and it makes you hard to study. Duan Yun jumped forward and rode directly on Xiao Chenaya's body. The handle of the leather whip directly touched Xiao Chenaya's throat, and his other hand slapped Xiao Chenaya's slap severely. On the ass. Bang! Happiness! Quickly let go of Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao! Lu Long and others were shocked, and they wanted to step forward to save people. Why? Still want to fight in a group? You're old Xiao Dalian, I can't handle a single move, even if you go together, I will still be beaten. Duan Yun, but I'm low-key, don't care about you, just let me go. Although his mouth was stiff, Duan Yun was actually a little horrified in his heart, there are too many people. If he rushes into the crowd, he may not have been able to fight before, and he must be like Tang Sanyi. So he was beaten up in the corner of the wall. Xiao Chenaya, it didn't count just now, there is a kind of you let me go, let's fight again. Bang! Duan Yun slapped again, can't afford to lose? If you lose, you must admit, you must stand at attention when you are beaten. Don't embarrass your father. Xiao Chenaya's face turned red and white. When other people saw it, they didn't know what to do. After all, the rules are there. Whoever wins is the boss. Now Duan Yun has won, and he won so quickly and thoroughly. It would be too embarrassing if he didn't admit it. Lu Long hesitated to say something but stopped. Boss Xiao, this. Ling Feng, Boss Xiao, or let's surrender. Xiao Chenaya's chest rose and fell, and it was not until a long time later that he let out a helpless sigh. You have won, I give up. Ding! Achievement 1, College School Master, the current progress is 82%. Chapter 28, The Master is Coming. Just beating Xiao Chenaya, the achievement progress of the school master directly rose to 82%, even Duan Yun was stunned. Is it because Xiao Chenaya is the boss of Nodding College? That's why I can get so much progress when I defeat him? Surprise! Duan Yun grinned, got up and let go of Xiao Chenaya. I'm still a man, from today, I will be the boss of Kishi. After I leave, Xiaosan will inherit my throne. If anyone refuses to accept it, then he will be singled out with Xiaosan. At this time, Xiao Chinayu had already admitted his fate, but Duan Yun's words made him puzzled. Xiao Chinayu, are you going? Are you going to change dormitories? Duan Yun said angrily, there must be honorifics, call me Duan boss. Xiao Chinayu, boss Duan, what did you mean by just now? Duan Yun hooked his fingers, causing Xiao Chinayu to squat down a little, then stretched out his hand to pat Xiao Chinayu's shoulder. Standing in front of you is a peerless genius with innate soul power and twin martial souls. I will transfer to Wuhan Hall Junior Soul Master Academy. To put it bluntly, I am just a visitor at Nodding Academy. Not far away, Tang San curled his lips and couldn't help but spit out a few words in his heart. Inherit your throne? Just the boss of a dormitory, return the throne? Do you want to be shameless? And innate soul power, twins Wuhan only, should you be so high profile? Little kid, you know that smelly. Stinky? Duan Yun just wants to complete the Academy Master achievement faster. He only has 1 month, and he must do everything possible to complete these 3 achievements in the shortest time. Sure enough, after hearing Duan Yun's words, Xiao Chinayu, Lu Long, Ling Feng, and others took a deep breath. Gosh! Boss Duan is born with full soul power, twin martial souls. Wuhandian Junior Soul Master Academy? That's the best Junior Soul Master Academy in the entire continent. There is no academy between the 2 empires. Boss Duan, awesome! Ding! Achievement 1, College School Master, the current progress is 87%. Sure enough, as Duan Yun had expected, the progress of the achievements of the college master has increased by 1 more level. Duan Yun waved his hand, Xiao Chinayu, give you a task, and now take Lu Long and Ling Feng, and give me a dormitory to promote, so that from today onwards, Duan Yun will be the boss of Nodding College. Whoever dares to refuse, just beat him up for me, you know. Xiao Chinayu hurriedly stood up straight and said loudly, oh, Boss Duan, boss, when you develop in the future, can you bring your brothers? You are a genius in the Spirit Hall, and you will not be able to achieve it in the future. Limited. Lu Long, yes, Boss Duan, I always want to go to the Wuhan Hall in my dreams, but unfortunately my qualifications are so bad that I don't have that life. Ling Feng, with the qualifications of the boss, I can't say that I can become a deacon in the Wuhan Palace in the future. Xiao Chinayu said angrily, what deacon? The elders are right, don't talk nonsense, go to Ershi with me now, and then fight all the way. Who dares to deny Boss Duan, just don't give me Xiao Chinayu face, you have to beat it up. After all, a group of little kids rushed out of Ershi Wianjiang, leaving only Duan Yun and Tang San. Finish. Duan Yun clapped his hands, picked up the bedding scattered on the ground, and then came to his bed. Tang San, Boss Duan, didn't you let Xiao Chinayu and the others bully others? No, right. Duan Yun, boy, what do you know? I'm paving the way for you, don't you? How long can I stay at Nodding College? Isn't this for you? For me? Tang San was dumbfounded. Duan Yun patted Tang San on the shoulder, and pretended to say, after I leave, you are the boss of Nodding College, I am fighting for you. Fart. Tang San rolled his eyes, I don't want it. Duan Yun, you want it. That look like the father who puts long trousers on his son in autumn made Tang San feel a bit cold. Xiao Chinayu's work efficiency is extremely high, and he was originally the boss of Nodding College. After walking down the dormitories one by one, he quickly helped Duan Yun to establish his name as the boss Duan. Only Wang Sheng of Kishi resisted a little bit, and as a result, Xiao Chinayu personally beat him with a bruised nose and swollen face, and finally he was completely convinced. Therefore, from the 2nd home to the 7th home, all the children have not seen Duan Yun's true face, and they have been forced to recognize Duan Yun as the boss. Ding! Achievement 1, the college is the boss, the current progress is 100%, the progress is reached. Reminder, congratulations on getting the College Master Achievement Reward, a 500 cubic space ring. In the evening, Duan Yun and Tang San just came back from the cafeteria when they heard the prompt of achievement. A 500 cubic space ring? I rub it, awesome! Just got Xiao Chenai 1, and completed this achievement, cool. Duan Yun was overjoyed. Ever since he entered Notting College, he has been hitting Yu Xiaogong's 24 bridges and bright moonlight idea, wondering whether to intercept Hu Tangsan, and get this spatial soul guide first. As a result, the school bully directly gave him a 500 cubic meter space ring, which was even stronger than the 24 bridges and the moonlit night. On the 24 bridge and the moonlit night, each piece of jade has only 1 cubic meter of space, and it is only 24 cubic meters when it is full. Compared with his space ring, it is nothing but rubbish. Tang San, Boss Duan, what are you laughing at? Duan Yun, it's okay. Xiaosan, there is a teacher named Yu Xiaogang in Notting College. Although his achievements in martial arts theory are not better than mine, he is still qualified. You can try to compete with him if you get in touch, you should be able to learn a lot from him. Wuhan theory? What martial arts theory do you know as a kid? Tang San clutched his forehead, speechless for a while, but he was used to it a long time ago, and he ignored Duan Yun's pretense, just remembered the name Yu Xiaogang in his heart. For the next 3 full days, Duan Yun had been studying honestly in the college. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that he took time to go to Notting City and found a Notting City blacksmith shop. The owner of the blacksmith's shop was called Shi San, and Duan Yun didn't do anything else there. He just bought 500 sickles. Among them, 200 are wooden handles, and 300 are all iron handles. These sickles are what he is going to use for swinging his knives on weekdays, and he will be able to use them when he goes to the hunting forest to be a lumberjack. By the time Duan Yun returned to Notting College, it was already evening. There was no one in the dormitory. Tang San didn't know where to hide to practice, but Xiao Chenayu and others went to the cafeteria. Duan Yun, what was the result of that grafting? With a heavy book in his hand, Yu Xiaogang walked into Duan Yun's dormitory. The flower is on the windowsill, see for yourself. Duan Yun waved his hand, don't forget our agreement. If you lose, you have to admit it. But we have to add another bet. If you lose, you must not only admit that you are a fake master, but also accept it. Tang San is a disciple. Tang San? Of course, Yu Xiaogang had heard of Tang San's name. He was a teacher at the academy after all, and he knew some students' information. He knew that Tang San, like Duan Yun, was innately full of spirit power, and his martial spirit was Lan Yinko. According to Yu Xiaogong's guess, Tang San must have a second martial arts spirit, and the quality of the second martial arts spirit is very high, but he was beaten in the face by Duan Yun earlier, and he didn't even bother to find Tang San for a while. It is confirmed that I only intend to win Duan Yun on the bet of grafting before talking about it. Chapter 29, Novice Forced Peace. Yu Xiaogang questioned, accept Tang San as a disciple? I heard that Tang San and you are good brothers. I am a fake master in your eyes. You can rest assured that I accept him as a disciple. Duan Yun climbed onto a chair, made himself taller than Yu Xiaogang, and then reached out and patted Yu Xiaogang on the shoulder. Master, although your theory still has many flaws, I don't deny your efforts. You are still young. As long as you are willing to sink your heart and continue to work hard, you will still have a chance to become a true master in the future. I entrust it to you, of course don't worry. What? Yu Xiaogang shuddered and almost couldn't hold back a slap. A little kid, who are you with? I am still young? When I am a dad at my age, I always take turns. However, he is all about grafting in his heart now, and he has no intention to care about Duan Yun. Yu Xiaogang, the matter of accepting disciples, wait until your grafting is successful. Duan Yun, then I will treat you as promised. After speaking, the two came to the window sill. Duanyun took a deep breath and carefully untied the straps wrapped around the cactus and cactus. For the first time grafting, to be honest, he was also a little nervous, worried that he would play off. If he really played off, the achievement of the master of counterfeiting might be difficult to do. Fortunately, these two plants are quite competitive, and the cuts are already tightly combined. Duanyunang raised his neck. Look at the success. This is called grafting. I just give you a sample. Only 2 ordinary plants are used for this grafting. If you want to try it yourself, you can directly add grafting is used on plant spirit beasts. Yu Xiaogang widened his eyes, looked at the plants in front of him in disbelief, and then cautiously touched them for a long time. How is this possible? What's impossible? Master, you still have a lot to learn, don't work behind closed doors. When you have the opportunity in the future, I will teach you something else. Duanyun, then, now is the time for you to cash out your bet. Until then, Yu Xiaogang was still dreaming. Prickly pear, cactus, 2 different plants are really combined together? Is this grafting? According to this method, I am afraid that the branches of the plant spirit beast can also be grafted onto ordinary trees, right? After grafting, will the newly combined plants become soul beasts? Or is it still an ordinary plant? Duanyun pulled Yu Xiaogang's sleeves. Hello? Wake up, it's useless to pretend to be stupid. Hurry up and fulfill your promise. Taking Yu Xiaogang as a person, naturally, he won't be unable to lose. Hey! Yu Xiaogang sighed heavily. At a young age, I know so much, I wonder who taught you this. Duanyun sneered without speaking. Yu Xiaogang was helpless. Okay, I'm a fake master. Ding! Achievement 2, Master of Counterfeiting, current progress is 100%. Reward novices with 5 compulsory piece cards. Item name, compulsory piece card, novice. Item introduction, it can be used before spirit power level 20, and it is invalid if it exceeds level 20. After use, the forced peace mode can be activated for 6 hours. Tip, in the forced peace state, no life can cause damage to the player. If the player actively attacks the target, the forced peace mode will be cancelled. I got an obedient, forced peace card? There are such abnormal things too? And gave 5 cards at once? This thing can save your life at a critical moment. Awesome! Duanyun, who gave it to me? From the mother's womb, I will do my own research, which is all my own research. Started researching in the mother's womb? I believe you a ghost. Yu Xiaogang rolled his eyes and saw that Duanyun refused to tell the truth, and could not continue to entangle him. Yu Xiaogang, I plan to go to the hunting forest and try the grafting experiment. Would you like to go with me? Duanyun, don't go, I still have big things to do, let Tang San accompany you with such small things. He is innately full of spirit power. After going to the hunting forest, you can help him by the way. Get a spirit ring. Pack. It can be installed. A 6-year-old kid who doesn't have all his hair, what big things do you have to do? Yu Xiaogang complained in his heart, but Duanyun's words reminded him. Since I promised you that I would accept Tang San as a disciple, I won't break my promise. All right, I will take him to the soul hunting forest with him, and I will leave tomorrow. After speaking, Yu Xiaogang walked out of the dormitory holding a flower pot. Duanyun, hey? Why did you take the flowers away? Yu Xiaogang didn't turn his head back, and said, this is my thing. Cut, cultivated for several days, just took it away for me? Shameless. Duanyun pointed his fingers at Yu Xiaogang's back. That night, after Tang San returned to the dormitory, Duanyun told him that Yu Xiaogang was about to accept him as a disciple, and told Tang San to visit Yu Xiaogang the next day. As for whether Tang San and Yu Xiaogang will still have the profound friendship in the original work in the future, Duanyun didn't care about it. The next day, the scorching sun rose high. On the periphery of the hunting soul forest, Duanyun was holding a sickle and standing in front of a small tree. He had the token of the Spirit Hall branch given by Su Yun Tao, but when he arrived at the entrance of the hunting forest, he was questioned by the guards for a long time. No way, Duanyun is just a 6-year-old after all. Boy, even if he holds the token for the Spirit Division Hall in his hand, he still can't enter the soul hunting forest without the company of an adult. Fortunately, Duanyun's mouth was sweet, and his uncle happily called the guards to the thieves, and vowed that Su Yun Tao would go to the soul hunting forest to meet him, and then he was able to enter the soul hunting forest. While completing the logging achievement, you can swing a knife at the same time. Both are good news. Bang! Bang! Duanyun waved the sickle in his hand and slashed towards the small tree in front of him. After dozens of seconds, a small tree with a mouth thickness was chopped into 2 sections. Ding! Achievement 3, Hunting Soul Forest Lumberjack. The current progress is 0.8%. Duanyun was stunned. A tree can only increase the logging progress by 0.1%. Ding! Hint: the thicker the tree, the faster the increase. So it is. Duanyun helplessly raised his sickle and swung it all the way down. Bang! Bang! In the dim and damp jungle, there was a sound of slashing. Some spirit beasts were startled and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Roar! Suddenly, several roars appeared, and a group of robust soul beasts appeared, rushing all the way towards Duanyun's direction. I fuck! Duanyun was startled, but after he saw the appearance of these soul beasts, he let out a long sigh of relief. A 10-year soul beast, Nether Wolf. Fortunately, it is only a 10-year-old spirit beast, and there are not many. Even if I don't have a spirit ability, I should be able to deal with it. Duanyun changed the sickle to his left hand, and then drew the whip around his waist with his right hand. Before the ghost wolves approached, he jumped and took the initiative to greet the ghost wolves. Chapter 30, Is That Kid and number 039, head sick. Just like Duanyun thought, 10-year soul beasts really cannot pose too much threat to him, as long as they are not completely surrounded by these ghost wolves, as long as they leave enough room for the whip in their hands. It is only a matter of time to solve these dozen ghost wolves. Use Wuhan? No need at all. The whip and the sickle in your hand are enough. Whoosh! The poisonous dragon whip technique was unfolded, and the leather whip in his hand had a sharp piercing sound, and every time it was swept out, it could be accurately drawn on a ghost wolf. The leather whip hovered and forced the 2 ghost wolves who were trying to approach each other to retreat. Then it rolled out like a dragon, entangled one of the ghost wolves. Duanyun suddenly stepped forward, and the sickle in his left hand slashed down fiercely. Puff! A stream of blood rushed out, and the nether wolf's neck was directly cut open with a long narrow wound, and the body had fallen limply to the ground. Ding! Hint: use the sickle to inflict damage on the enemy, and you can get the achievement of triple swinging the sword. Achievement 1, 100,000 swings. The current number of swings is 317,740,000. I rub? Duanyun's eyes lit up. It's higher than the points you can get by swinging a knife in the lake? You said it earlier. I said I had washed the henhouse and pig pen in the village with a sickle. The achievement of triple swinging swords is definitely a huge surprise for Duanyun. In this way, it can definitely speed up the speed of the achievement of swinging swords by a lot. Ouch! In the dense forest, there was a cry of wailing, a smear of blood was sprayed on the ground, and Duanyun's originally neat clothes had also been dyed red. After a long time, the last nether wolf was beheaded on the spot, and Duanyun still slashed a few more times at the corpse. However, it was a pity that the achievement obtained by cutting a corpse and ordinary swinging a knife was the same, which disappointed him greatly. Dirty! Duanyun wiped the blood from his face, turned his head and glanced around. He couldn't find a place to rinse for a while, so he could only bear it temporarily. Continue to cut trees, take a look to see if there is a lake in the forest, and wash it after you find it. Duanyun said to himself, I don't know when Master and Ziosan will come to hunt the Soul Forest. Whenever thinking of Yu Xiaogang, Duanyun's heart felt refreshed. A dignified master of martial arts theory, he was turned into a fake master by his life, and now even Yu Xiaogang himself is beginning to doubt his theories. It is said that he has begun to reorganize the 10-core competition of martial arts. Li intends to revise this book, and also want to write the theory of grafting in the book. I gave him the grafting. If he writes in the 10 core competences of Wuhan, I have to care about his copyright fees. Well, or else I will publish a book in the future, called Top 10 Refutations and Conjectures, which specifically refutes Yu Xiaogang's 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan. At this time, spirit power surged on the corpses of those ghost wolves, and white spirit rings appeared one after another. Duanyun glanced casually, but didn't take these spirit rings to heart, let alone absorb them. Go on, chop. Duanyun took a deep breath, carrying the sickle and came to a big tree again. Bang, bang. For the next 6 full days, Duanyun had been wandering around the periphery of the hunting soul forest. Rows of trees were chopped off by him. A large area on the periphery seemed to be arched by wild boars, and there were many trees everywhere. Bang, bang. Duanyun was sweating like rain before a big tree. After a long time, the tree crashed to the ground. The kid over there, it turns out that you are destroying the trees in the hunting forest. Oh? You dare to run? Stop me! At this moment, an angry shout appeared, and a group of patrolling soldiers from the spirit hall came from a distance. Although the soul hunting forest was the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, it was the soul hall that really controlled it, and even the guards at the entrance of the soul hunting forest were from the soul hall. In addition to guarding the soul hunting forest, the soldiers of the Wuhan Hall will often have teams to patrol the periphery of the soul hunting forest to prevent those soul masters who break in without permission from running here to hunt the soul beasts. When patrolling a few days ago, they discovered that someone was destroying the trees outside the forest. Unfortunately, they did not find anyone after searching for a few days. Now they finally found it. Angrily, the group of patrolling soldiers rushed towards Duanyun. I wipe it. Duanyun said nothing. Sa Yazi ran, a pair of short legs extremely fast, just a few takeoffs and landings went into the jungle and disappeared. What about people? Run, so fast. I remember, he was the kid who entered the soul hunting forest 3 days ago. At that time, he was still holding the token of the nodding martial spirit division hall, and he seemed to be called Duanyun. I remember at the time that he said Master Su Yuntao would come to the soul hunting forest to join him. But after 3 days, I never saw Master Su Yuntao come. Is that kid's head sick? Why run here to chop the tree trunk? Hush, you can't say this, if it gets to Master Su Yuntao's ears, it will be troublesome. A group of patrolling soldiers looked at each other. They were just ordinary soldiers. There was no soul master. They only patrolled the periphery of the hunting forest. They rarely ventured into the middle of the hunting forest, let alone approaching the depths. Because once you enter the central region, you may encounter 100-year-old soul beast, or even 1,000-year-old soul beast, which is definitely not something that ordinary soldiers like them can fight against. Have you noticed? That little kid is full of dried blood, as if he had fought with spirit beasts. Damn it, quickly send someone to the Nodding Wuhan branch to report. That little kid has something to do with Master Su Yuntao. If he dies in the hunting forest, we are afraid we will be to blame. As he said, someone left the team and ran out of the hunting forest. As for the others, they continued to look for the direction where Duanyun had left. Su Yuntao is only a 26th level Great Soul Master, just a deacon in the Northern Wuhan branch hall. If such an identity is placed in Wuhan City, he is definitely a small person who can't get on the stage. Nodding City is different. Apart from Master Matthew Nyo, the entire Notting City Wuhan branch hall is his Suyun Tao's highest status. And these Soul Hall soldiers who were responsible for guarding the soul hunting forest happened to belong to the Notting Soul Temple branch hall. Naturally, these people were extremely afraid of Suyun Tao. In the dense forest, Duan Yun ran all the way, and he didn't forget to wave the sickle in his hand when he ran. Time is money. Since entering the hunting forest, except for eating and sleeping, basically the sickle in his hand hasn't stopped. Pass. After a long time, Duan Yun stopped, turned his head and took a look. Hey, finally thrown away. If this is caught by them, they will drive me out of the hunting forest. After I drove out, I can still come in again a few days later, but this time has been delayed. Hey? I finally found a place to take a bath. I've been stinky these few days. Chapter 31, The Little Bunny is so cute and must be bullied. Not far away, a small lake with a small area. By the lake, a few herbivorous two-tailed deer were standing there quietly, drinking water. This picture is very poetic, until... Bang! Duan Yun took a few ups and downs, and jumped into the lake in his dirty clothes. The two-tailed deer were taken aback, and disappeared into the jungle as if they fled. Comfortable. Duan Yun poked his head out and spouted a mouthful of water. I even washed my clothes. I will rest by the lake tonight and continue tomorrow. Speaking of which, this is already in the middle of the hunting forest. Right? I have to be careful. I haven't absorbed the spirit ring yet. If I encounter a few 100-year-old spirit beasts, it will be tricky. After a while, Duan Yun took off his wet clothes, threw it in the grass on the shore, and continued to scrub his body. Hey! Xiao Doubting, when can I grow up? After looking down, Duan Yun sighed helplessly. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from a distance. Duan Yun frowned and tore off a reed from the side. The hollow reed rod bit in his mouth, and his whole body sank into the lake to hide. This place is different from the periphery of the forest. It is already considered as dangerous. Duan Yun naturally has to deal with it carefully. The sound of footsteps came closer. After a while, a delicate and slender figure appeared, actually a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. The girl is wearing a pink dress with a long ponytail around her waist. She also wears a pair of bunny ears-like hairbands on her head, and a bunny tail-like decoration on the back waist. Hey? I'll take it. Xiao Wu? Isn't it? Duan Yun stared at the girl with wide eyes, his eyes penetrating the surface of the water. With this outfit, coupled with this age, who else besides Xiao Wu? What kind of hair bands are like bunny ears? They are real bunny ears at all. What kind of decoration is like a rabbit tail? Is it a real tail? By the shore, Xiao Wu looked around with alertness, and after seeing that there was no danger, she let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Wu murmured, I originally wanted to live in Notting City for a while, but I didn't have any money in my pocket, and I couldn't even afford a bun. Hey, there are 2 more before the beginning of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Many months, don't I have to stay here for more than 2 months? As he said, he took off his clothes one by one. The white and delicate figure gradually appeared, although across the water, the soft and smooth skin still couldn't hide Duan Yun's eyes. Guru. Duan Yun swallowed, and his eyes widened. I'm going to start in 3 years, with the highest death penalty. Didn't you force me to commit a crime? You bullied me if I didn't have a weapon and couldn't carry a gun. Me. At this time, Xiao Wu's clothes had been completely taken off, and then he jumped into the lake. Duan Yun's body was buried under the water, and Xiao Wu's body was unobstructed in front of him. Her little hand slid lightly across her body, and her body moved a little closer in Duan Yun's direction. Hey? Xiao Wu let out a whisper, feeling that her toes seemed to have touched something, so she reached out and touched it underwater. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's face changed, and she exclaimed, Loach! In the next second, the surface of the water rolled. Duan Yun suddenly poked his head out of the water, and said angrily, "Smelly hooligan, I practiced Qigong in the water well, but you came over to indecent me? Say, your parent who is it? I'm going to sue." Xiao Wu was also taken aback by Duan Yun, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she was just a kid. "You are the stinky rascal, who knows someone is in the water." Xiao Wu said angrily, "You obviously saw me taking a bath, but you still hide in the water, but now you are embarrassed to say that I was insulting you. Duan Yun, you just assault me. Xiao Wu, you are hiding in the water and peeking at me. Duan Yun, what's wrong with taking a peek? You won't lose a piece of meat. But you just caught that, if it wasn't for me to hide quickly, do you know the consequences? Xiao Wu, it's just a loach, what does it have to do with you? Duan Yun." The two of them stared with big eyes, their bodies below their chests buried under the water, and the atmosphere was extremely embarrassing for a while. Xiao Wu's originally vertical bunny ears have drooped down because of the water. Duan Yun suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched one of Xiao Wu's ears. "Ah, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, and a jumped body jumped out of the water, his legs split slightly in mid-air, and his body turned and landed on the shore. Duan Yun kept the posture of looking up and blinked. I seem to have seen some amazing pictures just now." Duan Yun swallowed. Xiao Wu stood on the shore, with one hand akimbo, and the other pointing to Duan Yun. "There is a kind of you come up. Duan Yun, come on up, whoever is afraid of whom." Several bird calls sounded in the air, and a few birds flew past. Duan Yun was naked, and fell in front of Xiao Wu with his hands on his hips. "What do you want?" "There is a kind of horse." A cold wind blew through. Duan Yun shuddered. Xiao Wu also shuddered. The two looked at each other, turned around unanimously, and found the clothes that had been left on the shore. "It's a bit cold." Duan Yun picked up the wet clothes. "The clothes are wet. I'm afraid it will get colder when you put them on." On the other side, Xiao Wu had already put her clothes on, and turned to look at Duan Yun again. "Put the clothes on, let's go head to head, the one who loses and the one who wins admits wrong and apologizes." Duan Yun was angry and raised the clothes in his hands. "Have you seen that my clothes are wet? There is a kind of you take off your clothes, let's go one-on-one." Although Xiao Wu was transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast, she is innocent and innocent, especially now, she doesn't understand the difference between men and women, otherwise the original work will not appear as Tang San Tung. The plot of the bed for 6 years. Xiao Wu hesitated, gritted her teeth and said, "Take it off, you can't cry after you fight." With that said, he actually took off his clothes again and threw them aside. God, this is too naive, too simple, right? It's a shame not to be bullied. The corner of Duan Yun's mouth curled up, and he stepped forward a few steps, pretending to put his own clothes next to hers. Xiao Wu didn't take it to heart either, she just waited for Duan Yun to put her clothes away, and then took a shot to teach this little kid. But in the next scene, Xiao Wu was dumbfounded. I saw Duan Yun bent down, instead of putting down her clothes, he picked up her clothes instead. Xiao Wu said angrily, "What are you doing with my clothes?" Duan Yun smiled, "Guess." As soon as the voice fell, Duan Yun suddenly turned around, shaking his short legs and ran away. "Ah!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, "You stop me and return my clothes." Duan Yun, "You chase, if you chase me, I will let you hey. Sample, let you catch me. Don't bully you, it's hard to understand the hatred in my heart." However, Xiao Wu's speed was completely beyond Duan Yun's expectation, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to Duan Yun for a long time. After that, she was seen leaping high, her legs spread out, and she jumped over Duan Yun's head, blocking Duan Yun's body. Duan Yun maintained the posture of looking up, showing an exaggerated expression. Wow! Chapter 32, 100-Year Soul Beast, Evil Shadow Leopard. Xiao Wu stretched out her hand and said angrily, "Bad guy, return the clothes to me. Duan Yun, you said I'm a badass, then why should I return your clothes? If you want clothes, get them yourself. Without a word, Xiao Wu leaped towards Duan Yun with a sway, and as soon as he approached, he swept towards Duan Yun's head with one foot. Hey, don't always raise your legs, right? It deliberately affects my concentration, right? Duan Yun casually smashed his clothes at Xiao Wu, flipped his palm, and took out the cowhide whip from the space ring. The whip was rolled and wrapped around the foot that Xiao Wu swept directly. Xiao Wu was startled, and she dodges the smashed clothes sideways, twisting in the air, while avoiding Duan Yun's whip. Xiao Wu, no wonder you are so courageous, you really have some ability. Duan Yun, I am not only bold, but also a big whip. Xiao Wu, boy, the whip can't be described as big, the cowhide whip in your hand should be described as long. Good boy, you still know how to correct my mistakes. Bang bang. In just a few breaths, the two played against each other again. Suddenly, the soul power in Duan Yun's body gushed out, and the speed of the long whip in his hand soared, directly entangled one of Xiao Wu's feet. Whoosh! With a fierce force, the whip pulled Xiao Wu to the ground. Before Xiao Wu got up, Duan Yun had already jumped over, and then sat down on Xiao Wu's body. In the distance, their clothes were scattered in the grass. Xiao Wu struggled a few times. There is a kind of you to get up, let's do it again. Duan Yun, do you think I'm stupid? Besides, even if you fight a few more times, you are still not my opponent, hurry up and admit it. Xiao Wu blinked, acknowledge? What do you mean? Isn't it? Don't even know what you mean by admitting counseling? Duan Yun rolled his eyes, just admit defeat, you lost. Xiao Wu pouted, I don't recognize it. Duan Yun was also angry, okay, then the two of us will consume it like this, let's see who consumes more energy. The two little kids stared at each other with big eyes. Duan Yun grinned, took out a roast chicken from the space ring, sat on Xiao Wu's body and ate it. Xiao Wu swallowed, turned her head away, and didn't look at Duan Yun. Duan Yun, want to eat? Xiao Wu, no. Duan Yun, you rabbit ears and tail, are they real? Or are they fake? Xiao Wu, fake, decorations. Then you take it off and let me have a look. The workmanship is so exquisite, it looks like it's real. As Duan Yun spoke, he stretched his hand under Xiao Wu's buttocks, pinched her rabbit's tail and pulled it a few times. It hurts, it hurts. Tears flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, and she suddenly regretted. Originally planned to study at the Human Junior Soul Master Academy, hiding in the soul hunting forest just waiting for the start of the academy, but in the end met such a bear kid. God, whose family is this bear kid? Take him away quickly. Duan Yun retracted his hand and pretended to say, this tail is powerful, it looks like it's on the body, where did I buy it? I will buy one when I have time. Xiao Wu sobbed, Wu, you badass. Duan Yun hurriedly said, don't cry. I don't see girls cry the most, whenever I see girls cry, I want to laugh. Hearing these words, Xiao Wu cried even harder, Wu, hey. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt something stuck in her mouth, hard. Duan Yun looked at the chicken leg in Xiao Wu's mouth and said, reward you a chicken leg, don't cry, this is the middle part of the hunting forest, cry again and be careful to provoke the soul beast. Maybe the chicken drumsticks are so fragrant, Xiao Wu really stopped crying. Not only did he stop crying, he reached out and grabbed the drumstick, and started gnawing seriously. Duan Yun sat on her, gnawing on the roast chicken, and said vaguely, does it smell good? Xiao Wu nodded subconsciously, and then gave Duan Yun a fierce look. Incense, of course incense. She went to Notting City a few days ago, but because of the lack of money, she didn't even eat the steamed buns. In the end, she had no choice but to come to the soul hunting forest, roast chicken. She hasn't eaten it yet when she grows up, After a long time, Xiao Wu said cautiously, "Can you get up? It's a bit cold." Duan Yun, "I'm cold too." Xiao Wu, "Then can you get up?" Duan Yun, "No." Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and a pungent smell of blood came to his face. Duan Yun's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. Roar! Behind a big tree in the distance, a hideous head came out from the darkness. Step on! A huge soul beast came out step by step. The soul beast had a black fur and sharp claws on the ends of its limbs. As soon as it appeared, it roared towards Duan Yun and Xiao Wu. Evil Shadow Leopard. Duan Yun's pupils shrank, looking at this figure. "I'm afraid it's more than 600 years, right?" While speaking, Duan Yun had already got up and let go of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu swallowed, grabbed her own clothes, but stared at the evil shadow leopard stubbornly. "Xiao Wu, what should I do? It treats us as prey. Let's escape." "Escape? With our little short legs, no matter how good your posture is, it is impossible to run the evil shadow leopard." According to the Mainland Soul Beast illustrated book, the speed of the evil shadow leopard is extremely fast, and among the soul beasts of the same period, the speed is considered to be the highest. Beat? It must be impossible to beat. This is a spirit beast that has been around for more than 600 years. It is stronger than the mandala snake with the first spirit ring of Tang San's blue-silver grass in the original Douluo. Powerful. Duan Yun can think of this, and Xiao Wu can naturally think of it. She is a 100,000-year-old bony rabbit, and hasn't seen any soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest. "It's over, am I going to die here?" Xiao Wu laughed sorrowfully. "I originally planned to go to Notting College to study, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Hearing this, Duan Yun's old face blushed. "I have to admit that if it weren't for his messing around, he would not have encountered the evil shadow leopard, and Xiao Wu would definitely be safe and secure in the hunting soul forest without encountering any danger." Duan Yun is not a mother bitch. He also thought about using Xiao Wu as a bait, and then looking for a chance to get rid of the evil shadow leopard. But when he thought of what had just happened between the two, he still couldn't bear it. "You go first, I will hold this evil shadow leopard. I have a showdown with you. I am actually a title Douluo. It is not too easy to solve a evil shadow leopard." After finishing speaking, before Xiao Wu could react, Duan Yun took out a sickle, shaking his wrist. The sickle let go and flew straight to the evil shadow leopard. Roar! With a roar, the evil shadow leopard gently dodges the sickle, and at the same time is angered by Duan Yun. "There is a kind of you come here." Duan Yun hooked his fingers provocatively, and ran out to the side. Roar! Xiaoying leopard was furious, ignoring Xiao Wu. His huge body went straight to Duan Yun and chased him. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, staring blankly at the direction in which Duan Yun disappeared. Is he crazy? We only met for the first time, and there had just been a conflict. He actually took the evil shadow leopard away to save me." After awakening, Xiao Wu put her clothes on her body in twos, and gnashed her teeth to chase after her. Chapter 33, Sacred. Is Duan Yun looking for death by leading the evil shadow leopard away? Of course not. Since he dared to do this, he was confident that he would retreat all over. If it was a mortal situation, he would sell Xiao Wu just now when he was unsure. After all, they have just met. Even if the two have be honest with each other, and even with some indescribable pictures, Xiao Wu is just innocent and simple in Duan Yun's heart, and has no other feelings for Xiao Wu at all. Even if Xiao Wu died under the claws of the evil shadow leopard, Duan Yun felt a pity at best. But since he has the certainty to retreat, it's another matter. Whizzing! Duan Yun's figure shuttled through the dense forest. His short figure was extremely dexterous, occasionally throwing out a sickle to delay the pace of the evil shadow leopard. But even so, evil shadow leopard was getting closer and closer to him. "Hey, I want to save these things for future use. Forget it, there are 5 of them anyway, just use one here. Duanyun suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xiaying Leopard. Roar! The evil shadow leopard roared, his huge body leaped high, and went straight to Duanyun and rushed over. Forced peace card, use, I want people to show their saints. Duanyun stretched out his fingers, and there was a golden card between his fingers. In the next moment, the card turned into a little bit of light and enveloped him. Ding! Reminder, the player uses the forced peace card. For novices, it can be used before the spirit power is level 20, and it is invalid for use over 20. After use, the forced peace mode can be activated for 6 hours. Hint, in the forced peace state, no life can cause damage to the player. If the player actively attacks the target, the forced peace mode will be cancelled. Almost at the same time, Xiaying Leopard's paw also patted Duanyun's head. 100 meters away, Xiaowu had already chased him up. She just saw this scene in her eyes and exclaimed, "Hurry up!" Bang! There was a muffled sound, and in the next second, Xiaowu was stunned. Seeing the evil shadow leopard's paws bounced high, not only did Duanyun not suffer any damage, but even his hairstyle was not messed up. The 600-year-old evil shadow leopard is not only fast, but also not weak. Even if the paw is slapped on a big tree, it can easily split the tree to pieces, but Duanyun seems to be okay, and he has never walked. Move a bit. Awesome! Duanyun grinned and raised his chin provocatively. I was walking and playing with you just now, I really thought I was afraid of you? Cub, you continue, you can be considered awesome if you can hurt me a little bit of hair. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight back, because I'm afraid that I will shoot you to death if I fight back. God has a good life. Roar! The evil shadow leopard opened its mouth wide, and bit towards Duanyun frantically, with sharp teeth on Duanyun's shoulder, but Duanyun's body seemed to have an invisible force to protect him. All forces cancel out. Creak, creak. The evil shadow leopard was biting and scratching again, and after venting for a long time, he couldn't do anything to Duanyun. As for Xiaowu, she was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? He just said that he is titled Douluo, wouldn't it be true? No, how could a little kid be titled Douluo? And I just fought him against him. He can never be titled Douluo. At this time, Duanyun was also a little aggrieved. Because of the forced peace card, although the evil shadow leopard can't hurt him, he also dare not attack the evil shadow leopard. Once he fights back, the forced peace mode will be lifted. What about playing a fart? Hey, you grabbed and bitten again, and there's still no end? You can't eat me, so you won't leave. Roar! The evil shadow leopard had been completely angered, and still attacked Duanyun unwillingly. Duanyun was helpless, and the duration of the forced peace card was 6 hours. If the evil shadow leopard did not give up and attacked him, then he could only quickly leave the shadow forest while the peace mode had not disappeared, and lead the evil shadow leopard to at the entrance of the shadow forest, let the guard soldiers of the spirit hall to deal with it. In the distance, Xiaowu saw that Duanyun was not in danger, so he didn't come closer, but said loudly, "Why don't you fight back? Since you are so powerful, don't stand stupidly and let it bite, fight back." Fight back? Am I looking for death? Duanyun's eyes lit up, as if thinking of something. Achievement 1, 100,000 swings. The current number of swings is 9,978,800,000. Damn it, the first achievement of swinging a knife is about to be completed. It's just that I don't know what rewards can be given for the achievement of the first swing of a sword. Will there be a powerful spirit ability that will let me kill this evil shadow leopard with one move? Although this hope is very slim, Duanyun still wants to give it a try. The system. If you swing a knife and cut a tree now, is it a fight back? Will the forced peace mode be lifted? Ding! Reminder, in the forced peace mode, the player will only release the forced peace mode if they attack an offensive target. Offensive target? Soul beast? Beast? People? These should be considered offensive, right? Big tree? Of course the big tree doesn't count. Duanyun was overjoyed, his soul power surged, and he condensed the martial soul sickle as soon as he raised his hand. Roar! The evil shadow leopard felt a feint of danger, and thought that the human kid in front of him was going to attack it, so he took a step back subconsciously. Result: bang, bang! Duanyun suddenly turned around, and came to a big tree in 2 steps. Roar! Xiaoying leopard was stunned for a moment, feeling that he was underestimated, and then roared again and rushed towards Duanyun. Hey! You, what are you doing? Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes and looked at Duanyun incredulously. What's the situation? A 600-year-old evil shadow leopard is attacking you frantically. If you don't hide or fight back, you go to cut trees like a okay person? Is this kid crazy? And his martial soul turned out to be just the most common sickle? Bang bang! Duanyun kept observing the position of the evil shadow leopard to avoid accidentally touching the evil shadow leopard with his martial spirit sickle. A big tree crashed to the ground. Duanyun did not stop, and continued to run to another big tree. The evil shadow leopard grabbed and bitten behind him, but Duanyun kept cutting down the tree. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 1 hour, 2 hours. In the distance, Xiao Wu yawned and sat with a delicate body beside the roots of the tree. He found a few mushrooms from some unknown place and stuffed it into her mouth boredly. On the other side, Xiaoying leopard was standing behind Duanyun panting, his physical strength had been exhausted extremely severely. Roar! Finally, the evil shadow leopard gave up completely. It stared at Duanyun's back for a moment, then turned to look at Xiao Wu, but did not attack Xiao Wu. Obviously, it was completely defeated by Duanyun, in its eyes, that mother human should be the same as the one in front of her, unable to bite or shoot. Roar! The evil shadow leopard gave a low growl, turned around decadently, and wanted to leave. But at this moment, Duanyun suddenly turned around, and said with an abusive expression, "Cabbage, you have been gnawing and scratching for a long time, now you want to leave? Have you asked me?" Chapter 34, Extremely Sharp. Duanyun's actions made the evil shadow leopard agitated. The hair on his whole body suddenly rose, and he suddenly turned and snarled at Duanyun. But because of the excessive physical exertion, the evil shadow leopard was already gone at this time. The power and prestige at the beginning, even the roar seemed weak and weak. Duanyun hooked his finger and said provocatively, "What do you look at? Counseling? There is a kind of you continue to bite." In the distance, Xiao Wu quickly stood up, threw the mushroom in her hand aside, and looked towards Duanyun with big eyes. "What is that kid doing? Is it finally going to fight back?" Xiao Wu muttered to herself, "He really can bear it. After being caught and bitten by the evil shadow leopard for 2 hours, he has only now counterattacked, but why did he do this? Since he wanted to counterattack, why did he do it in the first place? Didn't fight back? Why did you cut down trees like crazy?" What happened just now has completely subverted Xiao Wu's cognition, and she still didn't understand why Duanyun did it. However, the next scene stunned Xiao Wu and Duanyun. Roar! After seeing the evil shadow leopard roaring at Duanyun a few times, he didn't even go to attack Duanyun, his head drooped, and he turned and walked away again. Duanyun blinked and rushed up quickly, blocking the front of evil shadow leopard. "Really counseled? Aren't you very awesome just now?" Evil shadow leopard, roar! With a weak roar, the evil shadow leopard spared Duanyun's side and still ignored him. "Have you been hit by me? Don't you bite for a while? What if I bite to death? I'm so bitten. I wipe it. Shame on your face, don't you? Play cold with me, right?" Duanyun walked with his short legs and walked tens of meters with evil shadow leopard. As a result, evil shadow leopard didn't even look at him. In the distance, Xiao Wu swallowed. Suddenly I feel that evil shadow leopard is so pitiful, this little kid is too cheap. Maybe it is because he is used to Duan Yun's provocation, maybe he can see that Duan Yun will not attack it. After all, Duan Yun has been a sufferer for more than 2 hours, which gave the evil shadow leopard the illusion that this kid would only be provocative. Can only accept, not attack. The evil shadow leopard also gradually put down his guard against Duan Yun. The huge figure walked forward decadently, completely ignoring Duan Yun. Hey, I'm going to chop you. Duan Yun shook the martial spirit sickle in his hand and cried out strangely, I really want to chop you? I wipe. Don't believe it. Then I chopped it. The evil shadow leopard didn't even bother to roar. He drooped his head and looked like he was unlovable, still walking forward. In the distance, Xiao Wu was holding her forehead, completely speechless. But at this moment, the abnormal change protrudes. Duan Yun's momentum, who had been provoking by the side of Xiaying leopard, changed drastically, his original expression of abuse became more solemn than ever, and his spirit power spurted out. I saw that the ordinary sickle martial spirit in his hand suddenly changed, but in an instant, a dazzling cold light burst out from the blade. The blade soared, and the ordinary blade extended, turning into a hideous curved blade. Even the handle of the knife was extended. The blade's cold light flickered, exuding a frightening aura, and mysterious lines were outlined on the handle of the knife, which finally turned into a gorgeous sickle more than 2 meters long. Extremely sharp, cut. Ding. Prompt, forced peace mode is lifted. Whoosh. The gorgeous sickle fell instantly. This change came too suddenly, and the evil shadow leopard's guard against Duan Yun had been reduced to the lowest level, and his physical strength was severely exhausted. When it reacted and wanted to avoid it, it was too late. Roar. Puff. Accompanied by a mournful wailing, the sickle slashed on the evil shadow leopard's neck in an instant, blood flew across, the blade was not hindered at all, and the huge head flew out, and the evil shadow leopard's body was also limp. Fell to the ground. How can this be? From a distance, Xiao Wu took a deep breath, without revealing the spirit ring, nor using the spirit ability, just relying on the strength of the martial spirit to cut off the evil shadow leopard's head. Duan Yun wiped the sweat on his forehead. To be honest, when he made up his mind to perform the ultimate sharpness just now, he was also a little unsure, worried that he would not be able to kill the evil shadow leopard in one strike. No, it will be counterattacked by the thunder of the evil shadow leopard. It was precisely because he had no bottom in his heart that he did so much foreshadowing. It was not until the evil shadow leopard completely let go of his guard, before he decided to make a move. Fortunately, he succeeded. Achievement 1, 100,000 swings, the current number of swings has been reached. The reward for the Wuhan characteristic Extreme Sharpness has been obtained. Extreme Sharpness, the passive feature allows the player's sickle spirit to obtain unimaginable sharpness. The passive characteristic of Wuhan can also be used as a passive spirit ability. Although the introduction of the system is very simple, Duan Yun has a better understanding of extreme sharpness. When the sharpness reaches a certain level, he can ignore the target's defense, and even collide between weapons and spirits. At that time, it caused damage to the target's weapon spirit. Although this evil shadow leopard is a 600-year-old soul beast, it is not good at defense. Once it is slashed by a scythe without defense, its extreme sharpness effect will surely kill it. Let you bite me, isn't it cool this time? How fierce the attack is, how imaginary after the attack. If you stay a little more stamina, stay a little more wary, you won't die so miserably. Duan Yun took a sip and saw a yellow spirit ring flying out of the body of the evil shadow leopard. The 600-year-old spirit ring has exceeded the upper limit of the number of years that the first spirit ring can absorb. What a pity. Duan Yun sighed and planned to put away the body of the evil shadow leopard. This thing is not like the 10-year soul beast encountered before, but it can sell for a big price when taken to Notting City. But at this moment... Ding! Reminder, the player kills the soul beast over 100 years for the first time, and the first kill achievement is activated. First kill achievement 1, kill the soul beasts more than 100 years old, completed. The first kill obtains the soul ring, and the absorption success rate is 100%. First kill achievement 2, kill the soul beasts more than 1,000 years old, unfinished. First kill achievement 3, kill the soul beast that has been over 10,000 years old, unfinished. The first kill makes 4. Shall I go? Duan Yun's eyes widened, and he took a breath. A new achievement has been opened again? The first kill achievement, the system, awesome. At this time, Xiao Wu had come to Duan Yun's side, and the shock in her eyes had not dissipated until now. Duan Yun stretched out his hand. Little girl, my clothes should be dried, right? Don't give it to me. Do you like to see me naked? From being chased by the evil shadow leopard, to cutting down trees, and then to killing the evil shadow leopard, Duan Yun has always been smooth. As for his clothes, Xiao Wu put them on the air before eating mushrooms. Oh! Xiao Wu's face blushed, and she quickly took her clothes over. It's not dry yet, just put it on. By the way, my name is Xiao Wu, and I don't know what your name is. Duan Yun raised his head slightly. You can call me Duan Xing'ai or Duan Yuli. Chapter 35, Echoes of Blood. Speak as you speak, isn't it uncomfortable to stand up straight forward? Xiao Wu vomited. I just want to prove my ability. Duan Xing'ai didn't call it for nothing. With that said, Duan Yun had put the clothes on. Although they had been aired for 2 hours, the clothes were still a bit damp, making them sticky and uncomfortable at all. This made Duan Yun couldn't help but spit in his heart. I should have gotten more clothes and put them in the space ring, regretting it. Xiao Wu hesitated. How old are you? Duan Yun, 10 years old. Hey? Why are you looking at me with this look? Okay, well, I'm not 10 years old, only 7 years old. 7 years old? Obviously looks younger than me. Xiao Wu blinked. Although she was a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, her age would naturally be recalculated from the day she transformed into a human. I'm 6 years old. Xiao Wu, can I call you Brother Xieying? Of course I know that you are 6 years old, otherwise, why should I say that I am 7 years old? Duan Yun, of course, you can call me Brother Yuli. Xiao Wu, Xingying? Yuying? Why do you have 2 names? Duan Yun, 1 big name, 1 nickname. Xiao Wu, then I'll call you by your nickname, to look more kind. Brother Yuli, the evil shadow leopard bit you like crazy and didn't cause any harm. Who are you? Duan Yun raised his head slightly, revealing a lonely color. I am the son of destiny, reborn for peace in the world. Keep a low profile. Don't tell other people about this matter, otherwise no one wants to be with you. I have become friends, and my identity will make them feel inferior. Son of Destiny? For peace on earth? What is the Son of Destiny? Never heard of it. Xiao Wu's delicate face was taken aback for a moment, with a dazed expression. I always feel a little unreliable. You won't be lying to me? When I fought me just now, I didn't feel how strong you are. I'm not being too careless, it's me who can't win. Isn't this little girl very cheating? But at this time Duan Yun didn't want to entangle Xiao Wu, he still had more important things to do. On the corpse of the evil shadow leopard, the yellow spirit ring was floating in the air. The 600-year-old spirit ring, if it is directly absorbed as the first spirit ring, it is likely that the absorber will explode and die. According to the Master's theoretical experiment, the absorption period of the first spirit ring should be 423. Although Duan Yun had previously questioned the Master's theory in 2016, he proposed that when absorbing the spirit ring, an auxiliary spirit master would help him, and use auxiliary spirit skills to strengthen the absorber's physical and mental power. After the buff is full, to absorb the spirit ring, it is possible to break the limit of 423 years. However, this theory is just Duanyun's guess, and has not undergone any experiments, and there is no auxiliary soul master around him now. But what can it do? The first kill of a 100-year spirit beast, the success rate of the soul ring absorption obtained by the first kill is 100%, the system has said so. Are you afraid of a fart? Not to mention a 600-year-old spirit ring, even if it was a 999-year-old spirit ring, Duanyun still dared to it. Xiao Wu saw Duanyun's plan and said worriedly, "Brother Yuli, are you trying to absorb the spirit ring?" "Which spirit ring?" "Duanyun, first." Xiao Wu, "Sure enough, you said that you were a title Douluo before, it was a lie. You don't even have a spirit ring, but the first spirit ring has been absorbed for 600 years, which is too dangerous. Duanyun, there are always some dog thieves in this world. They carry the fortune of heaven and earth to the point where people and gods are angry. For example, a 600-year-old spirit ring, what counts in front of the Son of Destiny? If Tang San was here, he would definitely point to Duanyun's nose and said angrily, "Boss Duan, you have enough. Isn't there a limit to bragging?" But Xiao Wu didn't know this, plus she was too innocent, and she was stunned by Duanyun. At this time, Duanyun was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. He has no experience in absorbing spirit rings, but he knows how to absorb spirit rings. Slowly closing his eyes, a body of spirit power slowly poured out of his body, and then shrouded towards the spirit ring in mid-air. Under the guidance of spirit power, the spirit ring approached Duanyun. Xiao Wu on the side was a little nervous, and she looked around with caution. Don't let any soul beast come close, a 600-year-old soul ring, even if he can absorb it successfully, I'm afraid it also takes several hours. Hey, get it done. Duanyun suddenly opened his eyes, it took so long. Xiao Wu whispered, didn't you just start? Why did it end? Duanyun's eyelids drooped and turned to look at Xiao Wu. Little girl, your sentence is ambiguous, it ends at the beginning? If I am an adult man, I am afraid I will beat you, when I grow up, let you see what starts today and ends tomorrow morning. Do you really think my name is for nothing? Xiao Wu didn't know why, she still looked at Duanyun in shock. From the beginning of the absorption to the end, it only takes a few breaths, right? Ding! Reminder, the player's second spirit ring has successfully absorbed the first spirit ring. The age of the spirit ring was 666 years. Hint, congratulations to the player for acquiring the spirit ability with the spirit sickle. Echo of Blood. The first spirit ability of Wuhan Sickle, Echo of Blood. Soul ability effect, use the spirit of martial arts sickle to wash the four directions, causing a huge blow to the surrounding monomers or groups. This soul ability can increase its power by accumulating power. Because of the 100% success in absorption, the entire absorption process seems extremely easy, and everything is logical. Duanyun opened his palm, and the seemingly ordinary sickle martial spirit appeared in his hand. Xiao Wu swallowed, remembering the scene of the evil shadow leopard being cut off with a knife, and subconsciously took a step back. Who would have thought that this seemingly most common sickle spirit is just a disguise? When swinging the knife, I saw its shape change with my own eyes. After the change, it looked like a death sickle from the depths of hell. Duanyun grinned, low-key, little girl, if it's okay, let's just leave it alone, I still have things to do. Xiao Wu hesitated, then can I see you in the future? What do you say would be my savior? Without you, I would have been eaten by the evil shadow leopard. I want to repay you. Duanyun patted his forehead, savior? I almost forgot about this. Okay, take off your clothes, let's just click. Xiao Wu, hey. This kid doesn't play cards according to the routine? Shouldn't you be polite first, and then I will say I will repay you for a long time in the future, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Duan Yun, forget it, I was kidding you, your age is still the age of mosaics, even if you remove the mosaics, it is just a glimmer of holy light. You can see it, you can't eat it, wait until you grow up to repay. Chapter 36, Why not give it to Croton? What mosaic? What holy light? What is he talking about? Xiao Wu suddenly became extremely suspicious of herself. Is it because my understanding is wrong? Or is there something wrong with this elder brother Yuxian's head? If all human children are like him, how much torture will I have after I go to Notting College? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but shudder. Duan Yun waved his hand, Xiao Wu, don't live here, another day, no other day, see you later if you have a chance. By the way, I am a student of Notting College, if you go to Notting in the future college, just report my name, at least the bedding and bed don't worry about it. Xiao Wu was surprised, are you a student of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy? I also got the qualification for work study in this college, and I can go to school in more than 2 months. When I get to school, I will find you. Duan Yun, when you go, I will no longer be at Notting College, but although I am not at the college still has my legend, all the students there are my little brothers. Xiao Wu, not in college? Dropped out. Little girl, why do you have so many questions? My time is very precious, and I have to cut down trees, although you are very simple and cute, you are really not as important as cutting down trees. Duan Yun shook his head, said nothing, turned around and left. Seeing this, Xiao Wu shouted again, Brother Yuli, I have another question. Your martial spirit is a sickle. Why did you use a whip when you fought with me earlier? Duan Yun said without turning his head, my big eagle is much better than a sickle. Xiao Wu wondered, the big eagle? It's a whip, why is it called the big eagle? Duan Yun, those wrapped around the waist are called big eagles, and those hanging on the waist are called whips. By the way, I have some carrots here. Give you a gift. My carrots are delicious. Generally, it's a lot thicker, and it's still watery. After speaking, Duan Yun took out a bag of carrots from the space ring and threw it to Xiao Wu, then turned and left, only to disappear for a moment. Xiao Wu looked at the direction Duan Yun had left, Brother Yuli, I remember you. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Duan Yun was not in a hurry to cut trees again. Instead, he first searched for a secluded and safe place and took out a card from the space ring. Item name, Spirit Ring Years Amplification Card, 1000 years. Item introduction, after use, the life of the designated spirit ring can be increased by 1000 years. This was obtained after he completed the achievement of the richest man in the Holy Soul Village, because he hadn't absorbed the spirit ring before, so he kept it until now. Since you have already obtained the first spirit ring, this booster card makes no sense, don't use it. Duan Yun said to himself, but once this booster card is used, the color of the first spirit ring will change from yellow to purple, once it is revealed in the future, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. But I'm already a twin martial soul, and I'm naturally full of soul power, so what's the problem even if it's a little high profile? System, give me the use life increase card for the first spirit ring of the sickle. Taking a deep breath, the spirit power in Duan Yun surged, and a circle of yellow spirit rings condensed around his body. In the next second, the booster card in Duan Yun's hand dissipated into a little bit of light, and the light quickly merged with the first spirit ring, and the original yellow spirit ring also began to change color. In just a few breaths, the spirit ring completely turned purple. After absorbing the spirit ring earlier, Duan Yun's spirit power level had already been raised to 13. Now the age of the spirit ring has increased by 1000 years, causing his spirit power to skyrocket again. Unexpectedly it skyrocketed to level 15. Soul power skyrocketed, and what followed was a skyrocketing strength. Find a chance to try the power of the Echo of Blood. It's too dangerous to try the 100 Years Soul Beast. Go to the outskirts to find the 10 Years Soul Beast, and then leave the soul hunting forest after completing the lumberjack achievements. After resting for a while, Douluo took out a sickle and came to a big tree in 3 or 2 steps. Cut. Bang bang. Achievements of Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. Achievement 3, Hunting Forest Lumberjack. The current progress is 68%. A few days later, Douluo took a long breath and opened the achievement interface again. It's 99%, and you can leave the hunting forest today. In the past few days, in addition to cutting down trees, Douluo also encountered some soul beasts, including several 100-year-old soul beasts, but they were not strong enough, and they all died in his hands in the end. There are already a lot of soul beast corpses piled up in the space ring now, and these are all small amounts of money. Speaking of money, Grandpa Jack's wine should have produced a lot, right? I don't know if Brother Su Yuntao's wine has been delivered. There are so many people in the village, so don't worry about Grandpa Jack being tired. At this moment, Douluo stopped abruptly and turned to look deep into the dense forest on the left. The continuous cutting of trees in the past few days has caused great changes in the environment of this area, and there are trees felled everywhere. Roar! A neigh came from a distance, and the sound was sharp and harsh. Afterwards, 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared, and those 2 figures ran wildly between the collapsed trees. Behind them there were 2 huge soul beasts. Master? Mistress? Douluo was stunned for a moment. What's the situation? The soul hunting forest is so big, can this be encountered by me? But in the original work, didn't the 2 of them only met one mandala snake? How come they have become 2 now? Could it be that the tree was cut down too much, so that the vision of the soul beast became more open, causing the master and the small 3 to be discovered by the 2 mandala snakes? Douluo guessed right. The reason why there are 2 mandala snakes is really because the trees have been cut too much. In the distance, Yu Xiaogong's face was green. Damn, who is so wicked? Cut down all the trees here? If there are trees blocking us, we won't be spotted by those 2 mandala snakes. Even if we find it, we can use trees to create obstacles and help us escape. Now it's good, we're afraid we won't be able to escape. Little San, you go first, I'll hold the 2 snakes. Fart like thunder, 3 cannons in the sky and the earth. 2 yellow spirit rings surged out, and with a roar, Luo Sanbao's figure appeared. Bang! There was a thunderous sound, and an impact visible to the naked eye burst out from Luo Sanbao's buttocks and blasted towards the 2 mandala snakes. This is a tasteful attack. In Douluo's view, Luo Sanbao's attack not only carried the impact of the airflow, but also destroyed people's sense of smell, and even caused a blow to people's spirit. Although the power is not good, it is disgusting. Douluo muttered in his heart, it's very strange, the master knows to feed Luo Sanbao with radishes, but doesn't know to feed him with crotons? A basket of crotons are poured down, and when they fart, the rice fields will collapse together. The power must be even more powerful. Chapter 37, Charm Value Increase. I remember that when he first watched Douluo Continent, Douluo always wondered why the master didn't give Luo Sanbao to eat croton. When he and Xiaosan entered the hunting forest, they only let Xiaosan be in the 24. There are many carrots in Qiaoming Ui. Can eating carrots increase the power of farts? Is croton not fragrant? Not only does it increase the power of the fart, but it can also dilute magic attack with physical attack. Isn't it more awesome? Because of this incident, Douluo once had doubts about Yu Xiaogong's IQ. Fake master, this is definitely a fake master, the system didn't wrong him. Bang! Luo Sanbao's fart failed to injure the 2 mandala snakes, only dragged them for 2 seconds, but at the same time it completely angered them. At this time, Yu Xiaogang and Xiao San also found Douluo here. Tang San trembled in his heart and exclaimed, "Teacher, don't go near Boss Duan." Actually, without Tang San's reminder, Yu Xiaogang ran sideways in the other direction. Why did that little kid run into the soul-hunting forest? Obviously, neither Tang San nor Yu Xiaogang wanted to harass Duan Yun, but planned to lead the mandala snake to other places. To be honest, Duan Yun was really moved. Roar! Two ferocious mandala snakes rushed all the way, and once again got closer to Yu Xiaogang and Xiao San. With a cry, Luo Sanbao's body was shattered, and his spirit power disappeared. Yu Xiaogang whispered, "Little San, my spirit power can no longer summon Luo Sanbao, you go." After all, Yu Xiao stopped abruptly and wanted to help Tang San stop the two mandala snakes. Roar! The roar resounded through the forest, and one of the mandala snakes opened its mouth in the blood basin and went straight to Yu Xiaogang and bit it. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Tang San's eyes in front of him, and he wiped it from the 24 bridge Minjia on his waist with one hand, and there was already an extra dagger in his hand. Yu Xiaogang had already accepted Tang San as a disciple, and this space magical device finally reached Tang San's hands. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and accompanied by a sharp piercing sound, the dagger instantly penetrated through the mouth of one of the mandala snakes. At the same time, another mandala snake's attack also arrived, and its thick tail swept out, directly hitting Tang San's body, knocking his short body away. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, "Little San!" Duan Yun didn't know when he actually came to Tang San's side, clenched a fist, and shouted, "Come on, come on! Come on! Add your sister!" Tang San spit out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest. "The injury was not serious, but I was stunned by your cheering and choking a mouthful of blood. Boss Duan, go quickly! Now it's not a time to be naughty, and the bear has to have it too. A limit, when you score, let's go." "Duan Yun, I think you are naughty, but you don't have the ability to provoke this kind of guy." "Sure enough, I have to cover you with my boss." Because he knew Tang San's hidden weapons, Duan Yun hadn't made any moves before. But it doesn't work anymore. If he doesn't make any more moves, Tang San is afraid that he will die. After all, he is a brother who grew up together. How can Duan Yun look at him? As for Yu Xiaogang, well, just take it to the rescue. Roar! Not far away, the only remaining mandala snake roared again and again, and the stench and fishy smell exuded from the mouth of the blood basin. "Yu Xiaogang, Duan Yun, you are not its opponent, don't be impulsive, and leave with Xiaosan." Having said that, he had to make a move to attract the attention of the mandala snake. Isn't it just a 400-year-old mandala snake? Xiao San can kill one with a single blow. I am his boss, much more powerful than him, I can kill 3 with a single blow. To be honest, the plot of Shekao saving Xiaosan is very painful, but the pain helps the development, and the more painful it gets. As soon as the voice fell, Duan Yun had already rushed towards the mandala snake. Yu Xiaogang was shocked, but in the next second, he was completely dumbfounded. Purple spirit ring? How is this possible? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's cognition was overturned again. Fake master, I really am a fake master. Call. The violent wind surged, and a gorgeous purple spirit ring appeared around Duan Yun's body. The original ordinary sickle martial spirit skyrocketed, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a gorgeous and hideous giant sickle. Above the sickle, blood surged. Roar! The mandala snake's huge body turned, and rolled straight towards Duan Yun. Extremely sharp, the first soul ability, the echo of blood. The cold light in Duan Yun's eyes flickered, his hands dragged the sickle to his side, the next moment the sickle swept out with a burst of blood. Above the blade, a series of blade lights swept across the gallop. Just in a blink of an eye, dozens of blade lights flew out in all directions, colliding with the body of the mandala snake. Puff puff! The heavy scale armor was overturned, and the raging blade light looked like a meat grinder. In a blink of an eye, the body of the mandala snake was mudded, and the internal organs and blood were sprayed everywhere. Boom! With a muffled sound, the mandala snake's body smashed to the ground fiercely. Get it done, call it a day. Duanyun grinned, little San, hurry up and absorb your spirit ring, I have to clean up after you have absorbed it. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, I can easily know if I don't. At this moment, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang both looked at Duanyun dumbly. Yu Xiaogang, your soul ring. Duanyun waved his hand, stop it, isn't it just a 1,000-year spirit ring? What's the big deal? Lu met a 1,000-year-old evil shadow leopard who had just given birth to a cub, and it was weak because of the birth of a cub. It's so incomparable, so I took advantage of the vacancy and went straight to Huanglong, and came to a mother and daughter. This 1,000-year spirit ring belongs to that 1,000-year evil shadow leopard. Don't ask, there is no auxiliary soul master to help me. Don't ask, if you ask, there is a problem with your theory. Don't ask anything. After a few words in a row, Yu Xiaogang was choked with nothing to say, and countless questions came to his lips, and I couldn't say it. Tang San clutched his forehead and said helplessly, Boss Duan, mother-daughter double income is not used in this place. Duanyun blinked, it makes sense, I really didn't notice that the cub is a male or a female, maybe it's a mother and child. Why? Tang San shook his head, suddenly feeling very tired. After a while, Tang San came to the corpse of the first mandala snake and began to absorb the spirit ring under the guidance of Yu Xiaogang. As for Duanyun, bang! Bang! The sickle was flying, cutting trees nearby. Bang! Yu Xiaogang said helplessly, Duanyun, can you go far and chop? Don't affect Xiao San, he absorbs the spirit ring. Ding! Achievement 3, Hunting Soul Forest Lumberjack, the current progress is 100%. Reminder, congratulations to the players for the achievement reward of the Hunter Forest Lumberjack. The charisma value is increased by 20%, and the charisma value increase is only effective for the opposite sex. Charm value? What the is this? It is only effective for the opposite sex? Duanyun blinked, unable to react for a while. Chapter 38, Xiaogang, you should learn to be independent. This is for me to be a little boy? But to be honest, I don't know if it is an illusion, and suddenly I feel more handsome and bigger. Duanyun muttered in his heart, the 3 achievements of Nodding College have been completed, and I will go to Wuhan City in a few days. I must find a way to get close to Bibi Dong, I have a charm bonus. Casting a wink at Bibi Dong directly will definitely turn that old lady's fascination over. Just fascinate her, I won't have to work hard anymore. In the distance, Yu Xiaogang had been paying attention to Duanyun. He was upset by Duanyun's chopping down of trees before, for fear that Tang San would be affected. Seeing Duanyun stop, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After hesitating, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but walked over. Result. Duanyun waved his hand, don't ask me why I became handsome. Yu Xiaogang. I just want to know more about grafting. What does it matter whether you are handsome or not? Besides, you are a 6-year-old kid, can you talk to him? Yu Xiaogang, Duanyun, I have been looking for some 10-year-old plant spirit beasts in the hunting forest these days, and picked some branches and leaves, and then grafted them to ordinary plants. Are you free? No? Can you spare time to check it for me? Duanyun, it makes sense to experiment step by step, but I have to remind you that not all plant soul beasts are suitable for grafting. Even if grafting, you have to find a suitable carrier. For example, I grafted cactus to a cactus before. If you graft a cactus to a dandelion, you will definitely not be able to graft it. After speaking, Duanyun hooked his finger at Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang squatted down subconsciously. Duanyun stretched out his chubby little hand and patted Yu Xiaogang's shoulder. Xiaogang, you still have a lot to learn, and there is still a long way to go. After all, I can help you only, you have to rely on yourself, you are not young anymore, you should learn to be independent. I was taught by a 6-year-old kid? Yu Xiaogang was stunned on the spot. After a few seconds, he covered his face and turned to leave, while depressed, there was also a trace of luck in his heart. Fortunately, Tang San was sinking to absorb the spirit ring. Tang San saw that my first-time fame was gone, how could he show the majesty of the master in the future? But those words of Duanyun just now really gave Yu Xiaogang some inspiration. I saw him come to a big tree, sat down on the ground, took out the notebook and started to record, and he kept mumbling, according to Duanyun, to complete the graft, there must be 2 essences of life. Similarly, tree-type plant soul beasts, branches and leaves can be grafted onto ordinary trees. Grass-type, blue-silver grass can be grafted onto morning glory. Among my test products these days, a few meet these requirements, I have to observe their grafting conditions during this time. In the distance, Duanyun blinked, feeling that he had completely twisted Yu Xiaogang. After a long time, Tang San slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Tang San shouted at Duanyun, "Boss Duan, Needless to say, I know that you succeeded in absorbing, a little achievement made you complacent? Learn to be prudent and learn from me, okay? Go and play." He smashed his head and covered his face, and directly stunned Tang San. Later, I saw Duanyun approaching the corpses of the 2 mandala snakes, and with a wave of his hand, he put the corpses into the space ring. Soul guidance device? Space type. Tang San exclaimed, "Boss Duan, where did you get the space soul guidance device? And the size of the space is still such a big? You can actually receive the corpses of 2 mandala snakes." Duanyun, I didn't kill an evil shadow leopard who gave birth to a cub before. There was a mother-daughter double collection. I found a space ring in the evil shadow leopard's belly. Hey, there is always some dog thieves can pick up treasures wherever they go, and they are so lucky that people and gods are angry, such as me. I need to ask you no more. Tang San rolled his eyes, "Don't tell me to pull it down. What do you want the body of the mandala snake? Take it to Nodding City to sell it." Duanyun contemptuously said, "Superficial, such a big snake, it would be a shame not to take it back to soak in wine. Wait for an opportunity to give it to Grandpa Jack, let him take it back to the Holy Soul Village, and then make it into snake gall wine." Snake gall wine? Tang San wondered, snake is so bitter to die, can you drink the wine you make? Duanyun, don't pierce the film. In the distance, Yu Xiaogang covered his forehead with a weak look. God, does this bear kid know what he is talking about? Fortunately, this is not my child, otherwise he must be killed. Tang San, what is the effect of snake gall wine? Duanyun, men's gospel, women's paradise. Xiao San, I don't want to hit you. When you were 3 years old, I felt that you were stunted, and you have to cultivate some things since childhood. In the future, drink more snake gall wine, just hang a brick and practice. Brother, it's all for your own good. Tang San, I really want to hit someone, what should I do? The central area of the hunting soul forest. A team of more than 50 people is shuttled in the dense forest, and everyone's expressions are very nervous, obviously looking for something. The team was headed by a man and a woman, both of them looked very young. Judging from their clothes, they were both from the Nodding Spirit Division. The man among them was Su Yun Tao. The woman's name is Sisi, she is tall and looks good. She is the opposite Su Yun Tao is pursuing. At the beginning, Su Yun Tao was drunk at old Jack's house, and she was called Sisi when she talked in sleep. Name. As for the rest of the people, most of them are guard soldiers from the hunting forest, and some are the generals of the city lord's mansion in Nodding. These generals from the city lord's mansion are all borrowed by Su Yun Tao from the city lord. Su Yun Tao's face was full of anxiety. Are you sure he has only one person? A guard soldier hurriedly said, yes, he is the only one. Su Yun Tao's eyes flashed with killing intent, you trash, he is just a child. Even with the token, you can't let him enter the hunting forest alone? It's fine if you go in, you all caught him cutting down the tree. Why did he escape? If he has any shortcomings, don't even think about living. On the side, SISI was very surprised. Su Yun Tao's personality has always been gentle. It was the first time she saw Su Yun Tao so angry. Sisi, Yun Tao, calm down first, find someone quickly. But then again, if Duan Yun is really in danger, don't talk about them, I'm afraid you, me and Master Matthew know I have to follow bad luck too. Sisi was right. Su Yun Tao had already sorted out all the information of Duan Yun, and sent someone to Wuhan City first. If you count the days, I'm afraid it's already sent to the Pope's palace. Maybe the Pope is already. I saw it myself. Twin martial souls are inherently full of soul power, and such a peerless genius will inevitably attract the attention of many high-level martial arts halls. In this case, if Duan Yun had an accident, the consequences can be imagined. Chapter 39. Chapter 40, change to another place and continue to wave. Is the first spirit ring a 1,000-year spirit ring? Su Yun Tao and Sisi were both stunned. After a few seconds, Sisi said, Yun Tao, whose child is this? He would lie and deceive people at such a young age? 100 years is a little more reliable, but it is still 1,000 years? Who is his teacher? How to teach students of Su Yun Tao, Tang San, like Xiaoyun, are both children of the Holy Soul Village, innately full of spirit power, blue-silver grass martial arts spirit. Is he Tang San? Sisi glanced at Tang San, then ignored it, turned to look at Duan Yun. Xiaoyun, you said, what is the age of your spirit ring? Tang San looked at Duan Yun blankly. Yu Xiaogang was equally optimistic. Duan Yun raised his hand and said, purple. Sisi's face flushed, and she subconsciously covered her chest, I mean the color of the spirit ring, not my corset. Duan Yun said innocently, it is the first spirit ring, it is indeed the purple 1,000-year spirit ring, Xiao San didn't lie just now. Yu Xiaogang, little San is my student, so how can you lie about this kind of thing? Miss Sisi, what you just said was a bit overwhelming. Along the way, the team fell into a weird silence. Until the team left the hunting forest, Su Yun Tao and Sisi hadn't recovered, as if they were dreaming, they couldn't believe that it was true. Duan Yun's picture when he revealed the first spirit ring kept in their minds. Emerge. Suddenly, Su Yun Tao stopped and said with a solemn expression, no, the loan at Notting College ended early, you are too big, you have to hurry to send you to Wuhan City. The first spirit ring, 1,000 years, in this case, it is possible to raise the first spirit ring to 1,000 years only after experiencing the inheritance and experience of a certain god. It is almost impossible to obtain a 1,000-year spirit ring by directly absorbing it. Is unheard of. The significance of this event to the Martial Soul Palace is too great, even exceeding the value brought by the twin martial souls and the innate full soul power. Sisi is obviously aware of this, and intends to strengthen her relationship with Duan Yun. Xiao Yun, when you have some achievements in the future, don't forget your sister. Duan Yun glanced at Sisi's chest subconsciously, I can't forget, Miss Sister, don't worry, will I come to marry you when I am embarrassed? Sisi blinked, Diao. Duan Yun, it's long hair loincloth. Sisi covered her mouth with a cute smile, boy, you'll hook up at such a young age, and it's okay when you grow up? It's called long hair to the waist, not long hair tied around the waist, and only girls said it. Where does the boy's long hair reach his waist? Duan Yun chuckled, looking innocent, sister knows so much. On the side, Su Yun Tao's face was green. If it weren't for the slightest next to him, he was really afraid that he could not help but slap it. This bear boy, I don't know how much anger Village Chief Jack has been upset for so many years, and Village Chief Jack is really his life. He hasn't been angered to death for so many years. As for Tang San, he was already numb. After leaving the hunting forest, Duan Yun was directly taken by Su Yun Tao to the Notting Wuhan branch, not even returning to Notting College. Duan Yun only had a pair of bedding at Notting College, which was issued by the college, and there was nothing to clean up. When he arrived at the Northern Wuhan branch, Duan Yun also met the boss of the Northern Wuhan branch for the first time, the legendary Master Matthew Nyo, an 81-year-old kind old man. 2 days later, a carriage stopped outside the gate of the Notting Wuhan branch hall. Master Matthew Nyo solemnly said, "Yun Tao, in any case, I have to send Duan Yun to Wuhan City safely. I have sent someone to send the letter in advance, and there should be someone from Wuhan City on the way. Duan Yun is of great significance to the Martial Soul Palace. You must not be sloppy. If you are really in danger, you will have to protect him even if you lose your life." Su Yun Tao said solemnly, "My lord, don't worry, even if you don't say this, Duan Yun is my younger brother, and I will protect him. Sisi, Yun Tao, I am waiting for you to come back." At this time, the curtains of the carriage were opened, and Duan Yun's little head poked out. "Wait for me to carve." Su Yun Tao said angrily, long hair, I have said it several times, have you ever listened to it seriously? Dare to be fierce, Duan Yun? Is this okay?" Sisi glared at her, grabbed Su Yun Tao's ears, and swept away her previous gentle appearance. "He is still just a child, and he said that long eagles are long eagles." Duan Yun shrank his neck. "Miss Sisi, the 2 mandala snake corpses I placed in the branch hall, remember to hand it to my grandfather Jack. Please take care of the distilled spirits in the Holy Soul Village. Grandpa Matthew Nyo can drink some snake gall wine at ordinary times, that thing is old." Matthew Nyo swallowed. He hadn't heard of snake gall wine before. He just heard about it yesterday by Duan Yun and knew the effect of snake gall wine. He is 81 years old. To be honest, I really want to be as presumptuous as when I was young. Matthew Nyo let out a light cough. "Xiaoyun, rest assured, as long as you study hard in Wuhan City, selling alcohol and making money is a trivial matter. By then, let alone the richest man in Holy Soul Village, Village Chief Jack will not even want to be the richest man in Notting City." Problem. Duan Yun, what about building roads and planting trees? Matthew Nyo waved his hand. "Leave it to me. I'll send someone to build the road in the Holy Spirit Village in a few days and build new houses for the village from door to door." Awesome. For this reason, Duan Yun has nothing to say. In a word, this old man is really awesome. At the same time, Duan Yun also understood what Matthew Nyo meant, and it was nothing more than a bet on him in advance. With his present talent, coupled with the training of the Martial Soul Palace, as long as he does not die in the future, the road ahead will definitely be bright, and becoming a titled Douluo is only a matter of time. Then Duan Yun couldn't help sighing again. Master Matthew Nyo was too old, and he was only a great spirit master less than 30. Such a spirit power level could not extend his lifespan. I don't know Matthew. Can Master Nyo live to the day when he becomes titled Douluo? After a while, Su Yun Tao jumped into the carriage, and then, escorted by a group of Wuhan branch hall soldiers, headed outside Notting City all the way. On the corner of the street in the distance, an old man was hiding in the dark, his eyes reddish, watching the direction the carriage was leaving. It was not until a long time later that the old man walked out from the corner. And it was the village chief Jack. Master Matthew Nyo turned his head and said, "Mr. Jack, you have a good grandson." Before leaving, he was thinking of you and the village. Village Chief Jack wiped the corners of his eyes. "Don't look at Xiaoyun's usual skin, and he is often beaten by me. But he is skinny, naughty and mischievous, but he is very filial and very affectionate. I really don't want him to leave. I don't know when I will come back after this time." Master Matthew smiled and said, "Don't worry, Duan Yun is so filial, he will definitely come back to see you from time to time. If you miss him too much, you can also go to Wuhan City to find him. It's not bad that the village's wine is sold to Wuhan City." Village Chief Jack nodded, also feeling reasonable. Chapter 41, It End Number 039, S over, this kid is definitely a fool. After Duan Yun left the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San inherited the identity of the boss of the academy. In response, Xiao Cheniao was very dissatisfied, so he had a fight with Tang San. The result was that the spirit ring was lighted up, and Xiao Cheniao was knocked down in 2 or 3 strokes, and then he pressed Xiao Cheniao to the ground back and forth. Friction, abruptly defeated, Tang San became the boss of the house and the boss of the academy. Originally, Tang San didn't rare these things. In his opinion, these were all tricks for children to play house. If there is a time, it would be better to find a place where no one else can practice with peace of mind, except for Duan Yun. Tang San could no longer recognize others as the boss, so he could only bite the bullet. As for why Tang San didn't come to see off when Duan Yun left Nodding City? This is all to blame on Yu Xiaogang, he had to take him to study grafting. After the two left the soul hunting forest, they returned to the academy and rested for only 1 day before returning to the hunting forest again. On the carriage, Su Yun Tao and Duan Yun sat opposite each other. The space in the car is pretty good. Even if you sit with 4 people, it won't appear crowded. 2 people are even more okay. At this time, Su Yun Tao was carefully checking a map. Xiaoyun, for safety reasons, we will take the road, first pass through Jialing Pass, pass through the Kingdom of Barak, and then all the way from Soto City. Head south and enter Wuhan City directly. If nothing else, someone will come to pick you up when we arrive in Soto. It is said that the Pope attaches great importance to you, maybe someone with a heavy weight will come to pick you up. Am I so awesome already? Heavy people come to pick you up? Isn't it a certain title Douluo? Duan Yun blinked. To be honest, the reason why he decided to go to the Spirit Hall at first was to make achievements and get rewards for achievements. In addition, he didn't want to have too much intersection with the higher levels of the Spirit Hall, especially Bibi Dong. Duan Yun didn't even plan to provoke him. Duan Yun and Tang San grew up together since they were young. Because of Yun's relationship, Tang San will definitely clash with Wuhan Hall in the future, fighting for life and death like in the original. Cultivate feelings, what will he do when the two sides fight each other? Hey! Duan Yun sighed, suddenly I feel a lot of pressure, bigger than Widow Wang's breasts. If I were to stand in line now, I would definitely be standing brother, I'm not licking, just this feelings have been there since I was young, and I even played his little ding ding. Su Yun Tao, Xiaoyun, what are you whispering? Don't worry, the more the Wuhandian attaches importance to you, the more it will train you. Have you heard of Hulina? She is the Pope's apprentice, just 10 this year you have reached level 40 at the age of 5, your talent is much better than her. If you perform well, you may not be accepted as an apprentice by the Pope. Damn, I just want to make achievements, don't add so many dramas to me, okay? Duan Yun suddenly said, Brother Su, did you just say that we would pass through Jialing Pass? Su Yun Tao, yes. Duan Yun exaggerated, Jialing Pass. Su Yun Tao showed doubts, obviously not understanding why Duan Yun was so excited about Jialing Pass. Of course he didn't understand, that was Jialing Pass, the final battle place in the original Douluo continent. The battle that really put the Wuhan Palace completely at the end took place at Jialing Pass. Duan Yun, Brother Su, should we pass by the Arena of Souls along the way? Take me to see it. Su Yun Tao, don't have extra troubles. My task is to send you to Wuhan City safely, and you can't do anything unrelated along the way, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, even if you want to fight. In the soul field, I have to send you to Wuhan City first. You are really careful. Duan Yun shrugged, not entangled anymore, and then took out a sickle when he flipped his palm. Su Yun Tao was taken aback for a moment. What are you doing? Duan Yun's expression suddenly became serious. Innate talent is given, and greatness is earned. Accompaniment sounded in his mouth, and the sickle in his hand was already waved. Isn't it a pity not to wield a knife when the carriage is so boring? Achievement 2 with a knife swing, 1 million swings. The current number of swings is 11,201,100 million. Su Yun Tao, be careful, don't cut me down. Duan Yun gave him a relieved expression, then flipped his palm and took out a sickle. A fist in the left hand and a fist in the right hand, waving that is an excitement. Su Yun Tao broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, and huddled in the corner of the carriage. Why are you cramping? Duan Yun, didn't you listen to what I just said? I'm practicing swordsman, I want to be great. Wei, your sister, sitting in the car and swinging a sickle? And it's unruly slashing, as if fighting with the old women in the countryside. Is this the practice of the knife? Su Yun Tao was speechless. Seeing that Duan Yun didn't intend to stop, he simply jumped out of the carriage and left Duan Yun in the carriage alone. After a long time, Su Yun Tao heard that there was no sound in the carriage, so he lifted the curtains from outside. Tired? Don't toss it. In the carriage, Duan Yun nodded breathlessly, and sighed, I'm too young to last, and I'm a bit exhausted. Su Yun Tao, if my son is like you in the future. Duan Yun, like me? Then you will definitely be very proud. Thank God for giving you such an excellent son. Su Yun Tao shook his head, no. I will fall to death when he is just born. Duan Yun. Seeing that Duan Yun was no longer tossing about, Su Yun Tao returned to the carriage again. As a result, his face turned green as soon as he sat down. Duan Yun flipped his palm and took out a piece of meat from the spatial ring. The meat is quite tender, and the meat quality should have been removed from the abdomen of the soul beast. Su Yun Tao, hungry? Want to eat barbecue? Duan Yun, superficial. The first thing you think of when you see meat is eating. Only a genius like me would think of digging first, and then. In the next second, Duan Yun took out a knife, and then dug a small hole in the meat with the knife. In Su Yun Tao's suspicious gaze, Duan Yun stretched out a finger and plunged into the hole little by little, then he turned his finger left and right, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Su Yun Tao's forehead burst into blue veins. You, what moth did you raise again? Duan Yun, brother Su, do you think I look like blue silver grass? I pretend to be a grass, my fingers are the roots, the flesh is the soil, and the blood in the flesh is the nutrients. The roots of the grass are inserted into the soil. It absorbs nutrients. Do you feel that I suddenly grow taller? Su Yun Tao covered his face with both hands. It's over, it's over. Blind has such a great talent, twin martial souls, innately full of spirit power, and the first spirit ring is 1,000-year-old purple, but this child he's a fool, why didn't I see it before? Blue silver grass development achievements. Development achievement 2, nutrient absorption, current development progress is 11%. Duan Yun grinned, hey, the growth of genius is destined to accompany loneliness all the way, and suddenly I feel so lonely, what should I do? Chapter 42, This is the World of Genius. Su Yun Tao's personality has always been gentle, and he has always been kind to people when he was in the Northern Wuhan branch. Although he has the status of a deacon, he has never spoken harshly to the ordinary soldiers in the branch, which can be described as approachable. Even if he went to those villages to test martial arts for the children every year, he never showed the slightest arrogance and lofty posture. This can be seen from his performance in the Holy Soul village. But after getting to know Duan Yun, Su Yun Tao found that he had changed, became irritable, and always wanted to hit people. Seeing Duan Yun constantly tinkering with that piece of meat, Su Yun Tao was completely mad. I am so angry. Duan Yun's fingers twisted a few times. Brother Su, who is angry with you? Take a closer look, am I really not growing taller? Su Yun Tao, I trademark, ah. Duan Yun shook his head, I'm afraid this child is stupid. I miss Sissy, right? With that, Duan Yun raised his other hand, his soul power condensed, and the first martial arts spirit Lan Yinko had already appeared in his hand. The emerald green blue silver grass is lifelike, exuding a hint of vitality. Seeing this scene, no matter how annoyed Su Yun Tao was, he couldn't help but admire, this soul power already has 15 levels, right? He is only 6 years old. Hey, I seem to be doing something wrong. What's wrong? I should ask village chief Jack to go to Wuhan City with him. This bear kid can't control him. He will be honest only when village chief Jack is by his side. The level of honesty is almost like a change of person, that's a well-behaved and obedient. With a few words in his heart, Su Yun Tao suddenly shrank his pupils and looked at the blue-silver grass martial spirit in Duan Yun's hand in disbelief. I saw the blue-silver grass trembling slightly, and the original emerald green branches and leaves were gradually stained with blood. At this time, Duan Yun's finger was still inserted in the flesh, and the blood in the flesh poured into Duan Yun's body little by little. The reason why the blue-silver grass changed color was precisely for this reason. How can this be? Su Yun Tao took a deep breath. Your blue-silver grass has not absorbed the spirit ring, how can it have a shape change? Duan Yun, what do you think I was doing just now? My fingers are the roots, the flesh is the soil, and the blood inside is the nutrients. Absorb nutrients, inject them into the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and that's it. My goodness! Su Yun Tao suddenly felt a little bit embarrassed. It turned out that this kid was relying on your own talent to explore a brand new path? Duan Yun, don't show this expression, I will be proud. Brother Su, please go and fetch me a blue-silver grass. Su Yun Tao woke up, nodded stupidly, and then shouted at the outside, have you heard? Lan Yinko, get a bunch of them. The accompanying guards did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly fetched a few blue-silver grass, and then respectfully handed them to the carriage. Su Yun Tao asked cautiously, Xiaoun, what are you going to do next? The blue-silver grass martial spirit in Duan Yun's hand dissipated, and then he picked up a real blue-silver grass, meat. I want to plant this blue-silver grass directly on the flesh and let it absorb the nutrients from the flesh and blood. And then use my soul power to accelerate its growth. Brother Su, the reason why Wuhan's cultivation method is so perfect is that countless ancestors tried and tested, and passed down the cultivation method. Able to stand on my shoulders. Su Yun Tao stared at Duan Yun for a long time, and suddenly felt that the 6-year-old child in front of him had become extremely tall, the kind of light on his body. Then, he quickly took out a small notebook and recorded the sentence Duan Yun just said. I stand on the shoulders of my ancestors to learn, and I also want to allow the younger generations to stand on my shoulders. Talent is given, and greatness is earned. Su Yun Tao's eyes are reddish, suddenly I feel. Duan Yun, suddenly I feel like I've lived in vain for more than 20 years. Su Yun Tao said angrily, what I want to say is. I suddenly feel that I have a goal in life, can you speak well? Duan Yun shrugged, feeling that Su Yun Tao's joy and anger was too fluctuating today, worried that he would drive him crazy by saying a few more words, so he simply shut up and stopped talking. He stared at the meat in his hand for a moment, then suddenly shook his head, then threw the meat out of the car window, and took out the corpse of a 10-year soul beast from the space ring. The corpse was not too big, and it did not occupy much space in the carriage. The 9999th experimenter, Duan Yun. Duan Yunshan took a breath and swung a knife to cut a wound on the corpse, blood flowed out, and then the rhizome of the blue-silver grass was directly inserted into the wound. Slowly closing his eyes, Duan Yun's hands were enveloped on both sides of the blue-silver grass. The spirit power vented out of his palm, and then turned into silk threads and shrouded in the blue-silver grass. After a while, a touch of blood gushed from the wound of the corpse, and there was already a bloodline on the branches of the blue-silver grass. Guru. Su Yun Tao swallowed, quickly opened the window curtains, and whispered, "The order goes on, the team stops moving forward, everyone keep quiet, don't let the carriage make any bumps." "Yes, Lord Deacon." The team stopped, and the carriage completely stabilized. At this time, Su Yun Tao's performance was even more nervous than Duan Yun's. Although he still didn't understand what Duan Yun was doing, he could feel that what happened next might have a huge impact on Wuhan's cultivation system. Under tension, Su Yun Tao even slowed down a lot, for fear of disturbing Duan Yun. As time passed, a layer of sweat appeared on Duan Yun's forehead, and his face became paler because of the consumption of soul power. The branches and leaves of blue-silver grass swayed slightly, and the rhizome quickly absorbed the blood in the corpse under the urging of soul power. "This? God!" Su Yun Tao covered his mouth, the boss staring at him. "I saw that the blue-silver grass grows quickly, and because of the absorption of blood, the branches and leaves have completely turned blood, and then, a scarlet flower has grown unexpectedly." Duan Yun was also very nervous. After seeing the flowers formed, he reached out and grabbed the branches of blue-silver grass, and gently pulled the blue-silver grass from the wound of the corpse. The roots of blue-silver grass had been drilled into the flesh and blood along the wound of the corpse, and Duan Yun pulled it up, and the roots were broken a lot. "Su Yun Tao, what are you pulling out for?" "Duan Yun, what are you doing so excited? It was a corpse, not you." "Su Yun Tao." Duan Yun didn't speak anymore, he stared at Lan Yinko in his hand for a moment, and then injected soul power into Lan Yinko again. In the next second, something shocking happened. "I saw the blood in the branches and leaves of the blue-silver grass rushing towards the flowers, and the branches and leaves gradually returned to emerald green, but the flower became even scarier. After a while, all the branches and leaves completely turned emerald green, the blood-colored petals on the flowers were scattered, and then a scarlet seed was left behind." "Finish!" Duan Yun's eyes lighted up, and he reached out his hand to pluck the blood-colored seed. Blue-silver grass can absorb blood qi and condense all the blood qi absorbed in the seed. If there is no accident, you can pass this directly. The method helps the poisoned person detoxify, the absorbed toxins condense in the seeds, and the poisonous seeds can be stored as poison pills. Su Yun Tao was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he really felt that he had lived in vain for more than 20 years. Is this the world of genius? No wonder you say that life is lonely as snow. Chapter 43, Photosynthesis, Change. Blue-silver grass development achievements. Development achievement 2, Nutrient absorption. Current development progress is 64%. After checking the progress of the achievement, Duan Yun frowned slightly. "I dig, insert, and at the corpse again, won't you get 100% for me? Are you embarrassed?" However, vomiting over to vomiting, at least Duan Yun has determined his direction and knows that his current development method is not wrong. Duan Yun stared at the scarlet seed in his hand for a moment, then suddenly said, "Big brother Su, do you have poison?" "Su Yun Tao, I'm upright, sitting upright, I've never given medicine to anyone, so how can I carry poison on my body?" "Duan Yun, have you ever considered buying some sleeping pills? Or aphrodisiacs? In case, Miss Sisi." Su Yun Tao was angry, "Am I that kind of person? If I want to conquer Sisi with my sincerity, how can I use this kind of indiscriminate means? Also, who taught you these?" "What? Little kid, I haven't learned well since I was a child." "Duan Yun, Master Mathunyo taught it." "Su Yun Tao. Master Mathunyo is highly respected, how can he teach this bear boy these things?" But even though Su Yun Tao knew it, he didn't dare to entangle any more. Based on his understanding of Duan Yun, if he continues to entangle, Duan Yun is not sure what else he will say. At that time, he was really worried that he could not help but beat Duan Yun. But Su Yun Tao couldn't help but ask, "What do you want poison for?" "Duan Yun, I want you to eat it. Then I will insert the blue silver grass into a hole in your body, such as your nostril, and then try to detoxify you through the method just now." Su Yun Tao, roll, how far and how far, why don't you eat it yourself? Duan Yun, eat it by yourself? What if you die? Su Yun Tao, I don't bother to talk to you. Hurry up and put away the corpse of this soul beast. Your soul power is exhausted, so take a good rest. Duan Yunang started, "Brother Su, you only know that I am a genius, but you don't know how hard I usually work. I will spend the rest of others' time in cultivation." After speaking, Duan Yun opened the curtain, came to the side of the coachman, and sat down cross-legged. "Su Yun Tao, every time I hear you bragging, I feel itchy hands. What are you going to do?" "Duan Yun, don't you bother to talk to me." "Su Yun Tao, my mouth is cheap." Duan Yun sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, raised his head to face the void, and then slowly raised his hands above his head. "Duan Yun, Brother Su, do you think I look like a blue-silver grass that is being nurtured by the sun? If you put it before, Su Yun Tao would definitely say that this child is crazy again, and intermittently being stupid. But after what happened just now, he didn't dare to think so. Su Yun Tao, you are just a grass now." Duan Yun glared at him like an idiot. "A person is a person, how could it be grass? Stupid. Su Yun Tao, am I special?" Duan Yun ignored Su Yun Tao and muttered to himself, "Sunshine, carbon dioxide in the air, water, by the way, water shortage. How can photosynthesis work without water?" After speaking, he took out a pot of water from the space ring. The experiment just now caused Duan Yun's soul power to be consumed a bit seriously. According to his initial thoughts, if he uses the blue-silver grass martial arts spirit to directly absorb the nutrients from the corpse, and then feed the nutrients back into his own body, it should be able to a certain degree of recovery of soul power. But in fact it was not the case. He used the blue-silver grass martial spirit to absorb the blood energy from the flesh, and then put the blood energy into the body, but he did not feel any change in the spirit power. On the contrary, the physical strength was restored. Through the root system to absorb nutrients, you can restore physical strength. What about photosynthesis? In addition to producing oxygen and chlorophyll, can you restore my spirit power? Duan Yun, hey, what are you stopping here for? Keep going. Su Yun Tao, I'm not afraid to disturb you. Everyone, keep going. The team drove again. Duan Yun did not return to the carriage, but had been sitting next to the coachman. His body has completely relaxed, and his pores are slowly opening, to carefully feel the warmth of the sun. After a while, he opened his eyes. Clothes get in the way and affect my photosynthesis. With that, he took off his clothes in twos, leaving only a small pant. Duan Yun, Brother Su, do you suddenly feel a little inferior? Su Yun Tao frowned and said, what do you want to say? Duan Yun, in fact, you don't need to be inferior. You usually drink more snake gall wine. Su Yun Tao scratched his hair vigorously with both hands, jumped off the carriage, and ran to the side to ride a horse. He didn't dare to stay with Duan Yun again, he was afraid that he would go crazy after a long time. Is this trademark really a 6-year-old kid? How do you know everything? It must be village chief Jack. Duan Yun grew up next to him since he was a child, and he has been fascinated by his eyes. Village chief Jack must be an old and dishonest person. Duan Yun learned this from him, but I thought Jack village Chong is a good grandfather. To mislead others, not to be a son of man. A few days later, under the night, in a dense forest. There was only half a day's journey left from Qiaoling Pass. Except for sleeping and eating, Duan Yun spent all his time on swinging his sword and developing the blue-silver grass martial arts spirit. His idea is not wrong, photosynthesis can indeed restore his soul power to a certain extent. In addition to restoring his soul power, Duanyun also found some surprises. For example, when using the blue-silver grass martial spirit for photosynthesis, a certain area around the blue-silver grass will become dim, just like that area. The light is absorbed in general. In addition, the oxygen produced by photosynthesis can also be gathered in the palm of the hand, like a palm wind. At this time, Duanyun, Su-Yun Tao, and others were sitting around a fire. Duanyun's left hand palm was condensed with blue-silver grass martial spirit, and his right hand suddenly lightly waved towards the fire. In the next second, the burning flames skyrocketed, and the originally slender and soft flames became extremely irritable, and directly shot out more than 1 meter high. The corner of Duanyun's mouth curled up. The effect of oxygen on combustion is still very obvious. Su-Yun Tao, you scared me. I was fainted, and the barbecue was blackened. Duanyun ignored him and muttered, during photosynthesis, blue-silver grass will absorb sunlight, and the surrounding space will become dim. If photosynthesis is maximized, will the surrounding space fall into true darkness? Then create a dark field. On the side, Su-Yun Tao blinked. At this moment, he suddenly felt like a fool, no more talent than a 6-year-old kid. The key is that he can't even understand what others say. What a shame! Su-Yun Tao sighed. But at this moment, a dark green mist suddenly burst into the void in the distance. The mist was overwhelming. As soon as it appeared, it quickly spread to the surroundings. However, all the trees that were contaminated by the dark green mist were all in an instant withered and decayed. Chapter 44, Douluo, Crisis. At the same time that the dark green mist appeared, a brutal breath also erupted from that direction, followed by 3 powerful and unmatched auras. Not good. Su-Yun Tao's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "It's poisonous mist, everyone, be on guard, leave here immediately." In the next second, the surrounding horses seemed to be frightened, and they became irritable one by one. Under the strong pressure, the faces of the ordinary soldiers accompanying them turned pale. Some people only felt that their legs were weak, and they even had trouble moving their feet. Duanyun swallowed. "Brother Su, what's the situation over there?" Su-Yun Tao gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know, but judging from this breath, there should be 3 strong players fighting against each other, one of them is a poisonous expert. This has nothing to do with us, leave here immediately." "Yes, how far to hide?" After speaking, he grabbed Duanyun and rode on a horse. At this moment, Su-Yun Tao could no longer control the carriage, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to the accompanying soldiers, so he ran wildly without saying a word. In his heart, there is nothing more important than Duanyun, even if all the accompanying soldiers are dead, as long as Duanyun is still alive, it is worth it. Stay away from any possible danger, protect Duanyun, and send him to Wuhan City. This is his Su-Yun Tao's responsibility, not to mention the soldiers, even his own life is not important. Boom! Rumble! In the dense forest in the distance, there were bursts of violent explosions, and terrifying spirit power rose into the sky like a tsunami. Suddenly, a dark green python appeared. The python was extremely huge, and it was not made of flesh and blood, but was formed entirely by the condensed spirit power. On the head of the python, an old man wearing a dark green armor stood on it. The old man covered his chest with one hand, his face looked a little pale, he glanced back hastily, the python under his feet had circled out, and rushed forward dashing all the way, knowing how many towering trees were broken along the way. And the direction the python is moving, is exactly the direction Duanyun and Su-Yun Tao are. Douluo, you can't escape. You have been in the hands of our brothers for so long, and you are proud of it, you can't escape it. Behind the old man, 2 figures appeared. One of them was wearing a golden armor. He was obviously a man, but when he spoke, there was a trace of evil charm between his brows. The other person, dressed in black armor, had a gloomy face and exuded a cold and bloodthirsty breath. On the other side, Su Yun Tao was still riding a horse, already using the speed of his mount to its extreme. But even so, the giant snake behind him was getting closer and closer. There was still a strong poisonous gas surrounding the giant snake, and the poisonous gas actually followed the giant snake to move forward. Everywhere it passed, a large tree withered, and patches of weeds rotted into water. Su Yun Tao gritted his teeth and said, "Douluo? I've heard of this person. It is said that he is a 92-level title Douluo with terrifying strength. The giant snake under his seat is his martial spirit, the Jade Snake Emperor. Never let him come close, as long as we are touched by his poisonous mist, we will definitely die. Damn, why did we encounter such a monster?" On horseback, Duan Yun stared his eyes wide, and took a breath. Fuck, poison Douluo? Chrysanthemum Douluo? Ghost Douluo? Su Yun Tao, Chrysanthemum Douluo? Ghost Douluo? You mean the two people who chased and killed Douluo, were the elders of our spirit hall? Duan Yun rolled his eyes. No? You are the deacon of the martial spirit sub-hall of Notting City. You don't even know Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Su Yun Tao, I only heard the name, and never met a real person. I am a fart after I leave Notting City. I don't even have the qualifications to see an elder in normal times. Seeing Douluo getting closer and closer to them, Duan Yun couldn't help cursing his mother. My Nima, can you trademark run in another direction? Just stare at us, right? At this moment, Douluo has already exerted his speed to the extreme. With his strength, even if he faces Ghost Douluo or Ju Douluo alone, he is still not an opponent, the reason why he can chase and kill the two he has lived until now, completely relying on poison. The poisonous fog made Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo not daring to approach easily, otherwise how could he live to the present? Martial Spirit Hall, a bunch of beasts. Douluo cursed secretly. He had already noticed Su Yun Tao and Duan Yun in front of him, but what about? He is running for his life now, how can he care about the life and death of a few ants? Poisonous fog was pervasive, and some entourage soldiers who could not evade were shrouded in poisonous fog. The faces of the soldiers turned black in an instant, and they knelt down one by one, pinching their necks. In just 2 breaths, they lost their breath. Su Yun Tao also wanted to change the direction to make way for Douluo. The range covered by the poisonous mist is too large, even if he changes the direction, he can't avoid it. Oh shit! Su Yun Tao roared wildly, 2 elders, I am the deacon of the Wuhan branch of Notting City. I was ordered to send Duan Yun to Wuhan City, please stop Douluo as soon as possible, and never let him hurt him. To Duan Yun. As soon as these words were spoken, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo in the distance trembled. Duan Yun? Damn, it's such a coincidence. The look at the Chrysanthemum Pass was unprecedentedly solemn. Old Ghost, rush into the poisonous fog, and fight against the poison to stop Douluo. Don't let the poisonous fog get close to Duan Yun. Ghost, I know. Whoosh. The space was slightly distorted, and Ghost Douluo's figure disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, but he rushed into the poisonous fog in a blink of an eye. Duan Yun. Douluo's brows frowned. He had never heard of Duan Yun, and he didn't even know his identity, and how much the Wuhan Palace attached to Duan Yun. But from the reaction of Jamaiguan and Gaimei. Look, he has guessed the value of Duan Yun. Humph. Douluo's speed also accelerated a lot, and in just 2 breaths, the poisonous mist had reached Duan Yun and Su Yun Tao's approach. Roar! The Jade Snake King roared, and Douluo's figure jumped up, and the terrifying pressure of tidal Douluo fell from the sky. The horses Duan Yun and Su Yun Tao were riding could not withstand the pressure, their limbs burst, and the horses rushed forward. Fell to the ground. Duan Yun and Su Yun Tao couldn't help but roll down. In the next second, Douluo had already landed in front of Duan Yun, took a quick look, grabbed Duan Yun's neck, and lifted him up. The ghost was shocked. Douluo, dare you? Chrysanthemum Pass, if you dare to hurt him, the ends of the world will crush you to pieces. Obviously, Douluo is taking Duan Yun as a hostage. Eat it. Douluo's fingertips touched his waist, took out a pill, and roughly stuffed it into Duan Yun's mouth, the detoxification pill of poisonous mist. I don't want my hostage to die in the poisonous mist. Chapter 45, Soaring Anger. The poisonous fog is permeated, and everything within a kilometer radius is shrouded in the dark green fog. When he rushed to Duan Yun earlier, Douluo was worried that his poison would kill Duan Yun suddenly, so he temporarily reduced the poison. As long as the year-old kid is slightly contaminated, his body will be corroded clean in just a few breaths, and finally turned into a pool of blood. Douluo wanted to take Duan Yun as a hostage, and of course he wouldn't let him die. At this time, Duan Yun was fed the detoxification pill, and Douluo's spirit power became irritable again, and the green phosphorus snake emperor who was entrenched beside him raised his head and roared, and the poisonous mist of a radius of 1,000 meters became dense again. Let go of him. Yun Tao was paralyzed on the ground. The coercion erupted from Douluo's body was too strong. Coupled with the relationship of inhaling poisonous mist, Yun Tao was already like a useless person at this time, and could only barely maintain his breathing by relying on his soul power. May die at any time. But even so, he was still moving his body with difficulty. 1 meter, 2 meters, finally, Yun Tao climbed to Douluo's feet, and put a hand weakly on Douluo's feet. Let go of him. Yun Tao's face turned black, and his pupils had become dizzy, but he still gritted his teeth. I promised Village Chief Jack, promised Master Matthew, to safely send him to Wuhan City, let go he. Although Douluo controlled Duan Yun, the two of Jimiguan and Gaimei in the distance still made him feel irritable. Yun Tao's persistence allowed him to find an outlet for the pressure he suffered from the pursuit and killing these days. Ants, find death. Douluo showed a cruel look, suddenly raised his foot and stepped on Yun Tao's head. Yun Tao seemed to have not seen it, but still said with difficulty, let go, him. In the distance, the chrysanthemum pass and the spirit power around the ghost body condensed. Against the poisonous fog that invaded the surroundings, the two looked at Yun Tao with unbearable eyes, but they couldn't do anything. In fact, even if they had the opportunity to save Yun Tao, they might not do it. They only care about Duan Yun now, and Yun Tao is no different from the ants in the eyes of both of them. People are nothing at all in the Wuhan Hall, and they die if they die. It's a pity at most. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. Duan Yun's expression became iron blue. He has never been as angry as he is today, and it is the first time that he has resented a person. Forced peace card, use it. Ding! Reminder, the player uses the forced peace card. For novices, it can be used before the spirit power is level 20, and it is invalid for use over 20. After use, the forced peace mode can be activated for 6 hours. Hint, in the forced peace state, no life can cause damage to the player. If the player actively attacks the target, the forced peace mode will be cancelled. Bang! At the same time as he entered the forced peace mode, a strange repulsive force surged from Duan Yun's body. Douluo's face changed, and the hand that had pinched Duan Yun's neck involuntarily let go. In the next moment, Duan Yun had already landed on the ground, and his entire body was directly pressed on Yun Tao's body. He actually planned to use his body to protect Yun Tao and bear Douluo's kick for him. Seeing this scene, Jimiguan and Gaimei were shocked. No one thought that Duan Yun could break free of Douluo's palm. How did he do it? No one thought that Duan Yun would use his body to protect Yun Tao. He is only a 6-year-old child, so he has such a strong sense of love and righteousness. Bang! With a muffled sound, the solace of Douluo's feet had fallen on Duan Yun's body. Although he had reduced his strength at the last moment, the power of this foot was still very strong. Such a kick is definitely not something a 6-year-old child can bear, and the internal organs will surely crumble instantly. Ah, I'm dead. Duanyun let out an exaggerated wailing, closed his eyes, and lost his voice. Douluo's pupils shrank and he cursed secretly in his heart. Then, without saying anything, he provoked Duanyun's body with one foot. His short body turned into an arc in the air, and went straight to the distant chrysanthemum pass and ghosts. Passed. At the same time, Douluo has flew backwards. Douluo's judgment is correct. The hostages are dead, and Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo will inevitably fall into extreme anger. The two will definitely let go of all their scruples and launch an attack on him. This is definitely not what he can do. To endure, there is only one way before him at this time, and that is to try his best to escape for his life. Whoosh! Douluo maintained the poisonous mist, and one fell on the head of the Jade Snake Emperor. The Biphosphor Snake Emperor roared, and the huge snake body twisted, rushing all the way to escape. Hohuiguan's face was extremely ugly. Old ghost, you go after Douluo first, I will see Duanyun's situation. Duanyun is dead, Douluo must be buried, otherwise we can't explain to the Pope. You hold him, I will be there soon. The ghost nodded, and turned into an afterimage and rushed out. At this time, Hohuiguan had risen to catch Duanyun. With the departure of Douluo, the surrounding poisonous fog gradually dissipated. Hohuiguan held Duanyun and gently placed him on the ground. Twin martial arts souls are inherently full of soul power. Do you know how important this is to the martial arts hall? It's a pity, but don't worry, Douluo, I will be buried with you for sure. There seems to be something wrong? The chrysanthemum pass was stunned for a moment. The nerves were tense just now, so I didn't check it carefully. But now I see, this child is still breathing? At this moment, Duanyun suddenly opened his eyes and said angrily, what are you still doing? Leave me alone, go chasing Douluo. Damn, if my brother has a long and two shortcomings, I will kill his whole family. I fuck. The chrysanthemum pass was taken aback and slapped Duanyun's face with a slap. Ghost. Bang. In the forced peace state, the palm of the chrysanthemum closed was directly bounced away. Do you want to shoot Lao Tzu to death? You are still titled Douluo. I have been holding my breath just now, but my heart is still beating. Didn't you feel it when you hugged me? That Douluo is also a stupid brain, dignified title Douluo. He kicked it out, but he couldn't take it back. It's good that he didn't take it back, otherwise how would I pretend to be dead? I didn't have time to take it back, regretting death. Duanyun jumped up, ignored the chrysanthemum pass, flicked his short legs wildly, and rushed directly in front of Su Yun Tao. At this time, Su Yun Tao had lost consciousness, his eyes closed tightly, and only one last breath was left hanging. Hohuiguan stared at Duanyun as if dreaming. Was he pretending to be dead just now? How can this be? Abruptly to bear Douluo's kick, but he didn't die? How did he do it? Chapter 46, Unimaginable Means. Even if Hohuiguan wanted to break his head, he still couldn't understand why Duanyun was still alive, and he seemed to be a okay person. As for how Duanyun broke away from Douluo's hand just now, Hohuiguan couldn't understand even more. With the strength of Douluo, it is reasonable to know that his foot failed to trample Duanyun. But in the environment at that time, his nerves had been in a tight state, plus the fact that he had a foot on him. The power is very clear, so he didn't feel Duanyun's physical condition at all, thinking that Duanyun was trampled to death. It was precisely because of this relationship that he would fly Duanyun's corpse out, trying to use the corpse to give him time to escape. Why didn't Douluo have time to stop at the last moment? I am afraid it is also related to his being too nervous. And Duanyun, the reason why he chose to pretend to be dead, instead of relying on the forced peace card and Douluo to be tough, was to guess that Douluo would choose to run for his life as soon as he dead. As long as Douluo escapes, the poisonous fog in this area will dissipate. Only in this way can Duanyun have the opportunity to save Su Yun Tao. At this time, Duanyun was already sitting cross-legged beside Su Yun Tao, and quickly took out a knife from the spatial ring and a dozen blue-silver grass. Space Soul Guidance Device? Huhuaguan was stunned for a moment, but did not inquire about the Soul Guidance Device. The matter about Duanyun has been spread among the high levels of Wuhan Hall. Both Pope Bibidong and Daoqiangqi and Daoliu attach great importance to it. It is for this reason that Chrysanthemum Pass and ghosts are so nervous just now. At this time, Yun was safe and sound, and the tight nerves in Huhuaguan relaxed a lot. He is not saved, the poison has entered the bone marrow, and the skin has begun to fester. I am afraid that in a moment, his whole body will become bloody water. Duanyun gritted his teeth and said, "Help me chase Douluo. Catch him, I owe you a favor." But Huhuaguan shook his head and didn't speak, just standing not far away, watching Duanyun quietly. In any case, the Chrysanthemum Pass is also the elder of the Wuhan Hall, with a lofty status. Even if Duanyun's talents are extraordinary, even if his future achievements are limitless, even if the Pope and the great entrepreneur attach much importance to him, he is not qualified to order the Chrysanthemum Pass now. As for why he didn't chase Douluo, it was because he was worried about Duanyun's safety and did not dare to leave him here alone. And he also wanted to see what Duanyun was going to do. Seeing this move, it seems to save people? Too naive. A knife, a few blue-silver grass, save people? It's almost the same for a child to play. Hey, after all, he is only a 6-year-old child, so let's treat him as seeing off his friends. When looking at Su Yun Tao, the Chrysanthemum Guan showed a trace of respect. Speaking of which, this person called Su Yun Tao is really loyal. Even at the last moment of consciousness, he still insists on letting Douluo let you go. It's a pity to die, hey. At this time, Duanyun had no intention of arranging the Chrysanthemum Pass. He saw him pull Su Yun Tao's clothes and fully exposed his chest, and then took a knife to make a few gestures on Su Yun Tao's body. But after seeing the rust on the knife, he put the knife down again. Don't trademark, the poison hasn't been cured yet, I have brought him another tetanus. With the palms spread out, the sickle martial spirit condensed. Swish! After a few strokes, Su Yun Tao's chest had more than a dozen wounds. Ding! Prompt, forced peace mode is lifted. Seeing this scene, Huhuaguan was stunned. What's the situation? Isn't it saving people? Why did you start torturing the corpse? In the next second, Duanyun quickly inserted blue-silver grass into those wounds, which made Huhuaguan even more dumbfounded. Duanyun, don't ask, don't disturb me. Chrysanthemum Pass. It was the first time for Duanyun to use blue-silver grass to detoxify. He had only used blue-silver grass to absorb the blood qi from the corpse of a soul beast. The absorption of toxins in the body was still only in his guess, but he had no choice. Soul power surged, and a trace of soul power enveloped Su Yun Tao's body. Duanyun's face was extremely dignified, carefully controlling the blue-silver grass roots to drill into Su Yun Tao's blood, and using these blue-silver grass to absorb the toxins in Su Yun Tao's body. Even if the toxins could not be eliminated in a short time, at least it could slightly suppress it. A bit. More than that, Duanyun's first martial spirit blue-silver grass also condensed. Previously, Douluo had given him a pill for understanding poison, and the pill for detoxification had been integrated into his limbs, and the efficacy still existed. What he has to do now is to use the blue-silver grass martial spirit to absorb the medicinal power through the blue-silver grass martial spirit and condense them into seeds, and feed the seeds to Su Yun Tao. As time passed, Su Yun Tao's breath of life became weaker and weaker. A cold sweat broke out on Duanyun's forehead, and the blue-silver grass martial spirit in his hand trembled slightly, representing the tension in his heart. Obviously, it's just a trap. You can spend your life safely in Nodding City. Although he may be inactive for a lifetime, he can survive. But now, he is in such a situation just because he is protecting me. Save him, I must save him. Duanyun gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. He stripped the detoxification pill from his body, which caused him great pain. Every trace of the medicine was stripped away, making him feel that a sharp blade was scraping the bones. Normally, this kind of pain even exceeded the limit that his body could bear, but he still managed to get through with gritted teeth. Su Yun Tao closed his eyes tightly, and the blue-silver grass on his chest had grown much taller, the emerald-green branches and leaves had turned dark green, and a trace of toxin was absorbed along the rhizome. Look at this scene, Duanyun breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the poison in Su Yun Tao's body was temporarily suppressed, and now he was only left with this detoxification pill. Duanyun calmed himself down completely, and the spirit ring was condensed and revealed at this moment. The gorgeous purple spirit ring made the chrysanthemum take a breath. Hohuagwan squeezed his face hard. It hurts, I'm not dreaming. Purple spirit ring? How is this possible? Through the fluctuation of spirit power, Hohuagwan had already seen Duanyun's spirit power level, 15th level. It was unimaginable that such spirit power appeared on a 6-year-old child. And what was even more shocking was the purple spirit ring. Compared with the purple spirit ring, Duanyun's detoxification methods are not so dazzling. When I learned about Duanyun's name in Wuhan City, I only knew that he was a twin martial soul, and was full of soul power. According to the content reported by Su Yun Tao, Duanyun had not yet won the first A spirit ring. Chrysanthemum Guan swallowed. The first spirit ring is 1,000-year-old purple. This has broken the annual limit of Wuhan absorption. This may bring a huge change to the Wuhan Palace. At this moment, Hohuagwan's eyes trembled. That's it? The blue-silver grass on Su Yun Tao exudes a foul smell, dark green flowers spread out, petals fall off, and dark green seeds are left behind. Chapter 47, Sister Ju, are you blushing? These dark green seeds are the toxin absorbed by the blue-silver grass from Su Yun Tao's body. However, Su Yun Tao was poisoned so deeply that it was impossible to save him by relying on these blue-silver grasses alone. At this moment, the blue-silver grass martial spirit in Duanyun's hands also blossomed and bare fruit. The medicinal power of the detoxification pill was completely absorbed, and a detoxification seed was condensed. The seeds of detoxification effectiveness are not condensed by soul power, but by the medicinal power of the detoxification pills, and the color is very similar to the detoxification pills that Douluo fed him. Call. Duanyun let out a long sigh of relief. The blue-silver grass martial spirit dissipated, and the detoxification seed fell into his hand. This is... Chrysanthemum was shocked by her concern and couldn't help but approached a few steps, wanting to take a closer look. Before he could see the result, Duanyun stuffed the detoxification seed into Su Yun Tao's mouth. Junior heard from Big Brother Su before that he called Senior Ju Douluo. Duanyun showed an innocent expression. Senior looks so young. It's easy to call seniors old, and it's unfamiliar to call them elders. It's too formal to call Ju Douluo, it's better than I call you. The corner of Chrysanthemum's mouth curled up. He has thoroughly seen Duanyun's talent, and he is willing to get closer to Duanyun. You call me Uncle Yuegwan. Before he finished speaking, Duanyun said, why don't I call you Sister Ju? Sister Ju, can you help Brother Su to get the pills in with your mouth? Hohuagwan's face stiffened, and then turned into livid. This elder is a man, a man. Duanyun, man? Okay, just treat you as a man. Sister Ju, can you help? Hey? I have swallowed it. Then forget it, I don't need my sister's help. Chrysanthemum closed his fists tightly. If other children dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped him to death. A man is a man. What is meant by just treat me as a man? Is it reluctant to be a man? At this time, the antidote had been absorbed by Su Yun Tao. His face began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the toxins in the body were also removed in a short moment, and his breathing became stable. Seeing that he pulled Su Yuntao back from the edge of life and death, Duan Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt his body weak and almost collapsed on the ground. Refining the detoxification pill power in his body just now caused him to endure too much pain, coupled with the serious consumption of soul power. At this time he only felt that his whole body was collapsed, and he could not even move his fingers. Chrysanthemum was very concerned, and quickly stepped forward to check Duan Yun's condition. Seeing that he was only prostration, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Duan Yun, Sister Ju, do me a favor. Although Big Brother Su's poison is detoxified, there are many places on his body that have rotted. The rotten meat must be scraped off as soon as possible, and then bandaged. Please also Ju. Sister shot. Hohuigwen gritted his teeth and said, I am a man, I will say it again one last time. Duan Yun, oh. Oh? What is this reaction? Are you playing me? Hohuigwen cursed secretly. He was too lazy to entangle Duan Yun anymore. He was named Douluo dignifiedly. Would he still peck a 6-year-old child because of his gender? Pecking one, prove that he is a man? Ignoring Duan Yun, the palm of the chrysanthemum pass turned over, and the soul power stretched out. Pieces of golden petals were condensed in the hand, and each petal was like a sharp blade, and there was a sound of metal screaming between the collisions. Before detoxifying Su Yuntao, Duan Yun had already cut off his upper body clothes. The petals fluttered, Su Yuntao's remaining clothes were shattered in an instant, and his whole body was exposed in front of Chrysanthemum Pass. Chrysanthemum Guan's pupil shrank, his face instantly turned blush, and then he swallowed. On the side, Duan Yun took a meaningful look at Chrysanthemum, then took out a blanket from the space ring and placed it on Su Yuntao's waist. Duan Yun, Sister Ju, don't be shy, you won't be able to see it if you cover it. Hohuigwen glared at Duan Yun fiercely, and with a wave of his hand, petals flew out, cutting away the rotten parts of Su Yuntao's body with incomparable precision. Duan Yun took out another roll of cloth tape and threw it away. Wrap it up, thank you. Hohuigwen said angrily, what do you think I am? I am a dignified title Douluo. In his capacity, he is not worthy of letting me rescue him. It is already a great honor for him to clean up his wounds. Duan Yun nodded, okay, let you take a look at it, right. While speaking, he tore off the blanket covering Su Yuntao's waist. Hohuigwen's face flushed, hurry up. Cover it. I didn't make a move because I couldn't see, oh my god, what am I talking about? Duan Yun, give me some face, do me a favor. Chrysanthemum's chest heaves up and down, and finally picked up the cloth tape. Why do you have everything in your space soul guidance device? Duan Yun, I have a nickname called Doraemon. The items in the space ring were all bought before leaving Nodding City. They were all necessities for long-distance travel. Of course, the cloth bands used to wrap wounds were indispensable. After a while, Su Yuntao's wound was roughly bandaged. At this moment, Su Yuntao's eyelids trembled, and he woke up unexpectedly. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Duan Yun, he was overjoyed. Don't talk, you are imaginary. Duan Yun said, the clothes are all torn by Sister Ju, and it has nothing to do with me, I don't have any clothes for you. This blanket is for you, so let's wrap your waist first. At this time, Duan Yun's physical strength had recovered a bit, he stood up, gently lifted Su Yuntao, and let him lean against a rock. Then next, it's time to settle the accounts. Duan Yun grasped Hohuigwen's arm very remarkably, and his short body swayed slightly. Before Hohuigwen could react, he hung on the back of Hohuigwen like a koala. Hohuigwen, what are you going to do? It's so presumptuous, won't you let me down? Duan Yun raised his finger to the front, Sister Ju, remember what I said earlier, grab Douluo and count me owing you a favor. Hohuigwen hesitated, no, this kid surnamed Su has not healed from his injuries and cannot protect you. Your life is more important than chasing and killing Douluo. I have to stay with you temporarily. To be honest, Duan Yun was really moved when he heard this sentence. Before today, the two sides had never covered their faces. But now, He Huiguan can think about him everywhere, and even endures to recognize the name Sister Ju. Where is this big villain? Duan Yun, I know you are worried about my safety, so I decided to kill with you. Don't say anything, go. Chrysanthemum pass, fart, don't go. With that said, he planned to tear Duan Yun from his back. Duan Yun was angry, turned it over, a sickle appeared in his hand, and then put it on his neck. Duan Yun, go or not? I'll die for you if I don't go, believe it or not. Chrysanthemum Guan said contemptuously, don't go. Duan Yun, oh? Do you think I dare not? Seen it, have already bleeding, I want to continue to exert force. Chrysanthemum Guan, I'm so angry. Chapter 48, Douluo, UN number 039, redone. Seeing this scene, Su Yun Tao was very moved in his heart, and said weakly, Xiaoun, I know you want to avenge me. Duan Yun, I don't want you to show promise, don't talk, just stay here. Sister Ju, don't be stunned, chase. The sickle was pressed on the neck, and a faint blood stain appeared. Oops, it hurts me so much. Duan Yun grinned. If He Huiguan did not let go, then he could only give up. Can't he really wipe his neck and commit suicide, right? He is not a fool. He can't avenge revenge today, and he will always have a chance to avenge him in the future. However, He Huiguan didn't understand Duan Yun's character, and thought that Duan Yun was really strong enough to commit suicide. Okay, can't I go? He Huiguan gritted his teeth and said, but you should be careful. If you really fight, you must hide away from you thousands of meters away. Duan Yun breathed a sigh of relief, duck. My trademark mentality collapsed. Whose kid is this? Do you think that the battle between title Douluo is a play? Still rushing to duck? Depressing the depression in his heart, He Huiguan jumped forward, turning into a golden afterimage and rushing straight to the distance. Su Yun Tao opened his mouth, but it was too late to persuade him. No, after I get to Wuhan City, I must write to village chief Jack and ask him to also move to Wuhan City. Doin' that kid Yun dare to be presumptuous in front of Ju Douluo, he will easily get into trouble in the future. I hope that Chrysanthemum Douluo will protect him, but don't make any moths. In the dense forest, Douluo was surrounded by poisonous fog, and his whole body was hidden in the poisonous fog. In the distance, Ghost Douluo was confronting him. Although his strength was strong, it was impossible to win Douluo in a short time because of the poisonous fog. As long as it can't be won in a short time, Douluo will have a chance to escape. Douluo said bitterly, you have to bite me hard? The spirit hall is too domineering, right? If you don't surrender, you have to die. The ghost sneered, if you change to someone else, even if you don't surrender, you may not die. But you are different. Your martial arts spirit is too special. Once applied to a large-scale battlefield, it will definitely produce unimaginable results. Destroy, the Pope said, if people like you can't be used by the spirit hall, they must be erased. Douluo's pupil shrank, a large-scale battlefield? What are you going to do in the Wuhan Palace? Gaimei stopped talking, and rushed towards Douluo. Douluo knew the purpose of Gaimei. From the beginning to the end, Gaimei didn't fight him head-on, but tried to drag him, nothing more than waiting for the Chrysanthemum Pass to come over, and then they would work together to deal with him. Damn it! Douluo didn't dare to entangle with him, so he could only use his spirit power to make the poisonous mist around him more dense, and then he continued to flee towards the distance. At this moment, the ghostly eyes lit up and suddenly turned to look at the void behind him. I saw a golden light passing in the air, and a figure had appeared in his sight. Finally rushed over. The ghost smiled cruelly, Douluo, you still can't escape after all. You killed Duanyun and ruined a peerless genius in Wuhan Hall. Now you have no chance even if you want to surrender. There is only one ending waiting for you, and that is death. Boom! The soul power shook, and the trees with a radius of 1,000 meters shook violently. In the next moment, brilliant spirit rings appeared around the ghosts: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 200 years, 2,000 years, 5 million years. The ninth spirit ability, Hell Sprite. With a burst of ghosts, the ground around Douluo suddenly exploded, and the hideous giant hands emerged from the cracks in the ground. Those giant hands had sharp nails, and black mist shrouded the giant hands. As soon as they appeared, they grabbed Douluo from all directions. G-Fo Snake King, get up! Douluo was shocked, and the Biphosphorus Snake Emperor hovered around him, flying up into the air like a dragon, trying to avoid those giant hands. But this giant hand is very weird. Not only does it cover a very wide area, but it also extends to a height of 100 meters after drilling out of the ground. Puff! A tearing explosion, the Jade Snake King's the tail was torn apart, and the spirit power of Wuhan's real body collapsed, making Douluo's face pale, and blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Old ghost, good job! In the distance, Hua Guangzi laughed, but didn't approach it directly, but first swooped down and landed on the clearing a kilometer away. Only then did the ghost notice that there was a kid lying on the back of Huoguan. Ghost's face changed slightly, and she exclaimed, Duanyun? Is he still alive? Don't talk about ghosts, even Douluo is dumbfounded. What's the situation? Isn't that little kid kicked to death by me? First stepped on one foot, and then flew him out with another foot. This is equivalent to 2 feet, I am a title Douluo, and my 2 feet failed to kill a little kid? How can this be? At that time, he was all ready. Douluo wanted to break his head and couldn't understand it, but in this situation, it was too late for him to think about it. The only thing he can do now is to flee desperately. You can't leave. Duanyun has been dropped from Huhua Pass, and he is here. Ghost has no time to ask about Duanyun, her figure turned into a black shadow, and several ups and downs blocked Douluo's retreat. Fighting back and forth, Douluo once again fell into desperation. Chapter 49, Written Request for Leave. Brothers, today a brother's farewell banquet. I drank too much, took a day off with everyone, bowed and asked for forgiveness. I wish you all a happy New Year's Day and a smooth and prosperous New Year. Chapter 50, Humanoid Vessel. After a brief confrontation, Gai Mei and Huoguan attacked Douluo. The aura of the 3 title Douluo collided in one place, humming the entire forest, and some nearby trees couldn't bear the pressure, and they collapsed directly under the pressure. Previously chased all the way, Ghost and Huoguan were concerned about Douluo's green scale snake venom, and the two of them also had a slight illusion that they wanted to force Douluo to surrender to the martial soul palace, so they always had reservations when they shot. There is no real effort. But now it's different. From the time Douluo took Duanyun as a hostage and then killed Duanyun, Gai Mei and Huoguan completely cut off their desire to subdue Douluo. Since there is no plan to conquer anymore, at this time the confrontation again naturally has to exert all its strength. The chrysanthemum gate jumped high, a layer of red golden light burst out of his body, and a huge golden chrysanthemum appeared at his feet. The 9th spirit ability, the chrysanthemum is incomplete, the ground is wounded, and the flowers are broken. The petals of the strange velvet chrysanthemum unfolded, and the petals all over the sky hovered out like a sharp blade, turning into a tornado and stirring it towards Douluo. At the same time, the Ghost Spirit ability also arrived. 5th Spirit ability, Ghost Shadow Land Hand. The soil on the ground rolled, and the dark palms stretched out one by one, and the Jade Snake Emperor, who was heading straight to Douluo, grabbed it. Ghost Shadow Land Tanchao is a group restriction skill, and it complements the 9th Spirit ability of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Boom! Douluo was forced to retreat again and again by the attacks of the two. The soul power condensed in the Jade Foe Snake Emperor's real body was quickly consumed, and the original huge snake body had a tendency to collapse. Failure is inevitable, it is only a matter of time, but I am afraid that Douluo's current state will not last long. More than 1,000 meters away, Duanyun at this time had already climbed onto a towering tree. It's still not high enough, it's not very clear, if you can fly, it would be great. Duanyun was holding a tree branch in his left hand and a roast chicken in his right hand, but his eyes were fixed on the battlefield in the distance. Sister Ju, come on! Use martial arts fusion skills? Don't you two have martial arts fusion skills? Hit him, hit him! Sister Ju, Brother Gui, can you two hurry up? If I can't take him anymore, I'm going to do it myself. Nowadays young people don't speak martial ethics, what are the skills to use poison? There is a kind of don't use poison. Sister Ju, the name of your 9th spirit ability, Chrysanthemum can? The truth is, Duanyun was gnawing on the roast chicken and howling at the same time. The reason why he insisted on letting Hohuiguan take him over was to see Douluo being subdued. If Hohuiguan and ghosts can't fix Douluo, Duanyun really thought about doing it by himself. The big deal is to waste a forced peace card to create a chance for Douluo to take him as a hostage, and wait until Douluo relaxes. After that, he shouted, the orc will never be a slave, shoot at me, and then Hohuiguan and the ghost's 9th spirit ability were displayed at the same time, engulfing him and Douluo together. In the forced peace state, even if he was repeatedly crushed by a bunch of 9th spirit abilities, he would not suffer any harm. But Douluo couldn't, and he would be maimed if he didn't die by accident. Of course, this is just Duanyun's fantasy, he will not really rush forward stupidly, and really give Douluo the opportunity to take him hostage, and it is impossible for Jugui to attack him and Douluo indiscriminately. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. The Jade Snake Emperor's real body at the feet of Douluo finally couldn't withstand the bombardment of the Chrysanthemum Pass and the ghosts, and completely collapsed. The body of Bifrost Snake Emperor burst, Douluo spouted a mouthful of blood, and his body fell from mid-air. Duanyun's eyes lit up and he shouted, keep him a dog! Whoosh! With a sharp burst of air, dozens of golden chrysanthemum petals stopped in front of Douluo's neck. If it weren't for Duanyun's voice, Douluo's neck would have been torn apart. Hohuiguan turned his head and said, what is Duanyun going to do? Although he didn't know what Duanyun was going to do, Hohuiguan chose to leave Douluo's life. But it only left a life. Seal his soul power. The Chrysanthemum Guan gave a soft drink, and looked at each other with the ghost and ghost. The two shot at the same time, and their palms hit Douluo's chest. Then two powerful spirit powers rushed out of the palms and poured directly into Douluo's body. The two level 95 title Douluo simultaneously used their seals. Douluo screamed, only to feel a tearing pain burst out of his body, and then the remaining soul power in his body was suppressed, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't mobilize any more. Duanyun jumped down from the tree, trotting all the way towards this side. However, the distance was a little far away, and his spirit power had not recovered much. The short legs ran too slowly. Hohua frowned, and simply grabbed Douluo's neck and greeted Duanyun. Ghost, what's the matter with Duanyun? Chrysanthemum Guan, I don't know. If you are curious, you can ask him yourself, but I suggest you better not talk to him, because it is easy to get angry. Ghost. After a few flashes, the two grabbed Douluo and appeared in front of Duanyun. Bang! With a flick of Hohuiguan, he directly threw Douluo in front of Duanyun. Duanyun bowed slightly and said in gratitude, thank you, Sister Ju, for revenge on my eldest brother. When eldest brother Su recovers, he will definitely repay you, whatever you want. Chrysanthemum Guan, you sound very strange. Why is it strange? Don't think about it, it's easy to get crow's feet. Duanyun handed the leftover roast chicken in his hand to Huhuiguan. Sister Ju, I will eat my chicken for you. Forget it, this chicken is not suitable for Sister Ju. At this time, Douluo was staring at Duanyun. Duanyun stepped forward, raised his little foot, and stepped on Douluo's head. If it weren't for my IQ of 666, I would frighten you away by pretending to be dead. My eldest brother must be dead, but now not only is I alive, but the poison in Big Brother Su's body is also solved. Old fellow, didn't you expect it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Douluo gritted his teeth and said, little boy, are you kidding me? Duanyun sneered, how about playing you? Do you know why I didn't let Sister Ju kill you? It's a pity that you die like this. Lao Tzu has never suffered in the village. The village tyrant is called Lu. Years, but today you have suffered a loss. I can't bear it, I must return 100 times, or I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. As he said, Duanyun flipped his palm, and a few more dark green seeds appeared in his hand. Douluo's eyes widened, this is? You brought this kind of thing, inside is my green scale snake venom. Duanyun showed a devilish smile, Brother Su is poisoned, this is what I absorbed and stripped from his body. Your soul power is poisonous, and your blood is poisonous. It would be a shame not to use you to refine the poisonous seeds. N.S. Chapter 51, The Flowers Are Heartbroken. When facing Douluo, Duanyun was extremely angry. When he thought of Su Yuntao's tragic situation, he felt a cold murderous intent, and he wished to kill Douluo on the spot, but in the end, he still bare with it. As he said, killing Douluo was too cheap for him. Because of the Jade Snake Emperor's martial soul, Douluo's blood contains toxins, and his soul power is extremely poisonous. Using him to cultivate blue-silver grass, not only can you get more powerful and poisonous seeds, it can also swiftly brush a wave of blue-silver grass martial spirits development achievements. Maybe it won't take a few days to achieve the nutrient absorption achievement. In addition to the achievement of nutrient absorption, Duanyun also thought of some other development directions, intending to experiment with Douluo. Of course. In addition to these, Duanyun left Douluo's life for another reason. That is the 10,000-year soul bone of Douluo. The soul bone of Medusa's head. Duanyun stared at Douluo for a few moments, then trapped his hands and feet with a cloth tape, and took out 2 blue-silver grass directly into Douluo's nose. Duanyun grinned, put me in, if you dare to get rid of it, I will just make 2 cuts in your body with a knife, and then plant the blue-silver grass directly in your flesh. Boy, I'm going to kill you. Douluo's eyes were red, and he struggled hard, but unfortunately he has been seriously injured, and his soul power has been completely sealed. Now even an ordinary strong man is more powerful than him, how can he hurt Duanyun? Until now, Douluo still couldn't understand why there was the poison of biphosphorus snake emperor in the seed in Duanyun's hand. Is it really stripped from the body of that surname Su? This is never possible. Douluo was extremely confident in his snake venom. He was only a great spirit master of more than 20 levels. Once he was poisoned, no one would be able to save him unless he took the antidote in time. And when he ran away, that Su had been poisoned for some time. Little bastard! Hey! You dare to scold me! Duanyun took out 2 blue-silver grasses and inserted them into Douluo's 2 ears respectively. Try scolding again? Believe it or not, I use blue-silver grass to block all your eyes? Not even your belly button. The one you let go. All eyes? Douluo's expression froze slightly. This is good. Duanyun turned his head and said, Sister Ju, Brother Gui, can you temporarily give him to me as a human-shaped flower pot? When I cultivate more poisonous seeds, you can dispose of him casually. Huhuiguan and Ghost Douluo looked at each other. Ghost Douluo, he called you Sister Ju. The chrysanthemum pass just didn't hear this. In this case, let Douluo's life be saved for the time being, him back to Wuhan City, and let the Pope send him down, however you can toss on the way. Duanyun smiled, Sister Ju, great. Ghost Douluo glanced at Hohuiguan in surprise. He and Hohuiguan had known each other for so many years, and it was the first time that he had seen Hohuiguan be so patient with a child, even the name Sister Ju could bear. At this time, Hohua Pass opened the mouth again and said, "It's not far from Jialing Pass, walk over first, and then take a rest at the Wuhan branch of Jialing Pass." In this regard, Duanyun certainly agreed with both hands. Jialing Pass. In the original Douluo continent, the battleground between the Wuhan Palace and the Heaven Do Empire, since it has already come, it would be a pity not to go to see it. Duanyun touched his chin. It would be nice if he had a camera, and he could leave a few commemorative photos. At this time, Hohua Pass was already heading towards Jialing Pass. Ghost Douluo glanced at Duanyun, and then followed. "Hey? I'm leaving now? Who cares about Douluo?" Duanyun exclaimed, "I'm still just a child, do you plan to let me take him with me?" Chrysanthemum would not say at the juncture, "You want to save his life, so naturally you will take him on the road, if you don't want to, you can kill him." "I rub? Is it so cruel?" Duanyun drooped his dead fish eyes and looked down at Douluo. "What are you looking at? You can be careful. The blue silver grass in your ears and nose can't fall off, or you will be unlucky." Hiss! Douluo gritted his teeth, and only felt itchy in his nose and ears, as if slender worms had penetrated into his body from his nose and ears. Unless his hands and feet were trapped, he could not help pulling out the blue-silver grass. "Went!" Douluo roared, "What the did you do to me? Duanyun, isn't it obvious? The root system of blue-silver grass will pierce your flesh and blood little by little, and then turn your spirit power and the poison in your bloodline into seeds, very poisonous seeds. When the hidden weapon is definitely awesome, save tens of thousands of them, and if anyone is not pleasing to the eye, throw a seedling out to make sure that the other party is cool and crooked." "Douluo, little beast!" Duanyun blinked, and took another bundle of blue-silver grass, together with the soil on the roots, roughly stuffed it into Douluo's mouth. Then, the chubby little hand grabbed Douluo's ankle and dragged him all the way, chasing Jamaiguan and Gaimei. Bang bang! Along the road, Douluo's body was dragged behind to flatten the weeds along the road, sometimes hitting his head on the rock and sometimes on the roots of the tree. A magnificent armor was worn and dirty, his hair was messy, his face was covered with dirt, and his forehead was smashed into bleeding. Douluo was full of resentment, but there was nothing he could do. "Damn, this little beast! Don't let me find a chance, otherwise he will be broken into pieces." But Duanyun didn't care about this at all, his short legs flung away, and he ran all the way. Finally followed the Chrysanthemum Pass to return to the place where Su Yun Tao was. "Douluo!" Su Yun Tao's eyes widened, "Catch it alive! Duanyun, isn't it obvious? I caught it. Seeing that I got him, the corners of his mouth are all flowing out." "Hohuiguan, stop talking nonsense, your name is Su Yun Tao, right? Can you walk by yourself?" Su Yun Tao supported the huge boulder behind him, and stood up with a little difficulty. "The poison has been completely resolved, now there are only some skin injuries left, no problem." Hohuiguan nodded, ignoring Su Yun Tao, and continued to rush forward. "Duanyun, Sister Ju, when you used the 9th soul ability, I heard you shout that the chrysanthemum is broken, the ground is wounded, and the flowers are heartbroken." Hohuiguan proudly said, "Yes, this is the name of my 9th spirit ability." Duanyun nodded, and curiously said, "Then the question, how did the chrysanthemum be broken? How was it broken? How was it broken?" "The chrysanthemum was broken first, and then broken." After speaking, Duanyun turned to look at Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo frowned, "What do you see me doing?" "Chrysanthemum Guan, don't pay attention to this kid, as long as you talk to him, he will be endless, and the kind of rogue, what he said, we didn't hear it, Anyway, we don't understand it. Chapter 52, You Will Scare Miss Sissy. Chrysanthemum Residue? Heartbroken? To be honest, Hohuagwan really didn't understand the deep meaning of Duan Yun's words. Ghost Douluo nodded, choosing to believe in his friends for many years, but he really didn't talk to Duan Yun. Duan Yun, brother Ghost, is that you? Ghost Douluo. Duan Yun, remnant chrysanthemum, heartbroken. Ghost Douluo. Duan Yun, then the problem comes again, I want to know, does Sister Ju have hemorrhoids? Ahead, Hohuagwan trembled all over, then suddenly turned around and said angrily, Shut up, dare to be rude, believe it or not, I tore your mouth. Duan Yun narrowed his neck, people are just curious, why are you so cruel? I'm still just a child. Chrysanthemum Guan gritted his teeth and stopped talking angrily. Duan Yun, are there any hemorrhoids? Hohuagwan said angrily, No, I don't have hemorrhoids. Ghost Douluo, you have, as a title Douluo, there is no need to lie about this trivial matter. Duan Yun's eyes lit up, as if he understood something, he nodded solemnly, I understand. Ghost Douluo, what do you know? Duan Yun's gaze swept back and forth on Gaimei and Hohuagwan for a few moments, then raised a hand, I have hair, I won't tell other people. Ghost Douluo. Damn, what the is this bear kid talking about? Every sentence is that the donkey's lips are not right, and I don't understand it at all. But it's not as evil as Yuegwan said, right? Don't feel how annoying his words are? Ghost Douluo turned his head and looked at Su Yun Tao, do you know what he's talking about? Su Yun Tao thought about it, based on his subordinate's understanding of Duan Yun, his brain must be filled with some pictures. As for what the picture is, his subordinates don't know. But a 6-year-old child nothing, it must be some innocent and lovely pictures. Ghost Douluo nodded, it's better for the child to be naive. Being able to talk directly with title Douluo made Su Yun Tao a little excited, and he felt a lot easier to walk. Duan Yun still grabbed Douluo's ankle, and dragged along, Brother Su, are you cold? There is a blanket around him. Why don't you get some clothes for you? Su Yun Tao, isn't there no one in your space ring that I can wear? Duan Yun pointed to Douluo, he has it, look at his dark green armor, is he handsome? Su Yun Tao is not as big-hearted as Duan Yun. As soon as his gaze touched Douluo, he quickly moved his gaze away, daring not to look at Douluo at all. After all, it was a titled Douluo, although his spirit power was sealed, his majesty and aura were still there. Don't persuade. Duan Yun hates that iron can't make steel, forget it, it's not easy to see your hands and feet, I'll pick him up for you. In the distance, Jamira Guan and Gaimei did not stop, and still drove on their own minds. Even if they found Duan Yun picking up Douluo's clothes, they did not stop. Woo! Douluo's mouth was filled with blue-silver grass, and he shouted vaguely. But Duan Yun ignored him at all, took off his armor and close-fitting gown, and threw it to Su Yun Tao. What is this? Suddenly, Duan Yun's eyes lit up and picked up a small bag on the ground. The workmanship of this bag is extremely exquisite, and it doesn't look like an ordinary money bag at all. Douluo twisted his body vigorously and looked at Duan Yun viciously, as if he was extremely nervous about this bag. Do you care about this bag? Duan Yun picked up the bag, as if he was thinking of something, isn't this a wishful bag? In the original work of Douluo, Douluo once gave Tang San a soul guidance device, which is the wishful 100 treasure bag. This soul guidance device is stronger than 24 bridge Minjai Yet and can store living creatures. After Xiaowu's sacrifice, Tang San kept putting Xiaowu in the form of a rabbit in the wishful 100 treasure bag. Apart from anything else, Duan Yun directly threw the Ruyi 100 treasure bag into the space ring, and Su Yun Tao had already put on his clothes at this time. Go on. Because of walking, everyone walked for a long time before arriving at Jialing Pass. The current Jialing Pass is just an ordinary pass, towering in the north of the Barak Kingdom, but the Wuhan sub-hall here is much larger than that of Notting City. The two titled Douluos arrived, and Su Yun Tao and Duan Yun didn't need to worry about the rest and food. Soon, the people from the Jialing Pass Wuhan branch were ready. In Duan Yun's room, Su Yun Tao and Duan Yun sat opposite each other. Douluo was detained alone. As for Huiguan and Ghost Douluo, of course, as the two of them, they would live in a more luxurious place and would not stay with Duan Yun. Su Yun Tao simply ate something, and his injury is still recovering, so he can't eat too much. Su Yun Tao asked, Xiaoyun, what was in your mind on the road earlier? I'm very curious. Duan Yun, what picture? Su Yun Tao, just ask Master Zhu Douluo if he has hemorrhoids. Duan Yun smiled, I'm just wondering why Brother Gui knows that Sister Zhu has hemorrhoids. What is the picture? I rub? Su Yun Tao's face became stiff, and he quickly covered Duan Yun's mouth in fright. Do you want to die? You dare to say such things? Duan Yun, what's the matter? They are brothers who share the same life and death. What do you say in the daily chat? Do you know that hemorrhoids are weird? I also know that you have a mole in your left thigh. Sister Zhu also knows. Hearing this, Su Yun Tao breathed a long sigh of relief. Hey, I really misunderstood, so let me just say, what does a 6-year-old kid know? No, you have to let village chief Jack go to Wuhan City as soon as possible. Although I know Duan Yun, others don't know him. If those words were heard by others, I would definitely think about it, and would definitely guess whether there is a special relationship between Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, if so. After being heard by the two titled Douluo adults, no matter how much the Wuhan Palace attaches importance to Duan Yun, I am afraid it will be punished. Jialing Pass was just a transit point. Duan Yun wanted to take this opportunity to go to the soul fighting arena at Jialing Pass, but Su Yun Tao refused to let him live. Huihua Pass and Ghost Douluo were also anxious to return to Wuhan City, so they didn't plan to stay at Jialing Pass for too long, so they only stayed for one night before everyone left Jialing Pass. 2 carriages. Su Yun Tao, Duan Yun, Douluo, 3 people in a car. Chrysanthemum Pass, Ghost Douluo, the two shared a car. Duan Yun originally wanted to ride in a carriage with 2 titled Douluos. Everyone chatted and could still have fun on the road. Unfortunately, Huiguan didn't appreciate him, and directly drove Duan Yun off the carriage. Duan Yun's mentality has changed at this time. When leaving Notting City, he also planned to be as low-key as possible after arriving in Wuhan City. It would be better if he could be a little transparent. It would be better not to meet with the high-level staff of Wuhan Hall, so as not to get along with everyone. Feelings, in the future, it will be difficult for Tang San to stand in line with Wuhan Hall. In short, after arriving at the Wuhan City Junior Soul Master Academy, he will low-key achievements, and after doing so, find a way to leave the Wuhan Hall. However, Huiguan and Gai Mei's attitude towards him changed Duan Yun's attitude towards the senior management of Wuhan Hall, and he no longer resisted. On the carriage, Duan Yun's hand was placed on Douluo's chest, and the 2 blue-silver grasses in Douluo's nostrils had been pulled out. Although he was a titled Douluo, his mouth and nose were blocked at the same time. If it takes a long time, it will be suffocated to death. However, the nose was pulled out, but Douluo's body also had dozens of wounds. Duan Yun cut out the wounds with a single knife. When Huiguan and Ghost Douluo saw this scene earlier, they didn't feel that a 6-year-old kid was too harsh. Instead, they admired Duan Yun a few words, saying that Duan Yun was determined and his courage alone was enough. More than all his peers, he will be a decisive person when he grows up. At that time, I was embarrassed to praise Duan Yun, although he also felt that Huiguan's praise made sense. Duan Yun's previously demonstrated talent was too powerful. Twin martial souls, innately full of soul power. The first soul ring of the sickle is a purple 1000-year soul ring. And blue-silver grass has the effect of detoxification without absorbing the soul ring. As the so-called talent is righteous, as long as Duanyun doesn't play tricks, as long as he doesn't act as a demon, what the chrysanthemum pass and ghost Douluo do will be pleasing to the eye. As time passed, the blue-silver grass planted on Douluo's body had begun to bear seeds. Harvest another wave of seeds. Duanyun grinned and picked off the seeds. Suyun Tao wondered, Xiaoyun, what are you doing with so many poisonous seeds? Duanyun, critical moments are all life-saving things. If you are surrounded by a group of soul beasts in the future, you will throw out a few at will. The poisonous mist is filled, and any soul beast has to run. Suyun Tao, poisonous fog is pervading? Then you yourself will be poisoned too? You have to take the antidote before throwing the seeds. Antidote? Of course there is an antidote, there is a pile in the wishful 100 treasure bag. In addition to the detoxification pills, there are a lot of soul coins. Duanyun only counted them roughly once. At least 20,000 gold soul coins must be looked like. How much wine does Grandpa Jack have to sell to transfer these money? After a long time, Duanyun searched more than a dozen highly poisonous seeds before pulling out the blue-silver grass from Douluo, and the same from his mouth. After a few days of torment, Douluo's face had become bloodless, the aura on his body became weaker and weaker, and his whole person looked thinner and older. Boy, there is a kind that kills me, kills me. Douluo roared, you devil, you must die. Demon. Duanyun raised his eyebrows, thank you for the compliment, but you still have value. I am not willing to kill you. I have some new ideas, and I have to cooperate with my seniors. Suyun Tao whispered, Xiaoyun, or let's not torture him. Duanyun said lightly, Big Brother Su, you almost died in his hands, do you see what you look like now? You will marry Miss Sissy in the future. You pick up your clothes and don't scare her to death. Suyun Tao looked down subconsciously, showing a proud expression, scare her to death? Not that exaggeration. Duanyun rolled his eyes, why is it not that exaggerated? Although the rot on your body has healed, it has left many scars, like a dog chewing, it would be strange if you don't scare her. Are you talking about scars? Suyun Tao's face flushed, sure enough, I misunderstood Xiaoyun again. How could he mean that? Chapter 53, Planting, Parasitism. At this time, Douluo still looked at Duanyun ferociously, his eyes full of hatred as if he wanted to peel off Duanyun's skin. Under the name of poison, Douluo was able to step into his achievements today. I don't know how many battles he has gone through, and his hands are not contaminated with the blood of many people. But he never thought that one day he would be planted in one. In the hands of a 6-year-old child. Although he was captured by Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, his hatred for Duanyun far exceeded that of Jamaiguan and Gaimei. Taking a deep breath, Douluo gritted his teeth and said, Boy, I really want to know why Jamaiguan and ghosts care about you so much. When they heard your name, they were very nervous. If not, I didn't expect to take you as a hostage. But judging from their performance at the time, it's obviously the first time I saw you. Duanyun fiddled with his hairstyle, there is no way, the value of the face is justice, I only blame me for being too handsome, but speaking of it. Having said that, Duanyun suddenly turned his head to look at Suyun Tao. Suyun Tao, why look at me with such a look? Duanyun, Brother Su, has no one complained that you are a pig teammate? Suyun Tao was angry, why am I a pig teammate? Duanyun curled his lips and said, it was your voice at the beginning that let the old poison see my value to the martial soul palace, and let him feel the importance that Sister Ju and Brother Ghost attach to me. He decided to take me hostage. It seems to be such a reason? Suyun Tao thought for a while and retorted, if I don't call that voice, we must be poisoned to death by the poisonous mist. Duanyun said, you want to shout? You should shout, Senior Poison Douluo, let me help you, I will help you hold the people in the spirit hall, you go first. The old poison might think that we are friendly forces, and then reduce the poisonous fog. Let us go to deal with Sister Ju and Brother Gui, and give him time to escape. After Sister Ju gets closer, you can say that I am Duan Yun, isn't it solved? It seems like this? Su Yun Tao gave a dry smile. I was not too nervous at the time. How can I have time to think so much? Little brother, I heard Lord Ju Douluo mentioned yesterday that your acting skills are very exaggerated. Duan Yun, exaggerated? Su Yun Tao, I'm dead, just pretend to be dead. Why do you have to add this sentence? What about a fool? Duan Yun curled his lips and said, Big brother Su, you are too rude. Even if you say that the old poison is a fool, you dare to say that Sister Ju and Brother Gui are fools. Su Yun Tao's face became stiff, and he felt that what he had just said was a bit wrong. After all, Duan Yun had even deceived Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo at that time. At this time, Duan Yun took out another blue-silver grass seed. This is a very ordinary seed. Douluo's pupils shrank, and suddenly there was a bad premonition, and his body could not help but tighten. In the past few days of contact, he has fully realized Duan Yun's horror. The methods are extremely cruel, not like a 6-year-old child at all, but like a butcher walking out of a pool of blood. What are you going to do? Didn't I just say it? I have some new ideas and I want to try it on you. Duan Yun grinned, his sickle spirit condensed, and with a wave of his hand he cut the skin of Douluo's heart, and then buried the seed in the wound. In Lan Yinko's several achievement tasks, there are some connections between each achievement, such as nutrient absorption and planting and grafting. These days, Duan Yun has been using Douluo to condense highly poisonous seeds. Not only has he brushed up on the progress of nutrient absorption, he has also increased the progress of planting and grafting. Inserting the blue-silver grass into the wound, of course, is considered planting. Development Achievement 1, Photosynthesis, the current development progress is 23%. Development Achievement 2, Nutrient Absorption, the current development progress is 89%. Development Achievement 3, Soil Quality Improvement, the current development progress is 2%. Development Achievement 4, Planting and Grafting, the current development progress is 28%. Development Achievement 5, Plant Fiber, the current development progress is 3%. Development Achievement 6. Old Poison, if I plant blue-silver grass directly in your heart, and let its roots entangle your heart, guess what? Duan Yun grinned and said, Of course, this is just one of my ideas. If it can be realized, I have to try it. Don't worry, don't be afraid. With that, Duan Yun stretched out a finger subconsciously, wanting to test the depth of the wound with his finger. But Duan Yun put down his fingers again when he paired up with Douluo's distorted old face. Forget it, it doesn't matter if it is shallow, it will naturally be opened when you put it in. Later, Duan Yun stuffed the seeds into Douluo's heart. A trace of soul power gushed from the palm of his hand, then drilled into the wound, covering the blue-silver grass seed. Next, Duan Yun wants to make this seed take root, but he is not using it to absorb the toxins in Douluo, not to make a highly poisonous seed, but to parasite. Wrap the heart with roots. If the winding is successful, this blue-silver grass can no longer be removed. Once pulled out, the roots wrapped around the heart will directly strangle the heart. If it goes further, Duan Yun can even use his soul power to directly control the life and death of Douluo. Of course, as he said, this is just an idea, and whether it can be realized has to be tried. Under the excitation of soul power, the seed was activated with vitality, and one end of the seed began to grow thin roots. The roots stretched the flesh and blood, and under Duan Yun's control, they moved towards Douluo's heart little by little. The heart-piercing pain struck, and even though Douluo's will was so firm, he couldn't help but screamed, "Ah! Kill me, kill me! Duan Yun, be quiet, don't disturb me!" After speaking, a bundle of blue-silver grass was stuffed into Douluo's mouth, blocking his mouth. Su Yun Tao swallowed, then turned his head and dared not look at it again. He had persuaded Duan Yun before. In his eyes, a 6-year-old child should be innocent and not so bloody. But Duan Yun didn't listen at all, and even gave him a backhand preaching. I'm really worried about his disposition, I have to plan ahead. Su Yun Tao muttered in his heart, passing through Soto City ahead, I'll go buy some toys for Xiaoyun, what should I buy? Rocking chair? Trojan horse? As time passed by, the root system of the seed got deeper and deeper, but it was surprising that this seed only grew roots, but not branches and leaves. Douluo's body trembled violently. Although he shouted some kind of kills me on his mouth, he didn't want to die deep in his heart. He still has a granddaughter to take care of. If he is dead, what about granddaughter? Damn, if this continues, even if I didn't die in the hands of Jamaiguan and ghosts, I would be tossed to death by this kid Duan Yun. Am I really going to surrender to the Wuhan Palace? Puff. Douluo's eyes were wide and round, and his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. He could clearly feel that a few roots had touched his heart, which made his heartbeat temporarily stagnate. Hey, I'm very nervous about doing it. While getting the roots entangled, you have to make sure that your heart can beat normally. Where is this trademark planted? Obviously, it is to bridge the heart. If this trick is done, it can be used as a pacemaker in the future. Duan Yun shouted, Brother Su, don't froze. Wipe sweat. Su Yun Tao quickly took out the towel and wiped off the sweat from Duan Yun's forehead. This attempt is really too difficult for Duan Yun now. His soul power level is only 15 and his soul power control is not yet meticulous. The technique is extremely rough. As long as he is slightly careless, his roots will be fine. Will pierce the heart of Douluo, or stop the heart directly. But despite the difficulties, Duan Yun did not intend to stop. After playing to death, the corpse can still be made to produce highly poisonous seeds. On the other carriage, Jamaiguan and Ghost were sitting opposite each other. Huaguan listened to the voice behind, and said, Xiao Mimi, what do you think of this child Duan Yun? Ghost Douluo, you can't let Duan Yun hear the name Xiao Mimi, otherwise he doesn't know what to say. Huaguan nodded earnestly, and a little demon popped out of his mind, his face turned pale, everyone had a mouth, and that little kid had 2 mouths up and down. Ghost Douluo, twin martial arts souls are born with full soul power, and this kind of talent alone is not much worse than that of the Pope, it's just that the quality of the martial arts spirit is lacking, and it should not reach the height of the Pope in the future. Chrysanthemum Pass, looking at this alone, it is indeed far better than the Pope. But don't forget, the first spirit ring of his sickle is the 1000-year spirit ring. Blue-silver grass has not obtained the spirit ring anymore. It can be used to detoxify and heal injuries. I have extremely high expectations for him, and of course it is not comparable to the Pope, but his future achievements will definitely exceed you and me. Having said this, Huaguan showed a seductive smile, I have already decided. After returning to Wuhan City, I will ask the Pope for permission to let me be Duan Yun's teacher. Wait for Duan Yun. When I grow up in the future, I will have face as a teacher, right? Ghost Douluo snorted, unfortunately, I also want to accept him as an apprentice. Chrysanthemum Pass, old ghost, this is not easy to grab, right? I said first. Ghost Douluo, I said it yesterday. Huaguan, you said a fart? Why don't I know? Then. I said it the day before yesterday. Ghost Douluo, I said it last month. Huaguan, last month? Did you trademark meet Duan Yun last month? I said it last year. The carriage continued to move forward, driving in the direction of Soto City, planning to pass Soto City, and then heading south to reach Wuhan City directly. A little bit of time passed, until the night fell. Duan Yun's hands still did not leave Douluo's heart. Su Yun Tao, Xiaoyun, how about it? If it doesn't work, just give up. You haven't eaten anything for a day. Duan Yun's face showed excitement. It's coming, ah. Chapter 54, Su Yun Tao, this kid is pretty good. In Douluo's heart, the blue-silver grass seeds are embedded in the wound, like a hideous eye. This kind of seed has obviously taken root, but under Duan Yun's control, the seed still hasn't grown. Branches. That feeling is like a weird tadpole. The body of the seed is the head of the tadpole, and the roots are the tail. Duan Yun shuddered, always feeling that this metaphor was a bit inappropriate. He put the tadpole into Douluo's body. Oops, it's cold, terrible cold. At this time, Douluo's expression was extremely hideous, and the veins on his forehead were violent, as if he was suffering unimaginable pain. Finish. Duan Yun smiled, and finally recovered his soul power. Su Yun Tao quickly asked, how? What were you doing just now? I don't understand. I was afraid to disturb you just now, so I didn't dare to ask. Duan Yun, want to know? Su Yun Tao nodded vigorously. Duan Yun showed a devilish smile, his eyes turned to Douluo, and then slowly raised a hand. The soul power was concentrated on the fingers, and the 5 fingers were slightly closed, as if an invisible heart was being held in his hand. Boom, boom. Douluo's heart suddenly undulated violently, the seeds embedded in the heart quickly turned scarlet, and the roots entwined around the heart suddenly tightened. Ah! Douluo trembled violently, and a deep wailing uttered in his nose. Duan Yun pulled out the blue-silver grass stuffed in Douluo's mouth. Old poison, how do you feel? While speaking, his palm was volleyed a few times, tightening, loosening, and tightening. When Douluo looked at Duan Yun again, his eyes changed. The resentment in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by deep fear. It was a trembling from the depths of his soul. Even when facing the siege of 2 titled Douluo who were stronger than him, he had never felt like this, but facing Duan Yun at this time, he was really scared. Demon. This 6-year-old child is definitely a total demon. Under the innocent appearance, hidden is definitely a bloodthirsty, cruel, ruthless soul. Duan Yun, old poison, I'm asking you something, why look at me with such a look? Put 5 fingers together, let go, and gather again. Douluo wailed again, and finally, he begged for mercy. Stop, please stop. Begging for mercy? Su Yun Tao's eyes widened, full of shock. The dignified 91-level title Douluo was tortured by a 6-year-old child begging for mercy. After the shock, Su Yun Tao rushed out of the carriage and shouted, Master Ju Douluo, Master Gui Douluo. Douluo begged for mercy, begged for mercy. Duan Yun blinked, hey, what's up with them, old poison begging for mercy? Su Yun Tao lifted the curtains from the outside. Little brother, the 2 elders failed to subdue Douluo, but your 6-year-old kid subdued him. If this spreads to the ears of the Pope, you know what this means? Duan Yun touched his chin, explain that old poison likes children. Su Yun Tao said angrily, it shows that you are not only talented, but also powerful. The Pope will definitely pay more attention to you. Pay more attention to me? It's not that you value you, why are you so excited? Duan Yun shook his head helplessly, this is really thinking of me as a little brother, just like I think of Xiaosan as my little brother. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of breaking through the sky, Hua Pass had already come to the outside of the carriage, and lifted his foot into the carriage. Surrendered. Chrysanthemum Guan looked at Douluo contemptuously, Douluo, you look down on me and the old ghost. We chased you for so long, and you have not surrendered. Now you are only tortured by a little kid for a few days. Just served. Douluo gritted his teeth and did not speak. Noting the fear in Douluo's eyes, Huiguan became even more contemptuous. After returning to the Hall of Souls, I will report all the things that happened before to Lord Pope. Although you have surrendered, you can finally whether you live or not depends on whether the Pope is willing to spare you. Bibi Dongju must report, Douluo almost killed Duan Yun, killing a peerless genius in Wuhan Palace. With Bibi Dong's character, he would really crush Douluo to death in a rage. Huohuiguan, Xiaoyun, what did you do to him just now? You have planted so many blue-silver grass on him these days, and you haven't seen him begging for mercy. Why today? Duan Yun pointed to Douluo's heart. Chrysanthemum pass, a seed. In doubt, Huohuiguan gently pressed the palm of his hand, and his mental power quickly extended, and he began to probe carefully. This is God. When he sensed the heart entangled by the roots, he couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. A mere blue-silver grass martial spirit, one of the most trash martial spirits in the world, and without the premise of absorbing the spirit ring, could it be so terrifying? When I looked at Duan Yun again, Huohuiguan's eyes became fierce. Duan Yun shrank his neck and firmly grasped his collar. Sister Ju, I'm still young. Chrysanthemum Guan, I don't understand what you are talking about. Xiaoyun, discuss something with you. Duan Yun, don't start with 3 years, the highest death penalty. What's the mess? Huohuiguan looked at a question mark and said angrily, listen to me, I want to accept you as an apprentice, are you willing? Don't worry, as long as you nod your head, I will teach you wholeheartedly, under my guidance, one day, you will be better than Blue. Outside the carriage, Su Yun Tao's face flushed, and his expression excited, oh my god, Ju Douluo actually wanted to accept Xiaoyun as his apprentice? That's a 95-level title Douluo, the elder of Wuhan Hall. But when he thought of Duan Yun's talent, Su Yun Tao was relieved. With Xiaoyun's talent, what happened to worshipping a level 95 title Douluo? Not to mention level 95, even if it was a peerless Douluo at level 99, Xiaoyun was qualified. Thinking of this, Su Yun Tao couldn't help but want to remind Duan Yun not to be impulsive, there is also the Pope in front of him, and there is also a great sacrifice. Today, I worshipped Ju Douluo as a teacher. Want to accept you as a disciple? Didn't I miss it in vain? Of course, even though he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to say it in front of Huohuiguan, so he could only cough a few vigorously in the carriage. In the carriage, Huohuiguan nodded with satisfaction when he heard the cough outside the carriage. This kid Su Yun Tao is still good. This is to remind Duan Yun not to miss the opportunity to worship me as a teacher. Well, because you are so wink, let me give you some pointers when I have the opportunity. Is the 26th level Great Soul Master? With such a weak strength, how can I be worthy of my apprentice as a follower? Must give pointers. Ahem. Outside the carriage, Su Yun Tao coughed again. Xiaoyun, don't be impulsive, there is a better teacher in Wuhan City. The way to worship the Pope or worship as a teacher, let's go back to worship Ju Douluo next. Chapter 55, Rent Collector. To be honest, Duan Yun was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Huohuiguan would have such an idea. But looking at the appearance of the Chrysanthemum Gate, Duan Yun didn't even think about it, and he was ready to refuse. Just kidding, what is the meaning of blue than blue? Are you Chrysanthemum heartbroken? I am a chrysanthemum bursting my intestines? Chrysanthemum closed his eyes and looked at Duan Yun. Does this still need to be considered? Me, the 95-level title Douluo, the elder of Wuhan Hall, like your blue-silver grass, my chrysanthemum is also a plant-based weapon. Soul. Your chrysanthemum? Duan Yun shook his head, I'm still young, my family is all in charge of Grandpa Jack. I listen to Grandpa Jack the most. He doesn't speak, I dare not approve of my teacher. Outside the carriage, Su Yun Tao secretly gave a thumbs up, this reason is absolutely perfect. Chrysanthemum frowned, Mr. Jack? Even this kind of thing? Duan Yun nodded vigorously. At this time, Su Yun Tao said outside, Master Ju Douluo, has arrived in Soto City. Chrysanthemum pass, directly proceed, go to the Martial Soul Branch Hall of Soto City to rest for a day, and continue on the road tomorrow. Yun Tao, are you familiar with Village Chief Jack? Help me write a letter to him, just say I want to accept Xiaoyun as a disciple, and I will let the people from the Martial Soul Sub-Temple of Soto City send the letter to the Holy Soul Village. The sound of Yun Tao directly called Su Yun Tao Num, Master Ju Douluo called me so affectionately. I'm so touched, I'm really touched by Xiaoyun's light. When I was in Nodding City before, how could I have thought that I would have today? Su Yun Tao, yes, Lord Ju Douluo, don't worry, I have written the adult's identity in the Spirit Hall in great detail in the letter, and let Village Chief Jack know how honorable you are. Huhuagwan nodded in satisfaction, the young man has a future. Su Yun Tao, the subordinates are just seeking truth from facts, Lord Ju Douluo is indeed very honorable. What did I just say? Why did I promise to deliver the letter to Ju Douluo so happily? Shouldn't I help Xiaoyun hold him? Su Yun Tao blinked, a little dazed for a while. Inside the carriage, Huhuagwan, Yun Tao, I must emphasize in the letter that I will teach Duan Yun well, and I will only teach Duan Yun this apprentice in my life. Su Yun Tao, okay, Lord Ju Douluo don't worry, hey. The carriage that Ghost Douluo was in had already entered Soto City, and the carriage that Duan Yun was in followed closely behind. The distance between the two carriages was not too far. Ghost Douluo knew exactly what the chrysanthemum was saying there, not to mention Su Yun Tao yelling and yelling, it was hard not to hear it. Want to accept Duan Yun as a disciple? Humph. Of course, the letter must be written by parents and children to have sincerity. I will write it myself, and then send someone to speed up, and I must send the letter earlier than you. The corner of Gui Douluo's mouth curled up. Xiao Juju, want to grab my apprentice from me? You're still a little tender. The chrysanthemum pass was still talking to Duan Yun, but Duan Yun's thoughts had long been placed on the achievement system. As the carriage entered the city of Soto, the system unexpectedly prompted it. Ding! Reminder, the player arrives in Soto City and starts a special achievement mission. Special achievement, Rent Collector, current progress is 0%. Hint, go to Shrek Academy and spend a lot of money to buy all Shrek Academy's school buildings from the village chief. This achievement will be completed in 3 days. If it is not completed after 3 days, the achievement will be closed forever. Special achievements? Is this the first time the system has released such an achievement? Rent collection? Duan Yun's eyes twitched. Now that this timeline goes to Shrek Academy, there should be no other plot characters besides the teachers of Flanders. Qin Ming graduated early, and Dai Mubai should still be in dire straits in the Star Do Empire. But having said that, this achievement seems quite interesting, but I don't know what the achievement reward is. And the money in my hand, is it enough to buy those school buildings? Chrysanthemum Pass, Xiao Yun, what are your eyes twitching about? Are you heart-stirring? You want to worship me as a teacher? I know you must be heart-moved. Level 95 title Douluo, Wuhan Hall Elder. Duan Yun, the 9th soul ability, the chrysanthemum is broken. The chrysanthemum pass emphasized, it's a chrysanthemum remnant, wounded all over the floor, and broken hearts. Duan Yun, then the question is, how did the chrysanthemum be broken? Chrysanthemum Guan, come again? Xiaoyun, no one said you changed the subject very bluntly. The next day, just after dawn, Duan Yun pulled Su Yun Tao away from the branch hall of Soto City. Su Yun Tao originally refused. According to his thoughts, Duan Yun shouldn't leave the sight of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. This kind of peerless genius had to be protected first and waited until Wuhan City. But Duan Yun didn't do it, the sickle was put on his neck. Dare you let it out? Let me show you death, believe it or not. As a result, the two went out, inquired about the way on the street, and went straight to the small village where Shrek Academy was located. The location of the small village is to the south of Soto City, not too far away, closer than the Holy Soul village to Notting City. Suyun Tao, Xiaoyun, what are you doing here? Duanyun Hu, I am very optimistic about the prospects of Soto City. I want to buy property near Soto City in advance, buy some houses, and open a brewery here in the future. Hu is Hu, but Suyun Tao still believes it. Suyun Tao, Xiaoyun, where did you get so much money? Buying a house? Isn't it enough to buy toilets? Duanyun grinned, Brother Su, let's not lie to you. My money was scraped from Douluo. There are also copies of you, Sister Ju, and Brother Gui. We will wait for the brewery to open in the future. Get up and give you some stocks. Suyun Tao, what are the identities of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo? I don't care about these. Duanyun said happily, then don't give it to them. I didn't persuade you like that? Suyun Tao's expression was bitter, or give it to them. Duanyun waved his hand, the money is too tacky, don't mention the money, it hurts their feelings, they are not interested in money. See, there is a child over there, go and ask where the village chief lives. After speaking, he ran towards a child in the distance. It was a little boy with dirty clothes. He looked about the same age as Duanyun. He had red hair and was chubby, rather cute. The little boy blinked and looked at Duanyun and Suyun Tao curiously. Duanyun, yeah, little brother, I'd like to ask you something, where does your village chief live? Does this village have a Shrek Academy? The little boy wiped his nose, how old are you? Are you older than me? Why do you call me little brother? Big brother, otherwise I won't tell you. Duanyun was angry, oh, I'm so bad-tempered, a little kid still wants to be my big brother? A silver soul coin, can you tell me? The little boy looked at Duanyun stubbornly and shook his head. Duanyun, 2 silver soul coins. The little boy raised his finger to the left, Shrek Academy is over there, and the village chief's house is on the other side. Chapter 56, Money? What money? Duanyun turned his head and glanced in the direction the little boy was pointing, then waved, Brother Su, let's go. Having said that, I have to leave with Suyun Tao. Is this okay? I saw the little boy wipe off his nose, and stopped in front of Duanyun in 3 or 2 steps, stop, give me money. Duanyun stunned and said, give me the money? What is the money? The little boy said angrily, silver soul coin, you promised, don't want to deny it. Duanyun seemed to have received much humiliation, deny? Am I that kind of person? I just said that I want to give you a silver soul coin. You don't want it. Blame me. The little boy's face flushed, I didn't want a silver soul coin. But you can talk about 2 later. Duanyun nodded, I mean 2, but I didn't say I want to give it to you. I said that I gave you the previous silver soul coin, but you don't want it. The previous silver soul coin is not this. Any one of the 2 silver soul coins has nothing to do with them, they are not a family coin. Say this string, let alone the little boy, even Suyun Tao was a little confused. Suyun Tao blinked. Xiaoyun seemed to deny it, but I don't know why, it feels like what he said makes sense. The little boy stared at Duanyun for a few moments, tears rolled in his eyes, and suddenly cried out, wow, Grandpa Dean, someone bullied me. Wow, bullied to the head of Shrek Academy. Got it. Wow. Crying, the little boy didn't even need the money, and ran straight in the direction of Shrek. Life is so lonely as snow. Duanyun shook his head helplessly, everyone is a boy. You cried like this, as if I did what you did to you. But judging from what he said just now, is he still Shrek Academy? Of students fail. Red hair? Fatty? Duanyun thought for a while, as if he had guessed the identity of the little boy, but it was just a guess, and Duanyun was not sure. Ma Hung-jun? If I remember correctly, Ma Hung-jun was adopted by Dean Flanders since he was a child. Evil Fire Phoenix, I was so angry that I cried. For some reason, I suddenly felt so happy. Duan-yun grinned and threw the 2 silver soul coins in his hand back to the space ring, and then headed towards the village chief's house. In the original book Douluo Continent, Shrek Academy has been in this small village since the establishment of the academy, renting some houses in a corner of the small village for teaching, accommodation, and dining halls. Because of the financial inability to make ends meet, Shrek Academy was once unable to pay the rent. Fortunately, Prince Daimyo, the Prince Star Luo, joined and gave Shrek Academy a certain amount of funding, which allowed Shrek Academy to continue to run. Going on, otherwise Shrek Academy would have been closed a long time ago, and Tang-san would not have the opportunity to study at Shrek Academy, let alone any more Shrek 7 monsters. Daimyo is 3 years older than Tang, and he is only 9 now. He should have been in Shrek Academy when he was 11 or 12 years old, and he must still be in the Star Luo Empire now. Duan-yun thought to himself, since Daimyo hasn't come to Shrek doesn't have any sponsorship funding, hee. On the side, Su-yun Tao certainly didn't know what Duan-yun was thinking, but he could see Duan-yun's smirk. Su-yun Tao, Xiaoyun, what are you giggling about? Like a fool. Duan-yun, you don't understand the world of geniuses. Hey, life is as lonely as snow. Duan-yun guessed right. The little boy was Ma Hung-jun before, and Shrek Academy does not have a sponsor now. Not long ago, the village head almost failed because Dean Flander did not pay the rent. The gate of Shrek Academy was closed. The village is not too big. Duan-yun and Su-yun Tao found the village chief's residence within a few moments. This is a kind-looking old man with a pipe in his left hand and a cane in his right hand. At this time, the village chief was sitting in the courtyard, looking at a piece of paper on the table. After a while, he held the pipe in his mouth, and picked up the piece of paper with his free hand. If you don't have money, you will be an ordinary spirit master, and go to the spirit hall to collect money every month. What kind of Soul Master Academy do you have? The academy has been open for so many years, and there are only 10 graduates. Other Soul Master colleges have low requirements for students to graduate. After graduation, they also cover assignments. What about Shrek Academy? The graduation requirements are so high, and some children with very good talents come to you but even graduate. No, they are obviously better than the students in other colleges, but because they can't graduate, they become the laughing stock of others, and they can't even find a good job. Without self-knowledge, self-righteousness, I'm still poor, and I always drag my rent. Outside the courtyard, Duan-yun heard these words from the village chief clearly. I rub, the village chief is a sensible person. The village chief murmured again, but they are soul masters after all, with a lofty status, I can't afford it. I have already delayed my rent for a month. I still dare not ask for it. I have to wait for someone to take the initiative to send it to me when they have money, so I dare to accept it. Hey! Look at this, the village chief is not less angry at Shrek Academy? Boom boom boom! Duan-yun, is the village chief's grandfather home? When I first came to this village, I heard the children in the village say that the village chief's grandpa is kind, so I couldn't help but come to visit, and brought gifts. Su-yun Tao whispered, Xiaoyun, we didn't bring gifts. I didn't meet anyone on the road who said that the village chief is kind. Duan-yun whispered, Brother Su, can you have a snack? Okay. In the courtyard, the village head's eyes lit up, and he walked towards the courtyard gate with a cane, and said as he walked, Whose child? Is your mouth so sweet? With that, the courtyard door has been opened. After looking at Duan-yun and Su-yun Tao a few times, the village head looked at their hands again. Empty hands? What about a good gift? The smile on the village head's face disappeared. What's the matter? Duan-yun flipped the palm of his hand and took out a pot of snake gall wine. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief, my name is Duan-yun. The first time I met, please give me snake gall wine. This thing is always made up. Your old man has this pot of wine to drink. Go down, promise to be 20 years younger. There is also 100-year-old soul beast. You peel it off and roast it and eat it. It smells very fragrant. With that, he actually took out the corpse of a 100-year-old serrated lizard. The corpse looked a bit hideous, and it was covered with wounds, all cut with a sickle. Me. The old village chief took a deep breath, dropped the crutch in his hand to the ground, and then stepped back several steps. Space soul guidance device? The corpse of the soul beast? What is the origin of this kid? The old village chief looked a little pale, and asked cautiously, this little adult, I wonder what you do for you. Duanyun grinned, raised his foot and walked into the courtyard, first put the wine jar on the stone table, and then hung the soul beast's corpse by the courtyard wall. Old village chief, it's true that I want to buy some houses from you at a high price. Chapter 57, Senior, I should and number 039, to humiliate you. The rent owed could not be collected, and the village head had long complained about Flender. When he learned that Duanyun was going to buy the houses used by Shrek Academy, the village head immediately became interested, and he didn't even ask Duanyun to buy it. What are you doing in those houses? This matter can be discussed, but although I am the village head, I don't have the right to directly decide. After all, I don't own the house. I have to ask the other villagers. After a long time, the village chief stood up and said, as for the specific price, I will discuss with other villagers, and then tell you, if it is suitable, the deal will be done. If it is not suitable, let's discuss it again. If it is not suitable, can we discuss it again? It means you can pick up a knife? Duanyun nodded, I don't know how long it will take for Grandpa Village Chief. The village chief thought for a moment, you two might as well move around in the village first, and I can give them a reply within 2 or 3 hours at most. The achievement task is limited to 3 days to complete. Of course, Duanyun doesn't care about the half-day. He is just worried that Jamaiguan and Gaimei are in a hurry. Duanyun, Big Brother Sua and I will walk around the village first, and don't go far. If the village chief's grandfather is settled, you can tell me at any time. The old village chief slapped his chest, don't worry, my lord, I will try my best to convince other villagers. Dean Flander of Shrek Academy is very talkative and never defaults on rent. After you buy these houses, you can get back the cost for 20 years of rent. Flander never defaults on rent? Laozi believes in you, a ghost. You look kind, but your mind is very bad. After leaving the village chief's house, Duanyun planned to go to Shrek Academy first. If the village chief came forward, if there were no accidents, the villagers would not refuse. Disagree? Add money. There are more than 20,000 gold soul coins in the space ring. The houses occupied by Shrek Academy are only dilapidated houses. They are basically wooden houses. How much can they be worth? Swish! Duanyun held the sickle in his hand, waved as he walked, and headed towards Shrek Academy. Suyun Tao clutched his forehead. Xiaoun, pay attention to the image. Didn't you pay attention to the way the villagers look at you? It seems to be looking at a fool. Shallow. Duanyun curled his lips, the talent is given. Before he could finish speaking, Suyun Tao added, greatness is striving for, I knew you would say so. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front, one tall and one short. The short one is Ma Hung-jun. The tall one is a brawny man with bronze skin. The brawny men are not tall, but they make people feel a kind of immovable aura. Ma Hung-jun's eyes are reddish, still sobbing, woo, silver soul coin, my silver soul coin. The brawny man said angrily, dare to bully my Shrek Academy kid, I owe you a beating. Don't cry, the little chicken, I'm upset when I cry, I will find him later, and I will definitely give you the money back. Suyun Tao and Duanyun had already noticed here. Because they were a little far away, they didn't hear what the brawny man and Ma Hung-jun were talking about. They just saw Ma Hung-jun crying. Su-yun Tao, is that kid? That strong man seems to be bullying him. Duan-yun rolled his eyes, turned around and left without saying a word. Su-yun Tao, hey? Shrek Academy is not in that direction. Duan-yun, go back to the village chief's house and hide. Su-yun Tao wondered, what to hide? Duan-yun is a little speechless. Brother Su, are you really stupid or fake? That brawny man was obviously the helper Ma Hung-jun got, and he was looking for the two of us to settle accounts in the whole village. If you were a titled Douluo, I wouldn't be afraid of anything. Dare to ask us to settle the account? Just close the door and let you go. But you are just a great soul master. People come to settle the accounts. Are you protecting me? Should I protect you? Hey, the little kid in front of me, stop! Is it you who bullied our Shrek Academy students? There was a roar, and Duan-yun didn't turn his head back, and the speed under his feet was faster. Su-yun Tao's face became stiff, and then he understood what Duan-yun meant. He simply lifted Duan-yun up and trot all the way towards the village chief's house. Stop! The strong man roared, and the low figure rushed all the way, like a savage bear. The ground vibrated slightly, and before Su-yun Tao could react, the brawny man had already moved up and down in front of the two of them. Su-yun Tao narrowed his eyes and blocked Duan-yun behind him. If I'm not mistaken, Senior should be a soul sage? To scare a child, you will lose your identity, right? Duan-yun stuck his head out from behind Su-yun Tao, and stuck out his tongue. I don't know how to be ashamed. The strong man sneered, it was you who bullied my student first. Stop talking nonsense and give me money. Okay. Duan-yun happily took out a silver soul coin and threw it over. So happy? The brawny man froze for a moment. At this time, Ma Hung-jun also ran over. Vice President, it's 2 silver soul coins. When Duan-yun raised his eyebrows, he had guessed the identity of the strong man earlier. At this time, he heard the 3 words Deputy Dean, and he also completely confirmed, this short, strong man is exactly the king of Fudo Ming. Zhao Wao Qi. But what about Fudo Ming Wang? Can you be unreasonable? Duan-yun stalked his neck. He lied, I never promised to give him 2 silver soul coins. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, let's stroke it. Zhao Wao Qi, I believe in my own students. Duan-yun, just to bully others? Then if he says 100 gold soul coins, do you believe it too? I have to give it too. Zhao Wao Qi frowned, the strong words are unreasonable. Duan-yun, stroke a stroke, otherwise you won't be killed. Zhao Wuji thought for a moment, then turned to look at Ma Hung-jun. Little chicken, what did you two say at that time? Give me a fresh start. Ma Hung-jun raised his neck and looked at Duan-yun provocatively, come on. Duan-yun coughed lightly, yeah, little brother, I'd like to ask you something, where does your village chief live? Does this village have a Shrek Academy? Ma Hung-jun, how old are you? Are you older than me? Why do you call me little brother? Big brother, otherwise I won't tell you. Duan-yun, oh, I'm so tempered, a little kid still wants to be my big brother? A silver soul coin, can you tell me? Ma Hung-jun shook his head. Okay, then I will ask someone else. Duan-yun grabbed Su-yun Tao's arm, turned and left, and said as he walked, give you the Soul Emperor a face, a silver soul coin, and give him, the kid is greedy, just ask away, do you still want 2 silver soul coins? 2 silver soul coins are enough for poor people to eat for a month. Zhao Wao Qi was stunned, and Ma Hung-jun was stunned. A few seconds later, Ma Hung-jun sat down on the ground and cried loudly, wow, wow, it's not finished yet, you are shameful. Duan-yun stopped, then walked back quickly and stretched out his hand towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wao Qi subconsciously handed the previous silver soul coin to Duan-yun. Chapter 58, Me, the Charterer. After receiving the silver soul coin, Douluo showed regret. Senior, I was wrong. You are the Soul Emperor, and your face is only worth 1 silver soul coin? This is simply a humiliation. The younger generation should not be humiliated. I'm sorry. Brother Su, let's go. Before Zhao Waoqi could react, Douluo and Su Yuntao disappeared all the way, not forgetting to bow to Zhao Waoqi before leaving. Zhao Wuji looked at the direction Douluo was leaving, and said to himself, this kid is quite polite. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun cried even harder, wow, wow. Zhao Waoqi was angry, crying, crying. You look at people, your age, but your brain looks 100 times better than you, just like you, when you grow up, your upper body I can't think. Ma Hongjun, can't think in the upper body? Wow, I don't want to be a fool. Zhao Waoqi muttered, that kid has spirit power fluctuations. He should have awakened his spirit power, and it seems that his spirit power is not weak. He asked the direction of Shrek Academy, is he going to join the academy? Unfortunately, not everyone in our Shrek Academy can come in. At 12 years old, with a spirit power of over 20, even if the child is not weak in talent, he is not eligible to join Shrek Academy now. He is not like a chicken. The chicken was adopted by Flanders since childhood, so he became a student of Shrek Academy at a young age. In fact, when he first watched Douluo Continent, Douluo always had doubts in his mind. It is said that the teaching quality of Shrek Academy is amazing. Ma Hongjun was adopted by Flanders since he was a child. He has studied at Shrek Academy since he was a child, and his martial arts is still the evil fire phoenix, which is amazing, but the results of it. When Daimyo Bai worshipped into the academy, he was fiercer than him. Tang San was stronger than him when he entered the academy. If he simply compares the spirit power level, he can't even compare to Zhu Zuqing. The old village chief has a word. Douluo agrees very much, the quality of Shrek Academy's education is really not good. The reason is that Tang San supported it. This college is really unpretentious. Douluo stood on the playground of Shrek Academy and looked around. This vacant lot was originally a place where the villagers thresh, but after it was leased to Flanders, it became a playground. Unpretentious? Don't you just say that you are poor. Su Yuntao said, Xiaoun, it's late, if we go back late, the 2 elders will definitely blame it. Douluo nodded, it will only blame you, not me, they will say that you have broken the children and you shouldn't run around with me. Su Yuntao, I'm so difficult. In the distance, an old man was standing outside the house, looking at Douluo and Su Yuntao while raising his neck. The old man wears a pair of glasses and a beard. Hey, the guy over there, did you bring your son to take the entrance test? The old man yelled, the entrance test for Shrek Academy has ended, and your child looks too young to meet the admission criteria. Minima? Douluo's eyelids drooped, and he almost couldn't help but scold his mother, son? Your trademark is the son, and your whole family are sons. Su Yuntao, senior misunderstood, we just wandered around. Shouldn't you first explain that I am not your son? Douluo looked at Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao turned his head, deliberately not looking at Douluo. Okay, you wait for me. Douluo grinned, after I get to Wuhan City, I have to write a letter to Sister Ceci. Su Yuntao nodded, Ceci takes care of you so much, you can write a letter to her to be safe. Douluo, by the way, tell her about the current situation of Big Brother Su, anyway, no matter what I say, Sister Ceci will believe. Su Yuntao's face became stiff, and he quickly looked at the old man before and shouted, Senior, you are my son. No, I am your father. No, he is not my son, but the younger brother I recognize. On the other side, Flanders' face was green. What's this all about? I shouldn't have been cheap, I shouldn't have talked to them, I just became their son, and I still can't reason with them. At this moment, Flender noticed a figure at the entrance of the college. After seeing the person, Flander shrank his neck and quickly hid back into the house, still muttering, "Why are you here again? Didn't you say that you should delay paying the rent for a month?" It was the old village chief who came from a distance. Duan Yun's eyes lit up and hurriedly greeted him. The old village chief didn't mean anything, and said directly, "I don't know who is in charge." "Su Yun Tao, I came with him, he is the gold master, but don't think that he can be bullied as a child. I will help him refer to the price in terms of price." The old village chief hurriedly said, "The soul master is joking, how dare we bully this little adult? I have discussed with a few villagers, they agreed to the price of 1,200 gold soul coins, all the houses and land occupied by Lake College are sold to young adults." 1,200 gold soul coins? So cheap? After hearing the price, Duan Yun was stunned. He originally thought it would cost thousands, or even tens of thousands of soul gold coins, but he didn't expect it to be as long as 1,200. But after thinking about it carefully, Duan Yun was relieved. This village seems to be a bit richer than the Holy Soul village, but the wealth is limited. 1,200 gold soul coins is already a sky-high price for these villagers. Even if the average household can only get 200 gold soul coins, it is enough for 10. How many years? Without bargaining, Duan Yun paid the money in a lump sum in pain, then signed and pledged, and obtained the land deed from the village chief. In addition to the title deed, I also got an IOU, it was the IOU written by Flander to the village chief. 1 month's rent arrears. Ding! Special achievement, Big Rent Collector, current progress is 98%. I have all got the title deeds. Why hasn't the progress reached 100%? Duan Yun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly yelled with his neck, "The charterer is here, Shrek Academy, who is in charge? Come out for me and collect the rent." In the distance, Flander pushed the door open a gap, looking suspiciously here. The old village chief just raised his finger to this side, "Flander, I have seen you, don't hide, I have sold the house and I don't have to be angry with you anymore." "The house is sold?" Flander's expression changed, and he hurried out, "Old village chief, let's not bring such a thing. Didn't you force Shrek Academy to close?" The old village chief waved his hand and said, "Sold, sold, it's useless to say anything, buy, don't give it away." As he said, he leaned on crutches, hummed a little song and turned to leave. "Hey! Don't you go!" Flander was anxious, so he planned to stop the old village chief. "Duan Yun, hey, can you respect me a little bit? I, the charterer, came to collect the rent, look down at me." Chapter 59, Business acumen needs to be cultivated from an early age. Hearing Duan Yun's call, Flander was not good at chasing the old village chief anymore, so he could only turn his head and look at Duan Yun. After hesitating, Flander couldn't help saying, "Too, the old village chief was joking just now? He was eager to collect the rent, I understand, but there is no need to play this hand. Someone else will collect rent." After speaking, he looked at Su Yun Tao again. Continued, "Young man, you look like a soul master, right? Could you please help me persuade the village chief, and I will definitely pay the rent next month. When I enroll next year, I may not be able to receive it. A few wealthy princes, they will provide a little support, and I can pay them for a year at a time." "Rich guy?" Duan Yun blinked, as if he heard something terrible. "Hey, suddenly wanted to mourn for Daimyo Bai, poor baby." Too lazy to talk nonsense, Duan Yun shook his hand, then raised the transaction contract and the land deed. "Su Yun Tao, have you seen what he is holding? He, the owner of this property, your charterer. This house will be transformed into a winery in the future. You have closed the rent for this month, and the date has expired. Move away afterwards. Flender's face changed, and he stared at the title deed for a long time, still a little lost. How could this be? My Shrek Academy is really going to close? At this time, Zhao Waoqi just led Ma Hongjun into the school gate. After seeing Duan Yun, Zhao Waoqi's eyes lit up. Boy, you are here. A long time after you left, I realized that I was fooled by you. Having said that, he quickly came to Duan Yun's face and stretched out his hand. This time, Duan Yun was more happy than last time, and directly lost 3 silver soul coins in Zhao Waoqi's hand. Zhao Waoqi was taken aback for a moment. I only need 2. Duan Yun waved his hand. It's okay, you take it first. Dean Flander, pay the rent. Flander swallowed, snatched the silver soul coin in Zhao Waoqi's hand, and stuffed it to Duan Yun. Pay it first, and I will get the rest of the money together with other teachers. The charterer, I don't know which child you are from. Can I meet your grown UPS? We have something to discuss, don't drive us away. What's the situation? The money just got in, why is it gone again? And what does the dean call this kid? Landlord? At this time, Zhao Waoqi was completely stunned. Ma Hongjun pointed to Duan Yun, give me money, too. Zhao Waoqi grabbed Ma Hongjun and pressed him to his lap. He slapped his ass, you know money, you know money. Ma Hongjun, wow, wow. Dean Flender said with a dry smile, Charter, do you see how sad my student is crying? As soon as Shrek Academy is about to close, his heart is full. Help! Niobe, he was obviously beaten. Duan Yun gave a thumbs up, you don't have to meet my grown UPS. His old man has everything to do and is not free. This little thing, I can call the shots by myself. You Shrek Academy want to stay here? But I this brewery, forget it, I admire you those seniors who are devoted to education. It is okay to let Shrek Academy stay here. Hearing this, Flender and Zhao Wuji were overjoyed. Duan Yun, but... Flender quickly said, we will pay the rent on a monthly basis, and we will never delay, the IOU in your hand is the rent for this month, I will go and collect it. Duan Yun touched his chin, rent is a trivial matter, but if I keep Shrek Academy, my brewery has to be rebuilt elsewhere. It's all money. Flander's face froze, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Without saying anything, Zhao Waoqi slapped Ma Hongjun's again. Ma Hongjun, wow, wow. Flender, seeing that the child was scared and cried again. Charter hire, you don't want to increase the rent for us, do you? From what Duan Yun said just now, it did seem to be a rent increase, not to mention Flanders, even Su Yun Tao thought so. But, they are all too superficial. Duan Yun, am I someone who only has money in my eyes? Talking about money is too superficial. Don't worry, the rent will not rise. Flanders breathed a sigh of relief, thank you, thank you. Duan Yun, but I have a special condition. Starting tomorrow, Shrek Academy will advertise for my winery for free. Shrek Academy students are participating in the Battle of Souls competition, and even mainland Soul Masters. During the elite competitions, the team uniforms worn must be printed with exclusive winery advertisements. It's a bargain for your college, it's just that there is an advertisement on the clothes, just a few lines. Hearing this, Flender hesitated, advertising costs are very expensive. Would you like to increase the rent? I will sell the advertising space to other money owners, maybe I can make a lot of money. Duan Yun bowed his hand, don't talk speculatively, repay the IOU, and move away at the end of the month. Flender was anxious, hey? Don't, I just joked, exclusive advertising space, yes, there must be. This is almost the same. Duan Yun nodded with satisfaction, signed to bet. Shrek Academy students must print my advertisement when participating in any competition, otherwise, even if they breach the contract, they will be fined 10 gold soul coins once, which is fair and reasonable. Why? Flender sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. He had no retreat at all, and he didn't even dare to bargain, for fear of annoying the little boy in front of him. Flender, okay, sign and bet. Duan Yun, the slogan, Shengun Village Snake Gall Wine makes men full of confidence and women full of charm. Do you want 318? Drink Holy Soul Village Snake Gall Wine. Holy Soul Village Snake Gall Bladder Wine, we do not produce wine, we are just porters of nature. Holy Soul Village Snake Gall Wine, classic, man's feelings. Flander's mouth grew wide, and he interrupted Duan Yun quickly, the charterer, you have too much advertising language, right? I can't write the advertising space. Duan Yun frowned and said, why can't you write? This is just 4 sentences, a sentence on the left chest, a sentence on the right chest, a sentence on the back, and a sentence on the butt. Can write. Flender took a breath, I wiped, whose child is this? Isn't it too budgetary? Write on your ass? Why don't you say that you write on both knees? Duan Yun patted his forehead, there are knees, and 1 sentence on the left and right knees. I think about it, what should I write? Flander couldn't help but slapped himself, oh my god, what he was thinking about, he was doing evil. After a long time, Duan Yun left Shrek Academy contentedly until the sunset was about to fall. Haha, this wave has made a lot of money. 1,200 gold soul coins, not only bought these houses, but also completely bought out the advertising space of Shrek Academy team uniforms. When Tang San joins Shrek Academy in the future, the advertisement of Holy Soul Village Wine will definitely burst into flames, too worthwhile. Ding! Special Achievement, Rent Collector, current progress is 100%. Chapter 60, Presence Weakened Card. The most important thing is the reward for the accomplishment of the achievement task. Reminder, congratulations on the achievement reward for the rent collection boss, 5 presence weakened cards. Item name, Weakened Presence Card. Item introduction, after use, the player's sense of existence will be weakened to the extreme, and there will be a high probability that they will be ignored by people around them. The effect lasts for 3 hours. After reading the introduction of the items, Duan Yun, there is still such a thing? The system, is it too awesome? A weakened presence card? To be honest, Duan Yun didn't know the use of this for a while. Use it to steal things? Forget it, keep it for now, when it is naturally useful in the future. 5 sheets, great. Just as Su Yun Tao said, when he and Duan Yun returned to the martial spirit sub-hall of Soto City, Hua Guan was waiting for them with a gloomy face. Chrysanthemum Guan said coldly, what did you do? I came back so late. Su Yun Tao swallowed, Master Ju Douluo, we have gone to a village outside the city. Duan Yun nodded vigorously, my home sells wine, Sister Ju should also know, I found a partner to advertise the wine at home. After speaking, Duan Yun quickly took out a jade box from the space ring and handed it to Hua Guan respectfully. Chrysanthemum Pass was puzzled, what is this? Duan Yun smiled, the hemorrhoid ointment bought for Sister Ju, didn't Brother Gui said that you have hemorrhoids last time? Hua Guan's face became stiff, and he stood up suddenly, I don't have hemorrhoids, I have said it 100 times. Duan Yun, I don't believe it, Brother Gui clearly said that you have, would you take it off and let Brother Su check it? Su Yun Tao was startled. Without a word, he turned and left. He ran out of the house in a few steps and disappeared. Hua Guan's chest was ups and downs, pointing to Duan Yun for a long time and could not speak. Damn, why did this bear kid catch hemorrhoids? There is also the old ghost, I blame him, he said that I have hemorrhoids at the beginning, so that Duan Yun, a bear child, has been thinking about it until now. Humph. Hua Guan held back his anger and said, take a good rest tonight, and set off tomorrow, then we won't go to the city to rest again along the way, we will go directly to Wuhan City. Leave tomorrow morning? Duanyun felt a little helpless. To be honest, he is still thinking about the hunting arena. He hadn't been able to see it when he passed Jialing Pass before. He thought he would be able to go after he arrived in Soto City. I wandered around here in the arena of souls, and now it looks like it's going to be a hot water again. Early the next morning, the team moved on. Although Douluo had been softened, he was still tied to Duanyun's carriage, and the soul power that was sealed on his body was not released. According to the meaning of the Chrysanthemum Pass, it was intended to keep him in this state until he arrived in Wuhan City, and then handed over to Pope Bibidong to send off. This is cheap Duanyun. On the next journey, Duanyun took great care of Douluo. The blue-silver grass was planted one by one, and more than 100 poisonous seeds had been collected. The development progress of nutrient absorption has reached 96%, which is only one step away from 100%. Far away. In addition, the planting and grafting achievements have also improved a lot, reaching 42%. The progress of photosynthesis has also reached 41%. In the carriage, Duanyun sat cross-legged. The canopy of the carriage was opened, and the sun directly shone on Duanyun's body. On the side, Su Yun Tao stared at Duanyun quietly, paying attention to Duanyun's expression. Xiaoyun's expression is very solemn now, can it be that he has learned something? Suddenly, Duanyun's white skin appeared a faint green. This made Su Yun Tao startled. Xiaoyun, what's the matter with you? Poisoned. Douluo's eyes trembled. These days, he has suffered from Duanyun's torture. After his heart was parasitized by the blue-silver grass seeds, Douluo has already developed a deep fear of Duanyun, a fear engraved in the depths of his soul. In those few days, he would dream of Duanyun every night, dreaming that Duanyun took a sickle and shaved off his body piece by piece. He didn't dare to scold Duanyun anymore, and even when he looked at Duanyun, he didn't dare to have the slightest resentment, for fear that a little bit of bad performance would cause Duanyun's anger. It feels like a slap in the face. A thoroughly domesticated poisonous snake. Douluo, from the perspective of his breath, he shouldn't be poisoned. Is it not poisoned? Su Yun Tao breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Douluo shook his head hard. As time passed, Duanyun's body became greener and greener, eventually becoming the same color as green grass. Ding! Development Achievement 1, Photosynthesis. The current development progress is 51%. It was only 41% a moment ago, but now it has directly increased by 10%, this made Duanyun overjoyed. Chlorophyll, this thing can change the color of the surface of the body. If it is controlled properly, it should be able to easily disguise itself in the bushes and woods to deceive the enemy's vision. The green of Duanyun's skin gradually faded, and after a while it returned to normal. I just heard that you thought I was poisoned. Su Yun Tao, I was shocked. I really thought you were poisoned. Duanyun, old poison, are you very happy after knowing that I was poisoned? Douluo swallowed, for fear that he would be slow to answer. I swear, absolutely not. Hey, I really want to find an excuse to open you a few more holes. As he said, Duanyun took out a few blue-silver grasses. Seeing that you are so behaved today, let me plant fewer trees on your body. I will arrive in Wuhan City in one day, and once in Wuhan City, you will be sent to the Pope, free from my clutches. Are you very happy? God, can you stop asking me this kind of question? Douluo, I swear, absolutely not. Duanyun watched Douluo quietly. Hey, don't give a chance. To be honest, I not only want to make more holes in you, but also want to kill you. There is also a Medusa 10,000 years soul bone on Douluo. The bones can no longer fall on Duanyun's head. So the treasure just slipped through the fingers? What a pity! Licking the corner of his mouth, Duanyun moved closer to Douluo. Douluo said in horror, You, what are you going to do? Duanyun grinned. Don't be nervous, I just take a look. As he spoke, he stretched out his chubby little hand, then gently pressed it on Douluo's head, and then fumbled carefully. In fact, when he captured Douluo, Duanyun had been thinking of hitting this head soul bone, but he had never found a chance to shoot. This is the soul bone of the head. After the soul bone and the head are completely fused, once this soul bone is stripped or destroyed, Douluo will undoubtedly die. Once he is dead, Hohuiguan and Ghost Douluo will inevitably check his corpse, and it will be obvious at a glance that Duanyun has dug the soul bone of his head, and it will be in trouble. In a word, there is no chance to shoot.